All right, is it official?
Yeah, it's
Are we
official.
live?
Boom.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome New Jersey, New York, Philadelphia, and people from watching all over the world. Thank you for tuning in. We about to dive into everything you need to know about fix and flips. Today is this place that you need to be. Gentlemen, how you guys feeling today? Say what's up to the audience.
Good
Amazing.
morning, everybody.
Happy
Good
Saturday.
morning, good morning, good morning.
And we got a lot of people tuning in right now, so make sure you guys drop it down in the comment section. Say what's up. Let me know where you're tuning in from. We got a lot of people joining us right now, so drop in the comment section. Say good morning, happy sunshine. What I got to ask just to kind of start this off, what's been the greatest thing about your morning so far, guys? It's only 9 a.m., so I'm curious.
The day ahead, the amount of knowledge that we're about to provide and learn.
Breakfast.
I said, what's the greatest thing that's happened so far today? It's only
Granted, I woke up like a half hour ago. I went to Dunkin' Donuts and forgot my wallet. They let me leave with my coffee. So there you go.
That's nice.
I got to win.
Day.
Gabe, for you?
I guess
My
for
breakfast.
me, is
I had an amazing breakfast.
amazing breakfast. Okay. For me, I guess to jump into jacuzzi before I, came up on here. So that was pretty comfortable. That was pretty relaxing.
Wait, it's like freezing cold outside. How in the world did you survive that?
Dude, it's 100 degrees in that thing.
Dude, Gabe's like, dude, don't worry. I go in like 20-degree water. You got nothing on me.
He goes hot, I go ice bath.
Yeah. Gabe's like, I sat out in the snow this morning.
with his breakfast.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We have a lot of people tuning in. So like I said, for those of you guys who are just joining us, drop it down in the comment section. Say what's up. Say good morning. Let me know where you're watching from. We got David Tran in the building from Philadelphia.
Are we in Texas?
Peter,
Wow.
pleasure. Rise and shine. It is a beautiful day, brother. We're excited to have you. Herbert from Austin, Texas. Shout out Austin, baby. Much love.
Texas is colder than Jersey.
It is. And there's like
That's
no
the
power there.
craziest part.
Isn't there like no power there as well?
Yeah.
Sending my prayers. Jilmer, good morning, guys from New Jersey. Shout out. Brooklyn in the house. Antonia, pleasure. Daniel Huey's from Brooklyn. Let's do a few more of these here. We got Stacy from Philly. And we got Francesca from Good morning. What's up, Francesca? I remember you on the last one. Pleasure. Last one here. We got Richie from Bergen County. Buenos dias. Y'all didn't know I could speak Espanol, did you? Buenos dias. All right. Guys, we're super excited to have you. We're going to go ahead and get this event started. We have a lot of people on, and we have a full day for you guys. I hope you guys are ready for this. We're going to start off with this first morning session here. We have our lucky, awesome rock stars, Mr. Gabe De Silva, Randy Kuhn, and Nick Tang's going to be leading this first panel here. And I'm going to be your main host today. My name is Elijah Barba here in Jersey City, and we're crushing it in the Jersey markets as well as New York and Philadelphia. And we have my co-host today, Mr. Yark. Yark, say what's up to the people.
Good morning, everyone. What's up? Hope you're having an amazing day, and stay tuned for an amazing show that we're going to have.
We love it. So, gentlemen, let's kind of go ahead and dive in. I know the people are ready. I want to make sure you guys are in tune. We're going to be having lots of fun throughout the day, so make sure you guys are using this comment section to connect with us, to communicate. The speakers are going to be giving out their information, so make sure you guys do your part today and really just stay active and stay engaged, and we're going to have some fun. So if you're ready, if you're fired up, if you're ready to get this bad boy started, I want you to drop it down in the comment section and let me get a, oh yeah, that's O capital H. I better see the capital H. O capital H. Y-E-A, baby. Spell it out for as long as you can. Drop it in the comment section. Let me get the oh yeah this morning just to get the vibes right, to get the energy rolling. And gentlemen, let's get this first panel started, okay? So first and foremost, today's event is all about the category of fix and flip, the strategy of fix and flip. And to kind of start this off, I'd kind of like to start off with a big picture. And with the big picture in mind, talk to me kind of about how you view the fix and flip business. What is it to you, right? What is the fix and flip business to you, and how do you like to run your business? Let's start off with Randy Kuhn for this one.
All right. Well, I think it's good to distinguish that everybody's vision, for everybody that's watching here, everybody's goals are not going to be the same. So my goals are definitely going to be different than Gabe's. For my fix and flip business, a lot of my goals are going to be almost like sustainability. I like to keep in the lane that we're currently working in because we have a model that works. A lot of times when people have models that work, they try to veer off a little bit, and they try to take on things that they may not have experience in, or they don't take on a mentor, and they're going to try things and it might not work out, and it could kind of be a little bit disruptive. So with my projects right now, I do stick to like vacant properties for the fix and flips. Even though I am a contractor, my guys we don't really do anything in the retail world, and we don't do too much in the rentals. The reason being is because the rentals and the retail world they're two different kind of renovations, where a lot of the rentals you got to think more budget wise, because you can start, I don't want to say cutting corners, but you may not need to do as much as you do on a retail flip. So when my guys are always used to doing basically everything and anything, and everything's got to look perfect, if I try to take them out of their comfort zone and go into like a rental market, I'm going to start to break up that dynamic. And then what's going to happen is when we go back to the residential, they're going to be like, oh, well, we didn't do this on this rental over here, so we're not doing it over here. So for me, my bigger picture is I want to do the same type of products, and I want to try to do it continuously. So, I am into more of the fix and flip, not so much the added levels like Gabe has been over the years. We've all seen his videos. I've done a couple of them, but it's not my forte, and it's not something that I can be more like set it and forget it. Whereas I could do that currently right now on my rehabs, I can really set it and forget it.
And just real quick, Randy, for anyone who may be new to hearing you speak, are you like the type of contractor where you personally are in the bathrooms and kitchens, like where you are there working on it? Like, do you have a few guys that help you? Can you talk a little bit about that just to give people an overview of kind of who you are?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, definitely when you got started, or definitely when I got started, and actually for almost anybody that gets started in fix and flips, they're always going to be on the job site in the beginning because it's fun, it's sexy, it's the new thing. But after you do about 20, 30, 40 of them, you're going to realize that it's the same thing over and over again. It's just a wall, it's a door, it's a window. As long as your scope of work stays consistent and you use the same crews, then things start to become a lot easier. So as of right now, I'm actually rarely on the job site. If I go, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 times on like a $80,000 rehab, it's probably about the most you'll see me on there. We just did one in Tinton Falls. I was only there once. So, I mean, I just don't go. I will go back this week because I'm going to do like the final. So, no, I don't prefer to be on the job site anymore. I mean, I love construction with a passion. I would actually prefer to be on other people's job sites because I know what mine's always going to look like, but I want to see what Gabe's is going to look like. He does like the shadow boxes and he's doing coffered ceilings and doing, does more high-end stuff. Like to me, that's more fun because that's the next level about where I'm at. But my guys, I keep them in that same threshold. But no, I'm not on the job site often ever.
I love it. No, I appreciate you for sharing that. And so, so let's go to Nick and let's hear Nick's big picture, and then we'll do a recap once we finish with Gabe. So, Nick, what's your big picture of fix and flip?
Okay. So for Randy, it sounds like he's trying to he has a crew. He's working. His business is working, and he's just keeping them busy. For me, when I first started this, I got really lucky. So I didn't know what I was given. I thought, oh, okay, you just go out there, you meet a contractor, and and then next thing you know, you're flipping houses. And fortunately for me, it was like that. But then I didn't really learn that the biggest risk in the business was contractors until I went down to Philadelphia. So I started in New Jersey. I didn't really learn the business until I went down to Philadelphia and realized that, hey, it's actually really hard to find a good contractor. And because of that, I had to figure it out. And I just kept throwing money at it, thinking that, oh, okay, if I just keep throwing money at it, I would eventually find the right person, because somebody's going to eventually do it right, and that necessarily wasn't the case. I also want to say the person I started the business with in terms of fixing and flipping was actually with Randy. And, and he just made it so easy that I thought all contractors were like that. and then I learned that was not the case. And then so I remember I was like asking Randy, can you get down to Philadelphia to help me fix this problem?
Yeah, we went down there.
Yeah, and it was like an hour away, you know, and as close as you think it is to just drive down there, it's close to drive, but like when you're gonna go down there and fix it, like and renovate and all that stuff, it's actually a long ride. And so it's a good drive to visit, but not a good drive to visit and do work, you know. And so eventually, you know, with Randy's help, I figured out how to fix those problems. But from going through that going through that experience, I was like, wow, you know, to me, the big picture of the business is, yeah, it's one thing to find houses, it's another thing to have money, and having those two variables down is great. But the biggest and most important thing to this business, fix and flip business, is actually contractors, because you can get money easily eventually. You know, once you have a track record, and then looking at deals, it becomes like becomes like a back of your hand. Anywhere around the country, they all look you know, there's a pattern to how they need to look. But contractors, it's a different guy. You have to meet a different person every area that you go. So if you want to do business here, it's one person. You want to do business in another state, it's a different person. And so you actually have to get to know how to interview, audit people, understand what they're saying is accurate. It's a science. And I personally never got that down, because I was fortunate enough to have someone to rely on that did. And that was for me was Randy. And I want to also talk about Gabe real quick. I've actually watched Gabe, and I've known like what he's been doing, because I've seen it. I've seen your projects. I've seen the house. I've seen like Randy said, we've all seen your videos, you know, and
the billboards. Don't forget.
Yeah. Okay. And I was like, Gabe is like killing it, but like he's another person. You know, he's like you're a celebrity. You're a celebrity, and so I was like, am I gonna really be able to, like, you know, work with Gabe or talk to Gabe, or would he even talk to me, you know? But as I got to talking to Randy eventually about some stuff, he was like, oh yeah, I talked to Gabe. I'm friends with him. I actually, I don't know. I think you even attended some of his classes, right, Gabe? Randy?
Actually, I took a mentoring with him. I paid him for a whole day, man. I did.
Mentorship. Come on now.
So because of that, I was like, wow. So he knows Randy, and I'm like really good. Like Randy's like my best friend, like family to me. I was like, if he knows Randy and Randy talks highly of Gabe, and they have a great relationship, I could probably talk to Gabe too and invite him to speak. And so when I think when I first invited you to speak for me, Gabe, I mentioned that I knew Randy. Right. Yes. That way you're like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll talk to you because you know Randy.
The power of the circle. That's what we're always talking about. Our
yeah.
network is your net worth.
Exactly. And so it's you know, it's an honor to have you on this event with us. And I want to also point out that like today's event is really it's to highlight how these two stars run the business. Like I am able to do my business because I know Randy, I know Gabe. I actually don't know the business, but because I know these guys, they actually are the real people running it. And so when people like ask me, like, oh, okay, Nick, are you flipping houses? What property address are you doing? I don't even know, because I just have the right people I'm working with. And I think I want to point out that you can actually run a business like that, you know? And so it's to me, the big picture is getting really good people to work with, and knowing where the biggest risk is. Contractors, and getting the really good people that know how to mitigate that risk. That's it.
Man, I feel you hit the nail on the head there. You know, I feel there's so many people that are watching this right now, whether they're brand new to fix and flip, and, you know, of course, learning construction. I mean, these two guys, Gabe and Randy, have spent years and years perfecting that craft. And, you know, a way that Nick just kind of described is, you know, just to simply build a relationship and find quality people like this and get them in, like Gabe said, get them into your circle and just see what starts to manifest from there. So beautiful point, Nick. Thanks for sharing that. Let's go over here to Gabe. Gabe, man, give me the big picture. Give me the juice. I want to hear the juice. All right.
Yeah. I think the common thread throughout our time here together today is going to be the power of the circle. I feel like Nick and Randy, you guys are all kicking it off there, and I know we're going to come full circle on that throughout the day. So thank you for that. Thank you for leading with that. Big picture stuff. Like for me, fix and flips are like the truest extension of entrepreneurship. I define entrepreneurship as identifying inefficiencies in the market and then bringing value and then being compensated ridiculously for the amount of value you bring. It's the truest, most beautiful extension of entrepreneurship. Fix and flip, like take something ugly, make it beautiful, and get compensated for it. So that's why that asset, that speaks to me more so than multifamily. That speaks to me more so than wholesale. And we do a lot of other things too. But for me, the big picture, fix and flip is the core of that for us. And we happen to have the construction savvy. We are comfortable with complex financial structures. We have a lot of parts and pieces. We know how to run jobs. So of course, I'm going to lean into that. But when you say big picture, I say, hey, this is that core thing that is going to springboard. Everything else will spring from that. And it just speaks to me as an entrepreneur. Like I just love taking something like ugly and making it beautiful and then being rewarded for it.
That's a textbook definition right there. Textbook definition. You guys couldn't get it. This is live. Just let everyone know. Okay. So that's awesome. And so Gabe, for you, can you kind of just let everyone know a little bit kind of about how you're running your ship today? You know, like, are you hiring out everything? Like, you managing everything yourself? Like, talk a little bit about that.
Yeah. So back to Nick's point, like, I know what I'm great at. Like I am the best in the world at one thing. And so I triple down on that. Everything else I'm mediocre at. I outsource those things to the people that are experts at them. And we should all be doing that. We should not, I mean, early on, to Randy's point, you're gonna have to do everything. You're not gonna have the resources to outsource all these things. But as soon as you can, fire yourself as admin, fire yourself as project manager, fire yourself as your bookkeeper. Please, God, fire yourself as your bookkeeper, like as quickly as possible, right? And then move, like delegate, elevate. And so move up into those needle movers, those revenue generating tasks. That's what I focus my day on. Like I find deals and I raise money. Like that's what I do. Those are the things that move the needle for me in my world. I don't, to Randy's point, I like seeing other people's projects more than my own. I go to my students' projects more often than I go to my own. The projects that we're getting into now are exciting me in the sense that they are bigger and they're different. So again, I sense that I'll be on site a lot more as we continue to scale into commercial, into mixed use development, into things like that. But still always and ever being vigilant about my time, knowing what I'm great at, staying in my lane, and partnering with A players.
Man, that's amazing. Cause like 95% of your time you said was spent on finding deals and finding money, and everything else, you know, just outsource. But in the beginning, you really got to buckle down and really, really learn the business. So that's such a strong foundation. And from that, you're able to grow dramatically. So real quick, let's Nick.
Yeah, I want to say something. That's such an interesting perspective, because so what you're saying is like your crew is so one, it's predictable, down with you, that you don't even have to like, it's not even something to even think about. It's now like, how do I get more deals and how do I raise more money to take advantage of all the opportunities that you're in? That's how it is. That's what it sounds like, at least. Is that right?
Yeah.
The A players don't need to be micromanaged. Like A players do what they're supposed to do. If you get in their way, you're just slowing them down. If you put a B or a C in their midst, you're pissing them off. Like just put them there, give them the tools and resources they need to succeed, block the noise, and let them go. So I'm fortunate to do that. I don't micromanage my A players. They shouldn't need it. So that's the definition of an A player. So that's who I'm trying to align with and pay the premium for the A player contractor. Like those of you that don't have the construction savvy, we're going to spend a lot of time today talking about that and how to run jobs effectively and efficiently. But if that's not you, like to Nick's point, partner with Randy. Like, why are you gonna burrow down that rabbit hole? Why are you gonna like incur that brain damage, lose all that money? It's just, so yeah, it's about the right partners. Like I said, we're going to come full circle on this thing like all day today.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Can we touch base real quick on when we say A players, just so like everybody understands? I've been saying that for years, that A players hang out with A players who do A player kind of work. And Gabe just said B and C players. just so you guys, when we were saying that, so we're very clear, let's define what that means. An A player is that guy that's going to show up. He's going to do quality work. He's going to work with quality people that care about what they're doing, and they're going to pay attention to the details. The B and the C player guys are the ones that are going to come in saying, I'm a painter. I'm going to paint your wall. But when there's a problem, he's not going to fix it or tell you about it. So he's going to paint the wall, and then let's say somebody spackled and forgot to sand it. But he's going to paint over it because he was hired to paint, not to sand. The A player would be like, oh, they forgot to sand this one wall. Let me hit this real quick so that my job comes looking out perfect in the end. Those are A players. Now, it is hard to find A players. So, Gabe, I actually have a question for you. My A players, when I first started with my A players, I did have to watch them very closely because you don't know they're an A player. There's no sign that says, hi, I'm an A player. So for me, I always tell everybody, it'll take you about 3 to 4 projects to realize if you have that A player. If you don't have an A player, you'll know on the first one. But after that, you said that you don't micromanage. In the beginning, did you have to micromanage, whereas I did? And then I realized as you go further and further, you realize you can let that leash go because you realize, wow, these guys are trustworthy. So talk a little bit about how do you define it? How do you realize or really know if you have the A player?
Well, the same way that we want to work with them, they want to work with like us. They want us to be A players. They want us to have tight scopes. They want us to pay on time. Like they want us to do what we're supposed to do to make their lives easier. And that comes with, like, for me, it came with understanding what it was that they actually did. Like I should never be able to put the tool belt on and do it as well as them, but I should at least know how long it should take and how much it should cost and be able to provide a little bit of oversight. And so that's what I would do early on is early on, I was shadowing them. I was literally over my plumber's shoulder as he's installing a toilet because I want to see how a toilet goes in. So then I know. So from now on, I don't necessarily need to be there as they're putting in the toilets. I just need to go at the end and say, hey, does that one look like it was installed properly? So that's a silly little example, but that's how they know that I know what A player work looks like. And they hold themselves kind of to that standard and accountable because the reality of it is as newbie investors, you're hiring contractors. And if you don't have an A player, they're taking you for a ride. Like a B and a C, got a bit of C or a D, like they're going to gouge you. They're going to make sure that your scope is vague because then they know they can hit you with change orders, right? These are the kinds of, it's unfortunate, but that's what's out there. So if they know that you don't know, like you're in for it. So the best bet is to align with people who know, who are going to ask pointed questions. Like if you want to vet a trade, any trade, tell me what trade. I'll tell you 1, 2, 3 questions to ask them right off the bat. And you'll know based on their answer if they're an A player or not.
Beautiful. Good answer, man.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to be getting into those 3 questions later on. So make sure you guys stay in tune. All right.
Ask your drywaller if he glues the drywall on the ceilings. Great tell. Like on a $1.5 million house, if you got a drywaller coming in, he's not gluing the ceilings, something's not right. Like these are the kinds of like things you can ask individual tradesmen to know if you're playing with A players or you're playing with B's or C's.
Perfect. Wow. You guys got that question, so I wrote it down just to let you guys know. All right, so real quick, gentlemen, we're still kind of in the pre-phase of things, fix and flip. So can you guys give us an example of, a project that you would do or maybe a project that you're currently doing? What are the numbers? How'd you find this opportunity? Why did you choose to pursue it? And what's it going to take to get to the end product? And what type of end product are you guys going to deliver to the market? Let's start with
let's change that. Let's talk about an example of a deal like that, but their first one.
Okay.
Like, because you guys got into this business somehow. Tell us that story.
Okay. The majority of my deals, to be honest with you, because I think I said on the last event, like I'm just dabbling into marketing. I mean, I'm this long into it, and now I'm thinking about doing it because almost all my deals have always come from network marketing. It's always come from that circle. So my first deal came as a referral. It was a friend of mine knew what I was doing. That's because I was always not always speaking, but I was letting people know what I was doing. So if you let people know what you're doing, they're going to hear you. If you don't let them know, they're never going to know to contact you. Mm-hmm. So mine came as a referral. We did a subject to kind of deal. So I didn't have to pay for the house. I just had to raise money for the renovation. So the renovation was like $45,000. I think I raised 60 total because there were some other expenses like moving the homeowner out and all that other fun stuff. So yeah, my first deal was referral with a little bit of private money and a little bit of creativity. I had to go the creative route because on my first deal, I was like, oh shit, how am I going to pay for this house? I had no clue how to do it. So I had a mentor at that time that kind of helped walk me through how to structure this deal. And, you know, it ended up working out very well. I think actually, probably my first 4 or 5 deals all were like that. They all came to me just because people knew I did construction. They didn't at that time. They didn't know I was like fixing flipping because I really wasn't, because it was my first one. So they just knew I was in the construction field, and I was trying to buy some houses.
Okay, so you were in the construction field. You were letting people know that you were buying houses, and that's how you landed on it. And so were you still, like when you said construction, are you working on the job?
That one I literally still working because I mean at that point I don't know, it was like right after college, so I was probably like early 20s. But at that point, I mean, I loved, and I still do. I still love construction. I'm just a lot lazier now, so I have all these tools in my house and I don't use them. But then I mean, I was literally on the job site. I did have other contractors that I hired. We spoke at the last event on how bad that can go because I just went with who's got the cheapest price and who do I know. I just happened at that point. I was working for a contractor who had a lot of B and C contractors working for him. So I didn't know the difference, and I just thought this was a common theme. So I did it myself. I was doing painting. We did the laminate. I brought somebody to do the plumbing and the electric, all that other fun stuff. But laying down the landscaping, you know, putting the rock down on the driveway because I was too cheap to pave it at that point. But literally spreading the rock myself. Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's actually a very humbling thing to do because in the beginning, to be honest, it's going to suck. But when you go through it, you really have a true understanding of what it takes and how backbreaking and, you know, time consuming it is just to go get materials, to move all the rock. And I think what's good about coming from the construction field is I'm a little more compassionate to the workers. So I'm not like a hard worker. I don't bust people's chops because I understand, like, we just moved 100 pieces of sheetrock. Like, we're going to sit down for about 20 minutes and we're going to have a drink and we're going to laugh and talk. And when the boss comes in and he didn't see the sheetrock moving and he just sees this guy sitting down, you have to understand that there's a reason why they're sitting down. Because in the construction field, if you have good guys, they're going to know not to sit down when you're not around, because if you know what you're doing, you know how long something should take. If it should take 1 day to do it and it stretches over 3, all right, you guys are sitting down because I'm not around. But I think that also comes down to the difference on how you pay people. If you are trying to, piecemeal things together and you're trying to hire, I don't want to say day laborers, but people that work by the hour, the guys that are going to work by the hour, well, if they finish their job fast, they're out of work quicker. So a lot of those times when you can say I can get it done cheaper, it ends up costing more versus if you just tell a guy, here's a job, it's $1,000. If you get it done in an hour, that's $1,000. If you get it done in 8 hours, it's $1,000. Let me tell you something. They're going to get it done quicker and faster because the price doesn't change. So, they want to bang it. I got one guy, I work with about every other month or so. So he's not my main guy. He's like a B+ guy. But I mean, he's the kind of guy that will stay till 8, 9 o'clock because he's in the middle of tiling the kitchen floor and he will not stop till the floor is done. My A player guys, they leave at 4:30, 4:45 almost every single day. And it doesn't bother me anymore. It used to. So,
I think if your A player guys, just because, so I'm thinking about like, if you've worked alongside these guys in the past, to your point about seeing them sit down, if you've worked alongside them in the past and you've seen them just like hammer it for an hour or two, as hard as they go, and then when they get tired is when they make a mistake and get hurt. Like, God forbid you push them and they get hurt. So like an A player will know when he's reached his limit and back off a little bit. Let them, encourage them to take a breath, because the last thing you want is that happening on your job site. I know we'll probably dig into this later in the day in a different section, but since you just said it now, I don't want to forget it, because I used to be that guy that would show up and want to hammer these guys for taking a break, not realizing they're breaking because they need a break. Like, right? They've been loading material for the last hour. Like, the physical human body needs a rest. Let them rest. Encourage them to rest. Encourage them to go home when they're tired, not to be sleep deprived, wandering around with a freaking circular saw.
Right. Safety is more important than anything. 100%.
But you wouldn't know that, right? Like somebody newer to the game running their first project is all about the timeline. They're all about the pressure they're getting from their lender. They got to get it done. They got to get it sold. They got to close. And so they're going to drive these tradesmen as hard as they possibly can. And what you do is you burn them out. You probably even have an A player on your job. You wouldn't even know it because you've been pushing them so hard. You burned them out, and they don't want to work with you anymore because now you're not the A player. They still are. So, I mean, and that comes with time. So I just, since Randy kind of planted the seed, water it a little bit. I know throughout the course of the day today, we're probably going to dig into it some more.
No, that's great. So let's go to Gabe for one of the first initial deals. Unless Nick, you had something to add?
No, I want to hear what Gabe has to say. Yeah. How'd you get into the business, Gabe? What were you doing?
My first deal, we still do 1 or 2 of these a year, but we got into what was supposed to be a cosmetic rehab. I did everything wrong, like a lot of folks do on their first one. I brought in day labor and was dropping them at the site and then disappearing to the town to put in for permits or go to a utility company and put in for inspections or whatever. I was disappearing for half days at a time. And so over the course of a week, I was dropping these guys off, picking these guys up. And each time I'd show up, they had done more demo than was intended. So what was supposed to be a kitchen and 2 bathrooms turned into essentially a gut rehab because I didn't run my trades. I didn't run my demo guys. At the end of that week, I just showed up on the job site on a Saturday like today and just like broke down and said, what the hell happened here? What am I doing here? Right. So I had no real understanding of what lied ahead. All I saw was a gutted out house when I was supposed to have a gutted out kitchen and 2 bathrooms. So I just dug in. I said, okay, let's start bringing in tradesmen. And I made a lot of mistakes. I shadowed the guys so I could see what they were doing. Ultimately, it was a great deal. So the deal was forgiving. We wound up doing really, really well on it. But what that taught me was like, hey, you are capable of so much more than you realize. So on the next one, stretch. Like always and ever be looking to scale and grow and stretch because you didn't mean to do a full gut rehab, but you did one and you made money and you didn't die. So like it can only get better from here. And then the next one was an ADA level. We quickly jumped. So then ADA levels, and over time it's evolved to new constructions and now commercial development. But that first deal still, I don't remember what I bought and sold for. And I remember where it was. I remember we made $86,000 on it. So I remember some of those details, but
even after it turned into a gut rehab.
Well, yeah, there's the beauty is that one thing you can't change is the location of your flip. So I happen to have bought a Cape in the most desirable section of Union in Putnam Manor. So by them, it was a blessing. Them gutting the house out like unintentionally forced me to like really like push and finish this thing out and max this thing out. Otherwise I would have probably just done a quick in and out and made a couple of bucks. But since they did what they did, I said, okay, I got no choice now. And since it happened to be in the most desirable section of town, it commanded the highest premium. And so we were fortunate in that sense. I mean, I could have gotten smoked.
So yeah, it definitely seems like it ended up working out well, and down the road.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then from there, like I said, it's an ever like evolving thing for me. Like, how can I add more value? Each and every time I looked for opportunities to add more value. Like, okay, on the next one, we're going to do an addition. On the next one, we're going to add a level. On the next one, we're going to rip the house down, put up a house, then rip down the house and put 2 houses. So, that's always been and that speaks back to my original big picture definition of fix and flip and how it like directly correlates to the purest form of entrepreneurship, which is adding value to the market as much as you can so you can be compensated as much as possible.
If that was not in as a desirable area, then it would just be an in and out transaction, correct?
I would have done direct replace, right? I would have just put cabinets back where they were. I would have put a toilet back where it was. I would have done like really simple, clean paint, some spackle, ripped carpet, finished floors. So even that, I mean, you're pressing, like you're at the upper limit of what I guess most people consider cosmetic there. That was my intention. But when you show up and there's freaking walls missing that aren't supposed to be missing, right, suddenly your scope has no choice but to change. So permits needed to be submitted at that point. Like things had to change, and they did. And I was fortunate in that, like, I had the right people there. I was there. I drove that project to the finish line.
So that was like one of your first, right? So like you didn't even know how to do construction at that time.
My dad's a builder, so my experience with construction is kind of like sitting at the dinner table, watching him review blueprints as a kid, hearing him on the phone. And I don't want to take for granted that is an absolute like a blessing. And that's a gift for me to have that, because when I got into, because I came from the food service industry. So after owning a restaurant for 5 years and transitioning into real estate, like I didn't realize how much subconsciously I had picked up as a kid, just listening to my dad on the phone. Like, cause I visited job sites with him here and there, but I was a kid. What I was kind of internalizing was how tradesmen speak, the lexicon, things that put me on the phone with a tradesman, even after coming out of the restaurant business. And immediately I sound like I know something, even though I didn't know anything.
Right.
That's a benefit. And that's the benefit that the people listening would get from aligning with someone like Randy, right? Like you did early on, because that person's speaking construction, and that matters.
That's awesome.
You know, I just want to give a quick point for, people that are starting new. Things will go wrong. If you're getting into the business and you think that it's all going to go according to plan, you should probably stop now. But I think a takeaway from, Gabe's, Gabe's last little segment there was, if you plan, I guess a better question is, Gabe, answer these two questions if you can. What was your original budget on that rehab ballpark? And then what do you think you spent at the end? I remember it's funny. We always remember what we make. You had 86,000. Yeah. I remember my first one too. I remember the check. It's like 115. So what did you think your renovation was going to be? And after everything went bad, how much did it go to? Because there's a point I wanted to make here.
I think it probably doubled. I think the budget probably doubled. Because once I realized what they had done put me in a position where I had no choice but to go like highest and best, I chose to finish the basement. At that point, or early on, that wasn't intentional. That wasn't an intention. I wasn't going to finish the basement, but then I was like, all right, well, if I'm going to do the rest of this, I better do that. So I think the budget may have been 40 and it jumped to 80. I don't know. I know it about doubled. I don't remember the exact numbers.
Okay.
Go ahead, Randy.
Well, so the thing to take away is with budgets and blowing your budgets, there's a difference between Gabe going into this project thinking it was going to cost $40,000 to do a direct replacement, which remember he said he's going to take a kitchen, demo it, and put it right back to where it was. We're not moving layouts and stuff because there's additional costs there. But it's not like he went in there thinking my direct replacement is going to cost $40,000 because I was hiring all these cheap contractors and they all flopped on me and I gave too much deposits. And in the end, it cost $80,000 and I got the same product. When things go wrong and your budget goes up, as long as your budget's going up, but your end product, whatever it may be, you're improving something. So I am notorious for blowing budgets. I hit like 100%, maybe like 95%. 95% of the times I go over budget, but I go over budget on things that I know are going to improve the value of the house. It's just that in the beginning, I was trying to convince myself that I don't need to do it. And when you go so far, you're like, dude, are you really not going to do this one little part? So it is good to understand the difference. Going over budget because you mismanaged or miscalculated versus you were forced to do something else, but you got a value appreciation. So sometimes it's okay to go over budget. Don't be so concerned if you do go over budget, because a lot of people stress over that.
Yeah, that's such a solid point. Randy, do you have a second question or are you complete at the moment?
No, I'm good.
So Gabe, I'm curious because I can't even imagine what that conversation was like, with your lenders or whoever in essence came in on the deal with you for the financing, because, you presented the opportunity to them. I'm sure like, it's going to be a $40,000 rehab. We're going to be in and out. We're going to make, a little bit of profit and it's going to work out. And then it turns up being a whole new story. So if you're open to it, would you mind discussing just kind of what that conversation was like and the lenders receptive to the information that you were sharing with him at the time?
Good question.
Yeah, this is gold. So I can't go back to my lender with my tail between my legs and say, guys, I screwed up on my first deal, because I had presented myself as someone who like knew what they were doing, right? I had shown them this beautiful model of this deal. Like I had presented myself as an investor who knew what he was doing. Suddenly I'm standing in this gutted out house and I'm the investor who doesn't know what he's doing. I'm like everybody else. So there was no way I was going back to my lender. Like, so I liquidated a 401k. I used my own money to fix my mistakes. And
Awesome.
they don't, I mean, that lender's still with me now, 5, 6 years later. I don't know that they know the nuances of this story. I think they know kind of how it happened. What
They know now.
yeah. What they say is that like Gabe's a good operator. He's a reliable sponsor. He will die on the sword, right? Like I will bleed out of my eyes to make sure that my lenders are paid back like that. And I mean, that goes so far with people to know that like you're a loyal, like you will deliver no matter what. On that deal, I had no choice but to deliver. They put their faith and their trust and their dollars in me. I wasn't going to go back to them and say, guys, I screwed up. On my first deal, we're a month in and shit's going sideways. Like, and sure, they'd understand because that's the business they're in. But for me, that wasn't an option. I went and found it. I had it. Fortunately, I pulled it out of a 401k, but like you can go find it. If you find yourself in that position, if it makes sense, don't throw good money after bad. Like Randy made an amazing point. Like if you're going to force appreciation by like putting in the extra dollars, then someone will give you those dollars because the numbers are going to make sense. So that was how I handled it in that particular case.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that speaks a lot for his character, which is, I love that story because one, we're being open and honest about it. And guys, like on this panel, like I have nothing to hide on these. Of all the deals that we've done, we've probably lost money on 2 of them. I lost $10,000 on one, and another deal we lost $8,000. But at the end of the day, my lenders never lost a penny. We didn't say, "Oh, we can't pay you as much interest." Nope, they got their full amount. They got their interest. It came out of our pocket, and we're saying, you know, make sure that your lenders are always happy because if you burn them once, they're going to question you. And it's not a matter of, well, I question if Randy knows what he's doing or Gabe knows what he's doing. It's more of a question, if I put my money out on this project with them again, is it at risk? Their money will never be at risk. So, yeah, I mean, 2 out of, I don't know, 150 deals, I'm okay with losing 1 or 2. Not a big deal.
Right.
But, yeah, make sure that your lenders always get paid. And like Gabe said, you know, he didn't want to go back and ask his lenders, and I do the same thing. The last job that went over budget, it went over budget, you know, for reasons, but that came out of my pocket. I'm not asking for any more money. It was my choice to do it. If it's my choice, my responsibility, I need to own it. And in the end, I'm happy because it's a great payday. You know?
I've gone back to a lender and asked for more money to upsize the scope when, like you, to your point earlier, I tried to do something smaller. I didn't model it the right way originally because I was like, let's get in and out of this thing relatively quick. Let's just do, you know, whatever the case is. And then I'm looking at this thing and my architect is saying like, you're only going to do this. Like the upside here is infinitely higher. You gotta really maximize this thing, which speaks to that point I made on that first call we did where like every opportunity, what's the highest and best here? And so I've had to go back after like I tried to rein in the scope, come to the realization that I was being silly, right? There's opportunity here. Let's go. Go back to the lender, say, hey, look, I mismodeled this. Like there's way more opportunity here. Are you guys comfortable with putting another 100K into this thing? Because I know we're going to get another 200K on the out sale. So I've had that dialogue with the lender. They appreciate that. They respect that.
So what's cool right there is you didn't catch that, but your team player did because you clearly had an A-player architect who was not looking out for, hey, Gabe's hired me to do this drawing. I'm going to make whatever the drawings are, 3,000, 4,000. But you have an architect that's saying, is this the best thing that we could do? Like, how can this be better? And what the architect I was using, same thing. They always look out. And that's when you're like, okay, this guy's got my back. You know, he may have made an extra $1,000, whatever it was, but he just put an extra $100,000 in my pocket. Like, that's the guy you need. And those are what I mean by A players. They look out for you because when they look out for you, you know what? This is a great relation with Nick. Nick has always looked out for me since day one that I met him. So whenever he asks me for anything, I don't question him. And I'll do whatever he needs, whatever he asks, because I know he always has my back. So I got to always have his back. And that's why we have such a great symbiotic relationship there. So with your architect, great player there. Because a lot of people just do what you say.
Right. Money well spent. You've seen that plan set. That was that like 11-page plan set.
I remember that.
So it sounds like an A player is somebody that's not just capable of doing what you want them to do, but they'll also say, hey, you can actually do more, or this is actually something that's going to make it more valuable.
Yeah, the A player looks more. Yeah, the A player looks out more than his own best interest. He will look out the team's best interest.
Right.
I mean, of course, you got to do also quality good work. So it's a factor. Yes, just because you do good work does not mean you're an A player. Because you can have a plumber that does great work, but he's got to understand that there's other trades going on the job site. So if he puts out all his tools, because plumbers like to lay all their pipes out nice and neat all over the place, but it also takes up a lot of real estate. But you got framing guys or electricians. You got to be compassionate about who you're working with, and that's another reason why you don't want to, in my opinion. You don't want to hire out a plumber who doesn't know the electrician, who doesn't know the contractor, because there's going to be a lot of tension because they don't know how to work together. Mm-hmm. So once you find that one A player and your plumber, hey, what's the electrician you suggest? Oh, you got to use John. You got to use Mary, whoever the electrician is, because they already know how to work with each other. They're going to talk to each other differently on the job site. It's pretty cool to see.
Yeah. So they sync. They know they sync.
Right. Yeah. Man, you guys hit the nail on the head here. I got to say, this is probably the absolute best morning session. Talk about a 9 a.m. start. This is a great intro. This is a great way to start this this webinar today. I'm so excited. And just so you guys understand, Randy and Gabe are going to be on here as well throughout the day, and they're going to have another private panel where we're really going to be diving into the contracting aspect and just really a little bit more details about their business. So make sure you guys are staying in tune for that later on. I think to just kind of wrap up here, I have a few more minutes with you guys before we bring on the financing gurus for today's show. But what would you guys say is, the biggest risk to the fix and flip business? Like me as a newbie investor, what are some things that you would say I kind of need to look out for, whether I'm wanting to get into my first fix and flip or maybe even interested in my first at a level? We'll start with Gabe for this one.
The biggest risk is overpaying for the deal. Like you can't fix that. Like if you buy in and you got a little bit anxious and like you got into multiple bid situation and like now you've overbought. Like and I'll tell you one thing, I've finished out a deal flat. It's the worst feeling. One of the worst feelings in the world is to finish out a deal knowing there's no money in it, but you have to finish it. Like you have to finish it to make your lenders whole. You have to finish it to get your money out. Like that's one of the worst feelings. The next worst feeling is a finished house sitting on the market lingering. But there's ways to get around that, which I think we'll talk on later in the day today. But does that answer? Is that like to the spirit of the original question?
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, no, that's spot on. And because
I agree, we all agree, I think.
Yeah. I mean, for today, Gabe, do you see people overpaying for products and projects in today's market right now, where we're currently at?
Yeah, like we were fortunate early on. I'm late to the game anyway, but like there were opportunities to buy things out of competition. You weren't bidding in competition for opportunities. You were picking things off the MLS at asking price or below asking when I first started doing deals. Now there's like, that's why marketing is what it is. That's why people are blasting postcards. That's why there's ringless voicemails and text magic and ballpoint marketing. People will handwrite your letters for you. Like there's just that much demand for deal flow, for inventory, that the marketing is springing up the way it is. So in the end, what I'm finding is that like if you're direct to seller and you're getting that deal and you're not necessarily competing, you're getting a good price, great. But if you're bidding in competition and you're paying premiums for deals just to get into deals, I mean, the worst thing I hear is it's okay if I don't make any money as long as I learn. Guys, like there's a better way to learn. Like just model us, just shadow us, just lend to us. Like you can learn for free. You can learn and get paid. In my program, it's called Learn and Earn. You can learn and get paid. So if you want to do a deal just to learn and come out flat, there's a lot better ways to spend your time. So yeah, I know I'm soapboxing here.
They're not even coming out flat if they learn to earn with you. Right? Can you guys hear me? I'm saying they're not coming out flat if they're if they learn and earn with you, because they're actually going to make money. And that's actually a really good point that you just brought up, Gabe, because right now the market is very competitive, and it's like chances are you're working to like buying deals on MLS, you're gonna probably be buying a deal and not making any money on it. And I think one of the easiest way to make money right now, if you have a lot of money or you just want to get in the game, is to just work with Gabe or Randy, either as a private lender or whatever capacities that they're open to, and get involved that way. I mean, one thing for sure, it's gonna work out. You know, the deal is gonna work out, and the opportunity to learn is the plus.
I think last week when we spoke, we talked about how the market has been so forgiving over the last couple of years that people are buying in on these opportunities. They're overpaying on the front end. They have no business buying this deal at this price. I know what we could do it for. They're not going to get it done any cheaper unless they're literally swinging hammers themselves at night and on the weekends. But then they wind up coming out flat or making 5, 10K at the end, but they didn't really make any money. The market made them money.
Right.
They got lucky. And that's been happening a lot. And that's a false sense of security. It's like you didn't do a good deal, right? The market saved your ass. So you got to buy these deals right. You got to model these deals tight. And then you got to execute on your scope. And then when the market continues to appreciate, that's a gift. That's a blessing. Like I'm getting as lucky as I am good, right? Like when I do a flip in Maplewood or in Westfield and the market's appreciating 6 to 7% year over year, and I'm holding something and I'm modeling it and then selling it 6 months later at 60,000 more than I modeled it at. Like that's not me being good, guys. Like that's me being good and lucky. Like I made money with the original like out sale modeled price, but now I'm making that much more because the market's been as forgiving as it has been. So I want people to like think about that when you're looking at your acquisitions.
Yeah, this point is spot on because the market can also go down. And if you're not buying right, like you're going to be if you're buying based off the fact that it's going up, like you're going to be in an even tighter position. So thank you so much for speaking on that, Gabe. You guys are getting real live details here, baby. I love it. All right. Oh, someone saying I love NJREIA and New York REIA. We love you, everyone. It's all love, baby. All right, Randy, let's wrap this up here. Talk to me about kind of your perspective of what you see as, you know, the biggest risk, or me as someone who's new, what do I really need to, you know, keep my head on a swivel about when it comes to the fix and flip space?
All right, I will keep it quick and short. I'm just going to piggyback real quick off Gabe's is about overpaying. You know, right now, like you said, you can get away with overpaying because the market's forgiving. The challenge that you're going to have there is if you start that now or you started the last year, you're going to get used to that. And when that market tanks and the market crashes, your model is going to destroy you. So it sucks to lose a bid. It really does. But I lose 15 out of 16, 15 out of 17. So you got to have a lot going out there, but you got to stay true to your rules. You got to set your own rules and your parameters and be okay with being beat out by the guy that wants to do one rehab, a flip on the side because he's got another 9-to-5 job. He's always going to beat you. It's a fact. Get over it and then save yourself. The other risk is going to be overconfidence, I believe, and not being honest with yourself. If you're doing your first flip or you've only done a couple, to not be honest and say, oh, I got kind of lucky here and not learn from your mistakes, or overconfidence saying, I've never done an $80,000 or $100,000 rehab. I've only done like cosmetic, carpet and paint, but I'm going to try this one and not really consult anybody. Maybe it's an older house. Like maybe you're not thinking about the sewer line that's being cracked or broke because you can't see it. So if you're going in overconfident, there's a high risk you're going to lose out. So one of the things you could do is bring on another investor. Bring me on, for example. You know, maybe we do a joint venture. Maybe you're using my crews, so you're going to learn, because you really should get through 3 with somebody if you don't really know what you're doing. Yes, you will make less profit, but the point is you will make profit. So joint venturing or hiring a mentor, it doesn't have to be me, it doesn't have to be Gabe. There's a lot of other rehabbers out there.
It's just these two are the most honest.
Well, no, you know what? All the other rehabbers I know are also honest because I don't hang around the rehabbers that are not honest.
Sure.
So, you know, if you're in Piscataway area, E-Jazz, you guys might know him. All right, give him a little plug right there. I trust that guy. You know, you see him around a lot. I saw his business card yesterday at the pizza place. That's why I brought him up. But yeah, don't let the market save your ass. The bottom line. Don't be overconfident. Be honest with yourself and humble until you get to the point. That's probably one of the biggest risks, not being honest with yourself. What just happened?
I love it. Guys, we hit on a lot of really awesome points here. We got to hear these amazing individuals, stories and kind of how they got into the game, and really got to kind of dive into the basics of, the fix and flip space and all that stuff. I know you guys have a lot of questions for Gabe and Randy. So they will be back on here. I think your guys' session is at
noon, or no, Randy's back on at 11. I think I'm on at noon.
Yeah, so they'll be back on here within the next few hours. So make sure you guys have your questions ready. We're going to be diving in even deeper on the next session. But overall, I had a lot of fun on that. So you guys want to do any final words before we get our next session going here?
Final words?
I mean, there's a lot coming. I got some surprises for you guys at the end.
Yeah. Talk about that. What are these surprises like?
All right. Well, I'll give you a quick one. A lot of people always saying, like, when you're hiring your contractor, what scope of work should I use? What does it look like? I'll give you mine. What does my contractor contract look like? I'll give you mine. What does the an indemnification and a hold harmless agreement look like? I don't know. I'll just give you mine. How about that stuff? Like giving away stuff like that. I'll give that away. It'll all be at the end for whoever sticks on.
That's awesome.
Awesome.
I don't think I was even expecting this, because I never asked you to do that. But you're going out.
Yeah, but it makes it easy for everybody else. Which, by the way, I'm not an attorney, so have your attorney check the documents. It's for educational purpose. So whatever that disclosure is, I'm just trying to help you guys.
But you use it. You do.
Yeah.
I think we're opening with a lot of like strategy stuff, and we're keeping it high level, big picture. Yeah. We're setting the tone for what's going to be tactical. To Randy's point, tools, tips, tricks, tactics. Like throughout the course of the rest of the day, we'll get into the weeds with people. We teased at a couple of things, but let's set the tone up high, get people, like Randy's point about awareness. Like I want to drop that again. Like guys, be aware, get self-aware, spend today, like understanding what you're really good at, what genuinely you are the best in the world at. And then know that there's people like us out there that can do the other things and align with those people. Like, I think that's our big overarching message leading into today. And like I said, it's gonna be a common thread. We're going to come back to it, but we're also going to drip tactics, tools, resources. Randy's going to give you stuff. Like what?
All right. That's awesome.
Okay, but I'm going to have you give something too, because you said on the last segment that we spoke on, it was like your 50 some odd step. I have that.
Oh yeah.
I'm not going to do it. Yeah, like that's a powerful one. I like that one.
Yeah, happy to share that later today.
Yeah, Lisa and Herbert are ready for that stuff.
Yeah.
They're ready.
Lisa's saying yes, Randy. Bottom line is, guys, we're going to keep this bad boy rolling. So, Randy, Gabe, we appreciate you guys, and we'll see you guys soon, all right?
Sir.
Thank you guys.
Right.
Thank you guys.
So, go ahead, Nick.
Don't forget to do Q&A. Like, you should save the last like 5 minutes.
Yeah. We're doing that.
People know. Like, you can talk to whoever, but like let people know, like, hey, ask your questions now, and then it'll log up.
Perfect. You staying in here for a few seconds, Nick?
Do you need me?
I was going to ask you, just you and Yurick, real quick. What did you guys think of that last session? Any like one or two nuggets that you want to review real quick before we bring in Matt and Chris?
You're right. Go ahead.
So buy right? Like it's super important. I mean, I got burned my first flip I did. I just bought right? Because I bought it below fair market value as is, and that they really talked about it. Don't just swing it, right? Don't go, I just want to get the experience. Let me just buy anything. You'd rather just go partner up and maybe like, Randy and shadow them, get a mentor. If you want to just learn, get a mentor, get an educational, get like hands-on through somebody else's project. But you got to buy right. You definitely have to buy right. You have to have wiggle room, and you want to kind of have somebody else check the numbers, right? Like another thing is like hard money lenders. You want to make sure that if they say no to the project, they're like, oh, you know what? I'm going to just put my own capital, my own cash, and I want to make it work. You gotta like listen to people around you. You gotta listen to what people are saying. Be aware.
Yeah, I think that was a great point that Gabe said that, because that hard conversation is hard.
Yeah,
and it's something that you can have after it's done. And so the one of the things that people talk about is like, oh, you can do this business with no money. It's true.
Yeah,
but you run into problems. That money has to come from somewhere.
Yeah,
and at times it's gonna have to come from you, and if you don't have it, then you got to figure out where to get it.
That's exactly what Gabe said, because he had to use his IRA to make the deal go through. So I mean,
exactly. And the thing is, like, it's kind of like it's IRA money. It's like you're gonna get penalized if you pull it out, but no, that's not it, dude. Like you're gonna have to do what is necessary, and you're gonna have to pay for that penalty and eat that up. But the most important thing you get out of it is, hey, you get to use this money again.
Yeah.
And that's the real value. But what I got out of the segment that I was not expecting was the A player concept.
Yeah.
And, they both were like, yeah, we're working with A players, and we're looking for A players. And so I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting like, I mean, I'm coming from a perspective of I do the business, but I'm not necessarily in the business. I'm not the guys I'm not Randy, I'm not Gabe, where they've got down the technical skills of the business so well that they know what they're looking for. And so because of that, I was not aware of the A player concept, but they are very aware of it, and they know what they know the secret questions, the cues, how to tell if you're really an A player. So they don't, not only they know about the A player concept, they know how to tell if you're one. And so I was not expecting that. I was expecting instead special questions you should ask people. It's not just the question. It's the question. It's how they act. It's how they walk, how they talk. Like it's a whole thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a simple question. So
exactly. Because your business is more like hands off. You want to kind of like take 8 players, put them together as a team, and just have bang them out and just get it done.
It's like what Gabe said. He was like, you could be working with A players and not know it. Like I didn't know I was working with Randy as an A player. I didn't know he was an A player until I went down to Philly and I found everybody was like an F player down there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's spot on, man. I remember Randy saved me from a few rehab projects when I was just first starting off. And first thing that he did when he first walked onto the job site was he was asking me about the guys that I hired. And right off the bat, he was like, I can tell your guys aren't A players. And I'm like, what does that mean? And so it's so awesome to hear Gabe and Randy kind of reiterate that important point, because you are at the end of the day who you surround yourself around. And so like it's going to be a fire show. I'm excited. You guys ready to get this next session started?
Absolutely.
Sure.
All right. Let's bring in our next A players this evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have my man, Matthew Weber, in the building. What's up, Matt?
Hey, good morning, everybody.
Hey,
Morning, Matthew.
We got Chris Alessio in the building. Say what's up, Chris.
What's happening there? How we doing? Good morning, everyone.
All right,
morning, Chris.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know you guys have a lot of questions on financing, right? We hear Randy, we hear Gabe talking about how they're putting these deals together, how they're doing the fix and flips, and how they got these sources of capital. We have 2 guys on this call right now, Chris and Matthew. These guys literally specialize in the financing space when it comes to fix and flips and real estate in general. And not only that, they're both investors themselves, so they're going to be able to give us some very critical perspectives when it comes to how to obtain loans, right? What's the correct way to do it? What do we need to be like? And this is just going to be a fire session because these 2 guys are rock stars. I've done business with both of them. Amazing guys. So, Chris, Matthew, we're excited to have you. You guys fired up to be here with us?
You know it.
Yeah, buddy.
All right. All my audience members, I want y'all to drop it in the comment section and say good morning to Chris and Matt. Let's show some love to them. All right, let's show some love to my guys here. We got Antonia. She's saying, good morning, Chris and Matt. Ooh, good morning, good morning. Come on, baby. Let's get the energy rolling. All right, gentlemen, let's dive in here. So would you guys please give our audience a nice little introduction? We'll start off with Chris.
Morning, everyone. My name is Chris Alessio. I'm a direct lender with Freedom Mortgage. I'm also a full-time investor. Been in real estate for about 10 years. Prior to getting into real estate, I was I built a company, a third-party distribution company that was very, very successful. Wasn't really passionate about the work, decided to get into real estate. I always had a passion for real estate. So I started doing some deals on the side, educating myself. And lo and behold, 10 years later, here I am. Full-time lender, full-time investor. I own multifamilies, dabble in a bit of wholesaling. Not too much of that, to be honest with you, lately, especially with how crazy the other avenues in my business have become. But I got into this business by surrounding myself around like-minded individuals, like these groups, like coming to Nick Tang events and stuff like that, and really got to cultivate an amazing relationship with the A players. And, that's how pretty much my business grew organically through that. So I'm very happy to be here. Hopefully I can drop some knowledge, offer a lot of value to the team, to the group, and looking forward to the panel.
All right. Matt, please give our audience an introduction, please.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Yarek, Elijah, welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you for having me on. Chris, good to see you. You're looking sharp. My name is Weber. I'm with Alpha Funding Partners. I'm a chief revenue officer. So my day-to-day business is handling all things business development, marketing, sales. But at the end of the day, Alpha Funding Partners is a direct private capital partner. Everyone's always looking for that partner who can come in as your money partner and fund all of your deals and basically take care of everything from all things finance. And that's basically what we are. You don't have to necessarily go to a bank to necessarily get funding through us. We do have a process, but obviously we're here to back real estate investors, whether you're a first-time flipper, you're just getting in, or if you're working on new construction, you're doing some development projects. We go from all ends of the spectrum. But really excited to be here. We're going to drop a ton of nuggets. Chris obviously has some tremendous products on the traditional side. Us on the private side, obviously we have some really cool things, and really excited to kind of unpack all of that today.
Yeah, overall, people want to know, how do they get into a project when it comes to financing? And I know both these guys have amazing products, and their teams in general, they work around the clock for borrowers like ourselves and people that are watching, to make sure that we have the best service. So we're excited to have you guys. Yurik, let's start this off.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys for coming on. Thank you for sharing your knowledge and time. I've seen you guys before. This is a little bit different. We're doing, a lot of web, we're doing online. Definitely different when you do in person. You're shaking hands and networking. Guys, everybody who's tuning in, make sure you connect Chris and Matt, because these are the people you want to be in network with. And again, guys, thanks for your time. So when it comes down to, let's say, you mentioned a few about 2020, 2021, things have changed. Chris, you were doing more like flips, you were investing, hands-on, and now you're focusing more on lending. Has lending changed in 2021 versus 2020 and 2019?
The question is how is lending changed?
Yeah.
How is
lending is ever evolving. Okay. So definitely 2021, it changed a lot in 2020, I'd say, but it's still continuing to change in 2021. Guidelines there's something that we use in the industry we call guidelines, right? Lending guidelines. They're always going to change. They have gotten a little stricter, I will say, in the sense of if you own multiple properties, they're going to want to see, a lender is going to want to see more reserves. The moratoriums that are out there right now, where there's a lot of renters in certain areas that are not paying their rent, can a landlord foot that bill, pay the mortgage when your tenants are not paying? That is, the reserves have gotten a little strict. Maybe the reserves were no reserves on a property. Now coming into, if you have any finance property, now then maybe they're asking for 6 months per finance property. So it really just depends on the scope of the borrower. They're looking at the borrower's, liquidity a little bit more. They're looking at their track record a little bit more. Everything is just kind of gone in with a fine-tooth comb. They don't want to, the people that are lending the money, the actual direct lenders, Alpha, Freedom, we are not trying to end up in another 2008, 2009. So they want to keep the stability of the market going, and they're going to look at those things. So they're going to look at how you run your books. How much do you write off on your taxes? Those are all things about, the health of a borrower, the health of a deal. The lending, and those are some of the biggest things that I've seen change over the past 12 months.
So it seems that things have kind of tightened up in a way for, people in general when it comes to getting a loan today. Is that correct?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, to be honest with you, no, in the sense of, they're not super. I'm going to try to keep this to the, the fix and flip theme of today, but they haven't really tightened up too much in the sense of, buying and getting pre-approved for mortgages, even for our fix and flip program, which is completely different than Alpha's. But it's a really, really great program that, like, you know, getting in for somebody who has no experience that, like, you know, can do a fix and flip. And then they don't have to GC the job, you know, they get a GC and they can basically shadow their own GC and watch the whole deal come together and pay, you know, really low interest and, you know, and be able to put the whole thing together. So even in that, it's not terribly strict to get into that product. But in general, the whole industry, yeah, it's just tightened up a little bit. It's still not hard to get a mortgage. I mean, it's really not dramatically different to get a mortgage as it was a year ago. The only difference is really when it comes to a portfolio, in the sense of, if you have multiple properties, you are an active real estate investor, you're self-employed. That has kind of gotten a little bit more scrutinized, as to say, like, okay, if you're self-employed, how much money are you showing? You may have to, if you didn't file your 2020 taxes yet, when most self-employed borrowers have not, they're going to ask for P&Ls, you know, where previously P&Ls weren't really needed on a traditional lending side. Now we're asking for P&Ls. They want to see the health of the business. How are you trending? And that's not a filed return, but at least that's a snapshot into how the actual borrower is on a health of their financial status. It gives you a pulse. It gives the lender, it gives the underwriter a pulse. Look, we're here to lend money. Alpha's here to lend money. They want to make sure that the deal that they get into and we get into with the borrower, that you guys make money. We're not here to just like, oh, let me just lend you our money and hopefully you default so then I can take your asset. We're not in the business of owning assets. Yeah. We're in the business of lending money. We want you guys to make money, and we will be your partner to help to facilitate that. But if the deal doesn't make sense and the borrower doesn't have the financials that make sense, then it's not a sound transaction. Then yeah, there's going to be tighter guidelines. But we're here to help guide it and help lend the money so you guys can make money. We like to see other people make money, and then rinse and repeat.
Love it, Chris. Yeah, that makes sense. So pretty much right now you're saying lenders are a little bit more hands-on, right? Profits and loss statements are definitely something that goes over versus something that wasn't looked at before. And people are just really making sure. So let's say 2008 crash, when the banks were giving out, if you have a pulse, hey, here's a loan. Now it sounds like lenders are more active and they're making sure that, hey, is this the correct deal for you or whatnot? Or, like, you know, if let's say somebody wants to buy a portfolio, you want to make sure, like, kind of a hands-on experience. Awesome.
Yeah, definitely.
Matthew, how about yourself? How are you seeing things have changed when it comes down to lending? How are you guys lending and so forth?
Yeah, like Chris was just talking about how things are ever changing. But what I will tell you is that things are probably as awesome as they've ever been. The only thing I would say is, obviously, anything in life, obviously, when things happen, right? When we go through some issues, some troubles, obviously, hopefully you learn from them. And obviously, when you look at when we had the crash back in 2008, there were certain things that obviously now, as we're moving forward, we're probably not going to let happen again. Just like this past year, I think that there was maybe a little bit, I think, from the private lending side, and I'm talking about hard money, maybe things were a little bit, I think we were a little bit more lax on certain things. And I'm talking about specifically where somebody sends in an application, they write in their personal financial statement that they have $100,000 in cash available. And they're like, okay, I can do this deal. And we get on the phone. You're like, yeah, you have 100,000. And they're like, yeah. And they're like, okay, cool. Well, now, obviously, after COVID, we can't just take people's word for it. So some of the things that we've kind of like, bank statements are probably here for the long term. So if you're working with a lender, whether you're working with Alpha or working with any other lender, you're most likely going to have to provide bank statements. I think the private equity side, just capital is going to require you to provide documentation for your proof of liquidity. And from our side, we don't necessarily need bank statement, W-2s or tax returns. But having the proof of liquidity, that's definitely here to change. But if you look at the programs are as good as they've ever been. Obviously, we have to verify certain things. Like if you say you've done deals, well, now you're just going to have to show us the actual HUDs, right? You gotta, if you're going to talk the talk, you got to walk the walk. If you're going to say you did 3 deals, we're just going to need to see that purchase HUD. We're also going to need the sale HUD, or if you refinance. But I would say, other than that, things are awesome, and it's been really exciting over the last couple of months to see how things evolved.
Go ahead, Elijah.
No, that's awesome. So I know we had actually let's get into the programs first, right? Because I want people to kind of understand how they could best use you. And by the way, guys, we're bringing these guys on as a resource, and these guys are resources from our own personal team. We don't get paid if you guys work with them, just a disclosure. But these guys are valuable resources in the New Jersey, Philly, and New York markets. So I want you guys to best understand what's the best way to work with them. Or if you have a product or a house that you're looking at, when do you need to bring it to the lender? Okay. And I see you guys posting questions about the financing. Please keep your questions coming. We're going to pin those up here in a second. But to start off, would you guys just kind of mind walking through, right? Me as a fix and flip investor, let's say there's a property that I want to buy and I want to come to you guys and get pre-approved, right? What is that process like? And then after we get done with the pre-approval, let's dive into some of the programs that you guys offer to fix and flip investors. And let's start off with people that are new to the business. Let's start with Matt for this one.
Yeah, absolutely. So Alpha Funding Partners, we are a capital partner. And when I say that, I truly mean that, viscerally. Like, we're here to partner with you and help grow with you. If you're a new investor, we're obviously going to walk you, and there's a lot more hand-holding in the process, but we can go down some different paths. If you find a deal, you come to us, we can obviously take a look at it as you bring it to us. But I think something that you just brought up, which is really powerful, is when you're getting into real estate, it's all about surrounding yourself with a really good team. And part of that is a capital partner. And especially if you're new, why not go to a professional, a money partner who's done this before, has experienced tons of things, and align yourself with them. And specifically with us, with Alpha, what we can do is we can pre-approve you going into the process. So if you're looking and you're saying, I want to get into a project, I'm really excited, I want to go find this property, and I'm going to need financing for it. Well, don't get it under contract and then come to us. What we can do is, and I think it's really powerful, is getting pre-approved in front, right? Get your ducks in a row ahead of time. What you do is you come to us. What we do is we'll take a look at you as the borrower. Whenever we're evaluating whether or not we can approve your loan, we're going to ultimately look at the deal itself, and we're going to look at you, the borrower. Now, obviously, if the deal's not there right now, what we'll do is we'll just look at you. We'll look at your personal financial statement. We'll kind of see what your assets and liabilities look like. We'll look at your credit. We'll see how, what you have from your credit lines to, how you make your payments. And then at the same time, we'll also get to know you just on a personal level. And if there's something that we can do, maybe we can introduce you to a resource like this group right here. Tremendous amount of resources available, but if we can connect you personally with somebody, we'll do that. Once you're pre-approved, what happens with Alpha after you submit that application and we complete the borrower interview and you're pre-approved and you have an idea of what I can handle, maybe you can up to $500,000, right? We might be able to give you a working line of $500,000 to go out, go purchase, go shopping for a deal. And now all of a sudden, you know that you're pre-approved with us. You know that we can fund you as long as the deal makes sense. That's extremely powerful. When you're going to make an offer and they're going to say, well, I need to see the money. I got to see that you have, the funds available. Oh, here's a proof of funds letter. And also, I would like to make an offer for this property. I'm pre-approved with this lender. I have a capital partner. And I also know that this is going to be a really good deal. I'm super excited about this. You're going to go in so confident. So I think it's really powerful knowing that if you can kind of get your ducks in a row and be pre-approved ahead of time. I think that's a great idea. And obviously with Alpha, with newer investors, but any investor, if you're experienced, we can obviously get you set up and pre-approved with us.
Yeah, no, that's spot on because even if you're presenting your offer to a realtor and if you come to the table and you just text them, oh, I want to buy it for $100,000, your offer is looked at like it's nothing. But if you can come to the table and you can have that pre-approval letter, you can have some sort of writing detailed of why you might be at $100,000 and attach that pre-approval to it, your likelihood of the offer getting accepted has went up by 50%. Okay. And so it's such a good idea just to definitely reach out and start that pre-approval process. And Matt just explained it. I mean, it's very simple. It's very simple, and it's just a conversation, isn't it? Initially, a few documents.
Yeah, all we're looking to do is build a relationship with you. But obviously we're doing it we're doing it responsibly. We're looking at your finances. We're looking at how you handle credit. We're going to be providing you a loan. We just want to make sure that obviously that you're capable of making your interest payments. We want to know that you are, I don't want to, we want to know that you're somebody that we feel confident in, that when we provide you the money for the deal, that you're going to go and you're going to be a great operator. You're going to take this thing from point A to point B to the finish line. But just having us in your corner, just that confidence. And I've worked with Freedom Mortgage, and I know Chris will talk about it in a second, but just, I think when you get pre-approved, or if you have that pre-qualification, there's just a confidence. And I think obviously I'm always somebody who I'd rather, have all my ducks in a row ahead of time rather than jump into something and then try and work my way backwards. So I think just kind of, if you're looking to get into the business and you're looking to build a relationship with a capital partner, Alpha is definitely, we can help you out with your pre-approvals and obviously get you proof of funds. And, it's definitely going to make you feel more confident when you're going out there.
Randy Kuhn says pre-approved is the way to go. It will ease anxiety because you already know before offers accepted if you can buy it. Ask me how. All right, Chris, talk to us about your pre-approval process and is there a huge difference between what?
No, it's very similar. So we look at three things. Pre-approval process is the most stripped down, very basic thing. Okay. It's three things. It's income, assets, and credit. Okay. Income, we look at last 2 years W-2s. If you're self-employed, we look at the returns, the last 2 years of your returns. 1 month of pay stubs, 2 months of bank statements, and a credit check. And the credit check pulls in your credit profile, gives me your 3 credit scores, and it also gives me your credit history and any debts and liabilities that you're currently carrying that are on your personal name. Very simple. You pull that together, I got a full file. I love the word confidence that Matt used, because I tell people all the time, it's the same reason when, I tell realtors, don't waste your time with a buyer that is not pre-approved, because you don't really, the buyer, first of all, the buyer doesn't know if they're even comfortable making those payments. Okay, you may, oh yeah, I can buy this, and yeah, maybe you can, but you might not like the monthly payment. Okay, so therefore you're going to go out there and start putting offers out there that are not going to be taken seriously by any seller. And also, you don't even know if you're comfortable with the payment. What if your offer does get accepted, which I would find crazy, because I do see people accept offers without pre-approvals, which is a whole nother conversation. But if you do, how do you even know that you're confidently going into that deal, knowing you can make the payments and that you're gonna shop with confidence? So yes, get pre-approved, know your limitations, good, bad, or indifferent. I tell people all the time that, I don't want to get my credit pulled. Okay, no problem. I can't just advise you. I'm here to advise. Whether you use me or you don't, I don't really care. All right. I just want to help you. If I don't know all the facts, I can't advise you accordingly. And sometimes people are afraid to know the truth. They don't really want to know their own true financial because they're afraid to hear the truth. Sometimes the truth isn't even that bad. Or sometimes it's like, hey, all you gotta do is tweak one thing. And now, boom, your credit just jumped up 50, 75 points because you didn't even know you had a $75 medical debt that, you thought you paid that copay, and now that's in a collections, and now your credit is not 750 like Credit Karma says, it's really 650 or something silly like that. Oh, okay, now you can fix that within two phone calls. All right, so that's there's little things like that knowing your capabilities, knowing your limitations, and then maxing out your limitations and saying, all right, let's push it. Let's push it to the max. This is what the max is. Am I comfortable in the max? All right, let's start scaling it back. I use the term very, very often. I say, let's get your docs in. Let's run the pre-approval. And then we start throwing in prospective properties and we reverse engineer it. My key thing is reverse engineer it, because I could say you're pre-approved for up for $1 million on a purchase, but you're not going to probably like the payment. So we know where we start. We got our static file, and now it can get a little bit more dynamic, and we can start plugging and playing different numbers and reverse engineer it. But confidence is going to be the one of the biggest things. You can't go out there and be productive in what you do if you don't really know where you currently stand. And any offer that comes in there, if you want to start throwing out offers and you're not pre-approved, nobody's going to take you serious. Not one seller. Well, there are, I shouldn't say none, right? But like the majority of sellers, and definitely the majority of agents, if you're putting a deal out there, they're going to say, put it in writing and get me a pre-approval, and then we'll talk.
Well, but Chris, and you're right. Like confidence closes deals, right? Like if you're not confident, you're not going to put an offer. You're not going to put an offer. It's not going to get submitted. You're not going to be able to close. And kind of like so, just to recap, you got to get pre-approved, right? So people got to reach out to you guys and similar companies that just pretty much get approval and understand what exactly they can actually get a loan for and move forward. And
Let
let's
me
stick
just
with
take
you,
that
Chris.
one step further, Yark. So check this out. So like what Alpha and I are really good at, and Matt and I do this a lot, is that you get someone who comes into and they're gonna go hard money with Matt, right? And they're like, all right, cool. I'm gonna get into my first deal. This is gonna be a buy and hold. So they go to Matt, they go to acquire the property, right? Because no, there's full transparency. I'm a full doc lender. Matt is a semi now full doc lender, right? So just doing COVID, it's going to be easier for you to close a deal and faster if you got a deal that makes sense. There's enough spread in the deal. Go to Matt, okay? Go to Alpha, close the deal quick, renovate it, rehab it, force the appraisal up, and then come to me and do the cash out. And then we'll put you into some long-term program where you're going to have to qualify for it, but it's a long-term program. The interest rate's going to be ridiculously low. It's going to be a fraction, okay? Because where the interest rates are right now, they're in the 3s, they're in the 2s in certain situations. And then what's going to happen is you're going to be able to hold that long-term and pay reasonable interest rate on the deal. How do you know you can even go into the deal, buy it, and then how do you know you're going to actually truly be able to cash out? That means pay off Alpha and then hold the property without having to sell it on the open market because you can't really even afford to hold it on your debt to income ratio. I see this happen very often. People go in, they buy, they have the best intentions, and they don't even know if their exit strategy is even possible because they come to me after the fact. And then I take a look at it, I'm like, yeah, you don't qualify. I'm very sorry. Or you have to do X, Y, and Z to qualify.
Man,
it happens all the time. So I tell people, especially in this space, okay, so you want to acquire, let's have a strategy session. What's your long-term, what's your short-term plays? What are your goals? All right, so if I want to acquire, let me use Alpha. Let me use a hard money avenue and resource like Alpha to acquire. And then come to me and then I'll cash you out and then we'll keep you long-term. But you have to get both perspectives. So like Alpha would come to me and Matt would say to me all the time, hey, did you talk to so-and-so? Did you run their stuff? Like, can they qualify? Because they'll go to Matt and they'll say, Matt, this is what I want to do. I want to buy this and I'm not going to flip it. I'm going to hold this in my portfolio or it's going to be my first one. All right, no problem. Who are you going to do the cash out with? Are you pre-approved to do the cash out? You might want to check with Freedom Mortgage. Call Chris. Yeah. And Chris is going to do it. So Matt's going to check with me. He's going to feel more comfortable in lending that deal to that person because he knows that I'm going to say, hey, no, he's got no problem. This person's going to have no problem exiting and repaying that money within a 12-month time frame to pay off that short-term note. If you don't have that exit strategy, you're covering only half the basis.
So just to like kind of recap, so pretty much Matthew, you do like bridge loans, meaning like hard money loans.
Hold on. No recap here. I want you guys to tell me why would an investor come to you versus going to the other person? Tell me why an investor would come to you versus going to the other. And it's gonna be a little energy here,
Right. Well, first of all,
there's mutual respect, right?
Yeah.
And sure. It's just what makes sense for you. There's no competition here. And first off, you're talking about this is not apples and apples. This is apples and a banana, right? These are two different things. You're looking for two different specific things. For us, I'm going to speak for Alpha obviously first, and with hard money.
Quick question: who's the apple and who's the banana? I'm just curious.
I don't know. Maybe I'll be the banana.
I don't know if I can answer that one.
Yeah.
But
it's so pretty early.
Yeah. So the first biggest thing is I think time is something that you always have to evaluate, right? You're getting into a deal. How quickly do you have to close? Do you have to close in 1 day? Do you have to close in 30 days? Do you need to close in a week? You have to understand how quickly do I need to close, because that's quickly going to either qualify or disqualify you from who you're going to use. If Chris is not able to get the loan closed in a week, then obviously that's not realistic. So you have to quickly. Yeah. And so, but at the same time, do you want to get your loan at 4%? I can't help you getting your loan at 4% because there's no way that my rate's ever going to be below maybe the 8, 9, 10% range. But you have to always weigh out all the things that you're looking for in the deal. You want to know, I want to weigh out, number one, what's the most important thing for me? Is it closing quickly? Well, if it's closing quickly, then maybe you're going to go the private money route. For specifically for Alpha, the reason why we would be a benefit is the fact that we can close quickly. If you're having to get into a deal, and for the most part, people, if you're going to, you look at the market right now, you get a house that you identify that you really, really want to move on, there are 10 people behind you that want to go get that same house, if there is one that's available. And it's been very, very tough. And you've seen a lot of new construction that's been starting because there's just not a lot of inventory available. But if you do find something and you do find someone that is going to sell you the home, they're going to want you to close quickly. Otherwise, there's going to be someone behind you who will close quicker than you. So if you're going to take 30 days, there's another person that will close in 10 or 13 or 14, whatever it is. For us, we can close in usually 2 weeks. If you have an appraisal, if you have title, if you've got your insurance, you have all the docs, we've closed loans over a weekend. There was a gentleman in North Jersey, they call him Mr. Elizabeth. He called us up one weekend or it was a Friday, told me he had to close by Monday. He had the appraisal, he had title. I don't know what it was. I remember it might have been a lender that just couldn't, was just kind of giving them the runaround. We ended up getting this thing done by Monday. It ended up closing on a Monday within 5 days. So I'm not saying we can close in 24 hours, but we can close very quickly. That would be a benefit where if you're going to close quickly, it may be a little bit more expensive. So that's definitely a trade-off. Chris, I'll quickly hand it off to you. What would be a benefit?
Listen, there's a time and a place for everything, right? So it's a different tool in your toolbox, okay? And there's a cost of capital. Let's just call it what it is. And you have to be seasoned enough to, or at least aware enough to understand that, okay? There's always a cost of capital. You go to Alpha, you are going to pay more than you will to me. However, we're talking about a short-term 12-month loan where if you annualize the interest, it's really not that much, but it is more in the say of the long play, right? If you're going to talk about 10%, 11%, whatever their numbers are, I know their rates are starting lower than that. I actually think they start at like 8.99 or something, go up depending on experience. However, not to get into that, but the point of it is that you're not going to pay 8.9 at my bank, all right? You're going to pay in the 3s where traditional mortgages are right now, where conventional mortgages are. So you have to look at the cost of capital. Can they close in that time? Absolutely. Can I? Absolutely not. But also, again, cost of capital. Cheaper cost of capital is a lengthier process. It's a lot more full doc. We're going to check everything to make sure that up until 5 to 10 days before you close, are you still employed? Whether you're self-employed, are you still making money? Or if you're working for another company, are you still employed, actively employed from that company? There's little things like that, but the cost of capital is ridiculously cheaper, and it's a much longer term play. If you're going to if you're going to pay the short term capital like that, it's okay to pay the higher money. It's okay because you need to close quick. Yeah, I'm not closing you in 2 weeks. I'm not. I'll tell everybody that flat out the deal. When people call me and they're like, I need to close this fast. Hey, listen, you should call Matt. Here's his number. He'll close you in 2 weeks. If the deal makes sense, and this is what I tell a lot of people that call me, if the deal makes sense, you can pay the extra money. There's enough spread in the deal to absorb the higher interest, to absorb the points that you're going to pay on the loan, the cost of the money. And I'll never tell a borrower, oh, yeah, I'll close you in 2 weeks. I might not even be able to close you in 3 weeks, depending if you don't have your stuff together and I'm chasing documents. Like 3 weeks could be pushing it. Can we do it? Absolutely. It happens all the time. I do close people in 3 weeks, in 2.5, 3 weeks, but they're buttoned up. These people they have everything. They've been through the process. They know how it works. We request a document. They get it back to us within an hour. It's not a chase. Okay. It's not like we send you a request and then 5 days later we get an answer. So it all depends on the speed of the borrower as well. But if the deal makes sense, you can go to and pay higher interest, and you can go pay for the cost of capital because there's speed to the deal. And I'll never tell a borrower to walk away from a deal if there's enough spread in the deal. I won't say it just to keep it in my own, just to keep it for me to have to lend on it. There's plenty of business out there. I'll be okay. I'll sleep plenty at night knowing that I didn't get that deal, but I also advised you accordingly. I don't want to see you lose a deal. If there's money in it, then go to Alpha and they'll close it.
Exactly. No, that's such a good point. So it sounds like the two main things to factor when coming to, do you go the conventional route or do you go more towards the private, hard money route? Really is time and the cost of capital. And, really just having that goal at the end of mind and then reverse engineering that. It's pretty clear as day, which one of these guys you should work with, like which loan is perfect for the situation that you're in.
Also, just to touch on that, you can utilize Alpha and Freedom in the different levels of your experience. Okay. So like Alpha, cost of capital, a lot more expensive, a lot easier to get into it. Right. So maybe you don't have as much experience. You can get into that where maybe you have problems qualifying at my bank. You might not at his. Okay. So you go to Matt, you do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 deals. Okay. Over 1 to 2 years. Now, all of a sudden you're starting to show some revenue. Use that smart, treat that as a business, not just like, hey, I want to flip a house. Yay. Okay. You flip houses. It's all glorious, right? But treat it like a business. I didn't get into flipping houses just so I can, have an HD TV show. I got in there because it's a profitable way to make money. So if you treat it like a business and you treat your books like a business,
yep,
you can absolutely utilize his cost of capital, his higher expensive cost of capital to build your business and start to show healthy returns. Then all of a sudden you come to me and now you're a much more qualified candidate. And as you get more seasoned in your experience, you're paying less for the money.
Mm-hmm.
When you see guys that are like, 5 years in the business, 10 years in the business, the name of the game is not just how many more deals I can do, how much cheaper can I get on my cost of capital?
Right.
It's huge. Once you start showing big money and smart return, you can start going to banks and they can start leveraging your capital. I'm gonna give a shout out to some of my friends. If you know MB Capital, those guys are the bomb. All right, Nick and Eric, go to them, talk to them. You build up 2 years of business returns, you can start going for lines of credit to help utilize to build your gap money between hard money as well as with Freedom Mortgage Bank money. I'm telling you, there's so many different strategies, but you have to utilize each one of these tools to build more profit into your business. So that way you can start getting cheaper forms of capital along the road.
Yeah, this is such a solid point. And like, I'm sitting here and I know everyone's kind of curious, like, Matt, if we were to come to you, what all do you need to see from us? Like, what do we need in order for you to be like, yes, we're going to give you the loan. Like, let's go. This deal's good. What all do you need to see from us as a borrower in order to kind of, approve a loan?
Yeah. If you are pre-approved, then obviously we've kind of vetted you already. We've gotten your bank statements. We've taken a look at your credit. We've looked at your finances. The deal specifically, obviously, you would be submitting a budget and it's really a deal summary sheet. We call it a construction rehab worksheet. It's really just going to outline the details of the deal, the purchase price, the rehab, the after repaired value, quick little summary of what you're looking to do with the project. Once you submit the budget and that summary sheet, and then obviously once we go through it with you, if you're already pre-approved, as long as the deal looks generally where we want it to be, we're going to order an appraisal. And once that appraisal comes back and we see what the value comes in at, we're going to kind of have an idea of what this loan is starting to look like, and we can kind of get you at the terms. And that's when we would obviously send out our loan commitment. But it's simply, if you're pre-approved, you're taking a lot of this, stress or anxiety or just, this, uncertainness out of the picture. And then it's really kind of, we're just looking at it on a deal by deal basis. And what Chris was saying before about understanding when and when not to use different capital sources. Like for us, we are a low doc lender. If you don't have W-2s and tax returns, and if, for instance, you couldn't submit that to a conventional lender, or if you didn't have the time to wait 30 days or 45 days to have the thing processed, well, then maybe you have to go private. And there's times and places when you would use different types of capital sources. With us, we're a low doc lender. We're really just getting bank statements and we're looking at the deal and make sure that the deal makes sense. And obviously I think you are the biggest asset, the investor, the borrower of ours. We're going to be vetting you. But, to get a loan approval, it's simply, obviously, you're getting us the budget. You're getting us the summary of the deal, and then once we vet that deal, we get the appraisal back. Obviously, then we can kind of set up what the structure of the loan is going to be and get you out your commitment.
Perfect. Chris, is there anything particular that you need from us after the pre-approval to get the loan done?
No, I mean, listen, we're going to, you know, the reality of it is in the COVID world, you're going to, you know, I tell all my borrowers just as time goes on, like if you don't find a deal right away, you know, when next time we talk, send me your updated bank statement, send me your updated pay stub, you know. If we cross over into a new year like we just did, hey, you got a new W-2, send me your new W-2. You know, I asked some preliminary questions. I don't hit your credit twice. I'm not going to go just keep hitting the credit the same way Alpha's not going to do that, you know?
Oh, Jesus.
Say again?
No, I'm saying if I can imagine some lenders are like just hitting it over and over again.
Oh, listen, you have to have rapport with a borrower to understand. This is actually a really big point because I probably at least 8 out of 10 of the first conversations I have with people is like, okay, how long is my pre-approval good for? Which the reality of it is your pre-approval is good for 60 days.
60
and then, you know, and then your pre-approval and then your credit score is good for 120 days. Okay. But what I do is I take it a step further and I say, all right, let's have a conversation. If you give me all your docs in the beginning and I run a credit report and I start to learn about you, we can build rapport. I won't hit your credit report expires. You don't find anything. I'm not just going to go run your credit. I'm going to ask an honest, have a conversation with you. Hey, did you buy a car recently? Did you take out any large debts? Did your credit score drop for whatever reason? You got to be honest with me. Did you lose your job? Did you have a loss of income due to COVID? Just be honest with me. If there's no to all those things, hey, great, perfect. Send me an updated pay stub. I'll reissue you another pre-approval. I will not hit your credit until you find a deal that has to go into processing. You get a deal, you go under contract, then I will have to run your credit to get it, if it's expired, to get it into processing. There's nothing I can do about that. But if it goes on for 8 months, 9 months, 10 months, you still don't find a deal, no problem. I would want the same sort of treatment. You're not going to get that from a lot of other loan officers. They're going to be like, oh, just hit the credit, because they're just pushing paper.
Right.
All right, guys, I have about 10 minutes with these gentlemen, so let's dive into questions here. I see there's a lot of financing questions. If you guys have anything that you need answered when it comes to financing, now is the time to ask it. So please post your questions in the comment section below, and let's get these rolling. So Jose says, do conventional lenders look at fix and flip properties with a different lens when lending to people interested in buying fix and flip? Are there any hurdles to be aware of when it comes to a conventional loan and getting a fix and flip loan with you, Chris?
Now we're going to look at the ARV. Okay, we look at the strength of the bar, the debt to income ratio, and then we look at the ARV. So if it's a pure investment play, you got to put down 15% of the total acquisition plus reno, right? So you put down 15%. Everything else is going to be escrowed. Your taxes are going to be escrowed. Your insurance is going to be escrowed. And then a licensed and insured GC is going to run the whole show. You just have to worry about putting the whole scope of work together. We're looking at, there is a calculation on the formula. It's a lot less strict as far as that number because you've already put down like a 15% of the total project. So that actually the ARV can go up a lot higher on the LTV can go a lot higher on the ARV that a lot of other lenders may not. I don't want to speak for Alpha, but even Alpha and on the hard money space, they might be a little stricter on that because they have that 65% rule that you kind of got to really fit into. And if you don't, you got to put down more money, which is fine. They'll still do the deal, but probably they're going to want more money into it. And that's a protection, right? Because it's a short-term play. They got to be in and out in 12 months. In ours, they're supposed to be, those projects are supposed to close and be soup to nuts done in the construction within 6 to 9 months. But we can play with the LTVs a little bit. We can go a lot higher on the LTV. So
great. Todd says, so I'm pre-approved with you guys, right? I'm pre-approved. I went out, I saw this property. Let's say, I have a rough idea of what it's going to cost me. I looked at some of the, comps. I have a rough idea of what it might sell for. I see that there's profit. I'm interested in doing the deal. Do you guys allow for borrowers to call in to you guys before, putting the the formal offer in and with the seller? Are you guys open to that? Can they run the numbers, guys?
Yeah, absolutely. So that's probably one of the biggest benefits. I think sometimes we're just looking at the tangible things, what you're going to get, what's the cost of capital working with the lender, what are the requirements. From us, from a capital partner standpoint, this is all I do all day, every day. People are constantly sending us in emails, they're texting me, they're coming in through social media and they're saying, I have this deal, can we quickly go through it? I'm going to make an offer. You want to make sure ultimately that it's a good deal for you from a risk perspective, but also from a profit, right? You want to make sure that you're going to make some money. We're here to make money. You're not just doing this for fun. But at the same time, you want to also evaluate the risk. So when you look at those two things, what we're going to do is, as you're pre-approved or they're not even pre-approved, you can always reach out to us. We have a team that's always ready around the clock. What we'll do is we'll go through the numbers with you. We'll look at some different scenarios, and we can obviously look at some different programs, because obviously we do have some awesome options, whether you're on the fix and flip side, or if you're going to be constructing something new construction, or if it's a rental deal and you want to look at it as a buy and hold strategy, as a buy and hold play. We'll look at all the different scenarios with you. We'll give you options. And ultimately, I think this is a powerful thing. When you work with us as your capital partner, we kind of take some of the guesswork out of it, right? We talk about confidence, going in, knowing you have the capital behind you. What about also knowing that you have an expert underwriter? You have an expert in deal analysis, in looking at risk and understanding how to evaluate risk when you're going into deals, rather than you having to do that and figuring out whether it's good for you. Because ultimately, we are not going to lend on that deal if it selfishly, obviously, we have to protect our capital, right? Our interests are with whoever our investors that we're lending to. If it's not a good deal for you, it probably isn't a good deal for us. And if it's a good deal for you, it's probably a good deal for us. So the thing is, when we look at it, ultimately, selfishly, we're also looking at it from our perspective, because we have to protect our capital. We have to be a responsible lender. This is something we do as a profession, right? But we're also going to be looking at it from your perspective. So if you ever want to run through a deal, I implore you, matt@alphafunding.com, info@alphafunding.com is our company inbox. But you can also go to our website, www.alphafunding.com, and there's all kinds of buttons all over the place. Get funded, quick pre-approval, whatever it is. And you can always send over your deal. You can call us. Our phone number is 732-657-2014. And we have a team that is always ready to run through your deal with you and kind of give you some options. And we love doing it.
Matt, did you send me that website info or just your name and the email, right?
It's just matt@alphafunding.com.
Yeah,
and
I can just reach out to you through email, and like you could hook them up with all that stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Perfect. All right, guys, I'm going to be sharing Matt's email in 1 second here. Let's finish up these questions. All right, guys, we got time for a few more questions, so let's run through these. As we come out of COVID-19 and the economy recovers, are approval parameters changing and our hard money? So we already kind of talked about approval parameters a little bit. So what are you guys noticing with cost of capital at the moment? Is cost of capital coming down, or is it staying the same? Is it going up? Let's hit on that real quick. Let's start off with Chris, and then we'll finish off with Matt.
Cost of capital has dramatically dropped. I don't think anybody could have expected where the rates were going to go. So just that alone, I mean, that to have a mortgage these days on a conventional loan, I mean, investment property or primary homeowner property, I mean, interest rates are at an all-time historical lows. Even if they creep up a little bit, they're still at historical lows. 2 years ago, they were in the high 4s and the 5s, and now they're down to the 2s and the low 3s. So cost of capital from a conventional standpoint, I couldn't have found a better, they're not going to get any lower. Or I shouldn't say that. They're still at historical lows
right now. Matt, what have you guys noticed for your side with cost?
Yeah, obviously, I mean, I'm not gonna go through history, but obviously over the last couple months, going back to 2020, things did squeeze and they tightened up a little bit, but I want to focus on the future moving forward. Things are as good as they've ever been. Was there a little bit more of an adjustment where maybe we asked for bank statements, and we're looking at, if you're gonna want to get the best rate, you're gonna have to show your experience, and you're gonna provide us a track record and some HUDs and operating agreements showing you've completed those deals. But rates they're as good as they were pre-COVID, during COVID, after COVID. I'm just going to give you an example real quick. Something I'm super psyched about is just our new construction program, right? People are hopping into new construction. If you're experienced, you have good credit, you have good finances, you've done new construction, or you're partnering with somebody and you want to get into it, we have a program right now that you cannot touch. No other lender can do this right now. You get the alpha team, but at the same time, the capital that we're providing to you, we can go up to almost 100% loan to cost on your new build. So if you're buying land and you're going to build on it, right? Just you're going to do basic infill, or if you're going to knock something down, build it up, whatever it may be, we're going upwards of 80% of what your acquisition is. And we can sometimes go, if you have the land and you own it free and clear, and you've already invested money in the land, and you come to us and you're saying, I just need construction, I want to build this home, we might be able to give you 100% financing. Now, obviously, that's within our LTV constraint. Ultimately, and we can go into this for another hour, 2 hours, but when you really are breaking it down to the science, you want to make sure that the spread is there for you. And for the spread and also for the lender, the risk threshold, we're going to lend up to typically around 65, 70% the loan amount relative to what the end value is going to be. But within that, though, if the numbers fit, we can go upwards of 100% financing on new construction. The money is interest charged only as drawn. So we're not charging interest on the entire, if your build cost is going to be $300,000, we're not charging you on $300,000. You're starting with a balance of zero day one. You're not getting charged interest on any of it. So I think it's extremely powerful. What we have on the new construction side, on the fix and flip side, we're going in the 8.99. I think we're starting right now with our rates. If you have a lot of experience, you've got good credit, there's a lot of really, really good things happening out there. So rates are as good as they've been.
Yeah, they're as good as they've been. And I mean, they are subject to change. All the markets are changing, everything's changing. So it's so important to touch base, but then stay consistent. Keep following up, keep building the relationship, get the pre-approval process started, and stay in touch, because as these things change, these guys are going to inform you. They're going to let you know that, hey, this is the great products that are available right now. If you have an opportunity for it, of course, do it. Find a way to get involved. So that's absolutely awesome. Make sure you guys touch base. All right, so we got time for a few more questions. Joseph says, when taking out a hard money loan, do you pay interest on the rehab part of the loan as well? And if so, when do you start making those interest payments?
So for us with Alpha, you would make your monthly interest payment for your loan when servicing the loan. You are paying interest on the rehab only when you have drawn that money and we've released it to you. So we only charge interest as it's drawn. So when you look at your cost of capital, your effective rate, obviously you're going to be paying a percentage of it every month, but it's only based on the money that you've drawn down, not money that's held in escrow or drawn or held back funds. But that would be the answer for that.
Perfect. Muhammad asks, we about to say something, Yurick?
No, yeah, it's perfect. Yeah, you got to look at you guys as team members, right? Like they are there to help you, to guide you, to make sure that you don't lose your money as well as theirs. So you really got to look at it as a team member. They're not really being negative, just being positive.
Muhammad asked, the hard money loan, is it interest only payment?
Yep. So we're an interest only loan. So if you borrow $100,000 to purchase and we give you $80,000, you have a budget of $50,000, the total loan amount is $130,000. You're only paying interest during the loan. You would pay back the principal at payoff.
Perfect. Daniel Huey says, Chris, do you offer 203K for single family fix and flips? And what about multi?
It wouldn't be a 203K, but it's a conventional version. It's a home style version. Yes, we do, but it's just not called a 203K. 203K is an owner occupied product only.
All right. Let's see, we've got time for like 2 more questions here, guys. Francesca says, Alpha, if someone is pre-approved, but when you run the property financials, you don't agree, will you deny the financing? Great question.
So I was just reiterating what we're saying before. Obviously, once you're pre-approved, we know what we're comfortable lending to you. If the deal does not match up, if for some reason, we would let you know right away, whether it was profit, maybe we felt like it just for what we see for you, maybe, you're based on your approval, maybe you're only maybe we could maybe do a $200,000 or $300,000 flip, and you're looking to do a $900,000 at a level. We would just obviously make sure. But if it's something that wasn't profitable, we would be always very direct and transparent with you.
I love it. So there's like a lot of people asking for you guys' contact information. Jomer, Herbert's asking, can we be friends with Matt? Everybody wants to be friends with you guys. So I'm gonna post their comment or their contact information. It's gonna be in the private chat, and we're gonna pin it up as well right now. So I think just to kind of end this note off, I'd like to hear kind of your guys' thoughts. Over the next 6 months, we got Q2, Q3, and Q4 approaching within the real estate markets. What are your guys' what do you guys see taking place? What do you guys see as big opportunities right now, especially in the fix and flip space? So let's just kind of go over that a little bit, and then I'll put up your guys' contact information. So let's start off with Chris for this. So Chris, talk to us about kind of what you're seeing in the markets, what's hot right now, and what do you see in us as investors we should really focus our time and attention on?
I think that you should focus your time and attention on getting your house in order. Meaning, like, if you have your own personal house, then I think you should consider refinancing to get into a lower rate, because the rates are ridiculously low right now. That right alone could save you a few $100s in your monthly payment, maybe more. That opens up avenues for additional money elsewhere. If you have a lot of equity in your deal and your home, maybe you can do a cash out refinance, and the money's very cheap. So like if you could take 100, 150 out of your own primary house, still be not maxing it out on your equity, and then you're paying, in the twos on that particular rate on that money. That's your gap funding right there to put a deal together. Inventory is very low. If you can get a deal and you can buy it right, every major player will tell you, if you can't buy it right, then walk away. And I'm going to echo that. It's a rule of thumb. It's scripture for me. If you can't buy it right, then I just walk from the deal. I don't really care. A deal's a deal. A deal's a bust. There'll always be another bust that comes by. So if you can buy it right, great. Inventory is very low. Speed is key. Right players are key. I think just to go back to your point on the market, I think with the interest rates, we're being told, in at least in my sector, that the interest rates should remain low through 2021. Does that mean that they're going to remain in the twos? I don't know. They could very easily creep back up into the threes, or at least in the low threes. But still, with that being said, that would be historically low, considering all things. So if that stays the case and stays the course, with inventory being low and interest rates remaining low, anybody that gets into the fix and flip that has, somewhat knows what they're doing, they should probably be just fine and be able to make some good money on their deals. If you're in the New Jersey area, inventory is at an all-time low. I would imagine it's in a lot of other places like that as well. So if you can get the deal, snatch it up, because there's not many of them around right now.
Such a good point. Real quick, let me just get a number from you guys. Byron asked, is there a minimum loan amount that you guys will do? Chris?
Well, I mean, we can go down to a $50,000 loan amount. There's just as much work on a $50,000 loan amount as there is on a, $350,000 loan amount. So yeah, we can.
Matt, minimum loan amount you guys will do?
Our minimum 100.
Perfect. All right. Matt's info.
100 with renovation or just purchase price?
That would be the total. That would be the based on the loan to cost that we're offering you on purchase and rehab together.
Got it.
And same for you, right, Chris? Well, you guys, purchase. Got it. Matt's info is on the screen. Matt's and Chris's info is in the comment section. Matt, what are you guys seeing as big opportunities right now for fix and flip investors? You want to talk about the market a little bit over the next, 3, 6, 9 months? Give us your thoughts, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's ever changing. So I would just say keep educating yourself, keep reading, keep talking to people, surround yourself with really good people. I'm going to go to the coaching route for a second with my coaching background. Obviously moving forward in the next couple months, what I would say is just continue. Your number one investment is yourself. Just continue to invest in yourself. Your mindset's everything. Perspective's everything. There's always going to be challenges that are going to come up. You're always going to have to kind of adapt and move with things. But for the most part, what I would say is, number one, who you surround yourself with. If you have a really good circle right now, double down, triple down on that circle. If you feel like you could level up a little bit, level up. Keep networking. Find really, really good people. There's so many awesome people in the summit today. Chris, Randy, Gabe was just on. I know Dave will be on later, and you have Nick, Elijah, Yarek. Just surround yourself with really, really good people. Keep expanding your network. Keep investing in yourself, whether it's mentally, physically, spiritually. But I would say right now, what we're seeing on the fix and flip side with Alpha, well, obviously we're a private lender. We don't just lend on fix and flip. We're seeing a lot of people engaging in new construction. So I would say that's probably, whether you're in Florida, there's tons of action down in Florida. If you're in California right now, New Jersey, New York, all the different states that we lend in, Texas, you're seeing a lot of new construction. If you're somebody who can get into it, obviously take advantage of it. Right now, inventory is low. But what I would just continue to say is, obviously, we're going to continue to adapt. We all, it's adapt or die, right? But just surround yourself with really, really good people, and then keep investing in yourself. And obviously, if you ever need anything, my contact info is below.
Wow.
Awesome. Thank you.
Couldn't have said it better myself. That's absolutely amazing. I appreciate you guys for taking time out of your day to be here with our organization. I know my organization is super happy. Guys, was that an awesome session? Drop it down. Actually, let's do this. For my comment section, I want you guys to tell me what's kind of one actionable thing that you guys can do, maybe with financing, right? So if you own a house, maybe you're interested in refinancing, maybe you're interested kind of what Chris might be able to offer you. I want you to drop in the comment section and let me know one actionable thing that you guys can do when it comes to financing. Maybe you already have a portfolio. Maybe you want to look and see what Chris can do. Maybe you want to look into the private lending space and see what Matt and them can do. Drop in the comment section and let me know one actionable thing that you can add to your life that we can get this rolling. And everyone's saying thank you. They love this session. So Chris, Matt, we appreciate you guys, and we'll see you guys around. All right.
There you guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Take action. Get pre-approved.
Good luck today, guys.
Boom. Let's crush it, baby. Come on.
Awesome.
Get your handsome self out of here, Chris.
Damn, no goodbye, no like.
We love
you. Go buy me a drink on the entry, and I don't get one on the exit.
We love
you, boys.
Y'all
Chris, that
love.
was awesome. Thank you coming out.
All right, you well, guys.
Much love.
All right, let's bring in Dave.
Yo.
Dave,
What's up, guys?
you want to say your final things? I know you're going to take a little hour break real quick.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a break. I just want to say hi. What's up, Dave? What's up, Nick?
What's up?
He's gonna kill.
Let's connect. Let's connect.
Let's connect, brother. Definitely. I gotta take action. Let people know to take action. Awesome. I'm happy you guys are on. My back is already killing me. I gotta take an hour off. Sadly, I have to disappear for an hour, but I'm gonna be listening in.
All right, Garrett.
We were talking in the private, so I want to make sure you have that up when you come back on.
Got it. Awesome. See you guys.
Yeah. By the way, when you come back, make sure you check the private chat. All right.
Okay.
All right. Marie says good stuff. Thank you, guys. Lisa, we appreciate you. Jeffrey said awesome. Ooh, Muhammad's gonna look into the HELOC. Awesome, Muhammad. That's such an awesome thing to do, man. Jilmer says awesome session, guys. Francesca says she's gonna get pre-approved. Amazing. Jose, get fresh pre-approvals. That's such an important point. Get the updated pre-approvals. Herbert says, sorry, Herbert. I got you. I'm getting pre-approved with Matt. Definitely do that. You will not regret it. Phenomenal info. Thanks a lot, Jose. We appreciate you. Here we go. Michael says personal line of credit increase. I like that. Michael, it's good to see you. Haven't seen you in a while, brother. Let's see. Who's the other speaker on this session, Nick? We got
Randy.
Oh, let's bring up Randy. Come on. Where you been at, Randy? Where you been at, Randy?
It's all right.
Randy's here the whole time. Yeah.
Who's waiting?
Jeffrey's like, he's going to get pre-approved. Antonia says she's going to talk to Matt and Chris. Definitely reach out to them and start that conversation. I cannot tell you guys how important it is to start the conversation. Like, even if nothing happens of it, you're planting those seeds. You're building that momentum for when something does happen, you'll be ready. So Hugh says in the process of a refinance. Awesome, Hugh. Yeah, if you're in the process of a refinance, definitely don't be afraid to still reach out to Chris. And just to keep your options on the table here. Someone asked, what is the picture behind you, Elijah? That is a painting, and there's some plants. So special painting. All right, guys, I'm about to go use the bathroom. Let's see, Nick, you want to start off this session for a little bit, or you guys want to actually let's do intros with Dave, because I know our audience is new to Dave. Dave just came out of Harry Potter, as you guys can see with the background. I'm just kidding, yo. I'm just kidding.
I love Harry Potter too.
But I'm gonna let you guys say what's up. Let everyone know what you guys are super excited for to talk about with this session in particular. We got alternative capital, we got creative capital. We're gonna be diving in more in depth with capital, and how guys like Randy, how Dave, how Nick, what creative ways are they doing to take advantage of fix and flip deals today. So make sure you guys are pumped up and ready for that. Dave, Nick, Randy, say what's up. Let me know what you're most excited for about this little session here. I'm going to go use the bathroom.
Okay, go. All right, guys, I'm going to host. We'll start off with actually tell us a little bit about yourself. Dave, who are you? What do you do?
I do, well, I used to sell real estate. I was a wholesaler. I did fix and flips. I did a little bit of everything, I'm like the guys that like to explore. So I call myself the real estate Asian. That's what I've always been, the real estate Asian. Because a lot of people always ask me, are you an agent? I said, I'm Asian. So that's what I've been going by, real estate Asian.
Right?
Huh?
You are also an agent, right?
Yes, I am. I am.
Okay, so we're talking about alternative capital, right? I mean, we just talked about hard money and conventional financing, but there's also alternative capitals. So let's just start off with a story. Either of you can start. Give us an example of a different type of capital that you guys put together to do a deal.
Oh, so a story time right now?
In a way, because this session is about like examples, real life examples of something you guys did that's not conventional or hard money. Because I don't want people to think that that's the only true route to get capital.
I got you. So Randy, would you like to go first, or would you like me to go first?
No, I want you. I've already spoke today. I want to hear you. And by the way,
okay.
I love the sense of humor. The Asian part, that was funny. That was just straight funny. But you know what? Like, look how much you smile, man. Man, that's good. Like, I don't want to hear you talk because you're smiling. Go for it.
All right, man. So I guess you guys talked about hard money. So I guess I'll be talking about easy money then, right? That's what I'm gonna do today. So my story. So we're talking about, let's see, alternative financing. Let's talk about how I raised my first money from a private lender. How about we go into that? Okay. So the first thing I did when I first started real estate was wholesaling, and then I did fix and flips. And within a year, I did 10 fix and flips. And at one point, I was always like working with banks, and I gotta fix it, refi, or fix it, sell it. It's like one at a time. And at one point, I was just sitting there figuring out like, how do I do this faster? So I'm like one of those guys that's like always meeting with my real estate friends and trying to see like how we could do things together. So I was hanging out with my buddy Jeremy. Jeremy is a very smart guy, and I used to hang out with him, and I used to see what he do, and he used to ask me what I do, and we always exchange ideas and we're always trying to figure out how to help each other grow. So it got to me when he was like, so what do you need, Dave? And I was like, well, right now I'm everything moving too slow. And he's like, you need like a private lender? And I was like, yeah, I never really did that before. I never dealt with private lenders. What do I need to do? And he was like, all right, call this person. And I said, okay, what to expect? Just figure it out. I was like, all right, I'll figure it out. So I called the lender, and she was pretty much a head researcher at a pharmaceutical company, and I met up with her during lunch. So this is my first time. I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know, what you have to do. So my first time, I was pretty nervous, and I was just ready for anything. And my friend didn't prepare me for anything. He just said, you got this, you got this. So I met up with her, had lunch. She asked me questions. So the first thing was, from the experience, it was just like a lunch. it was just like a lunch. It wasn't like what I thought it would be. I didn't do any presentations or PowerPoint presentations or anything crazy like that. She asked me a lot of questions, and now looking back, it made sense because she was a researcher. So she was like, you know, pretty much analyzing my whole situation. She asked me like what I did, you know, what past history did I have, where was I getting my deals, and she was asking me a lot of questions. She asked me for my credit. She asked me for my tax returns. She asked me for a lot of things, you know. But now looking back, I gave her everything, you know, because I did everything. I have real experience, and I think that that's what she saw, and she said, okay, so how much, what's the next deal? Present the next deal to me. And I started presenting that deal. And from there, I introduced her to my team. She wanted to see my team. Each person, she wanted to meet the contractors. So the construction was done by my uncle at the time. My uncle had been in construction for over 30 years. We got a large warehouse, like over 10,000 square feet. And, you know, over 30 years of construction experience, and he's very well known in the Asian community. So my lender was Asian. And when she met and she saw the warehouse, she saw the past deals, I pulled up all the public records. I pretty much put everything on the table. Once she saw everything, she felt very comfortable. And then from there on, she said, okay, present me a deal and then let me know like how you want to do this. And then she was pretty much new into private lending too. So this is the funny part. Like once I saw her documents, I said, this is it. This is all you got. This is not going to protect you. And then I started getting information from hard money lenders on their loan documents. And I started presenting her like the documents of how to improve her business to make her feel safer. And then I started like just pretty much educating her on, yo, this is not safe. And she only worked with Asian clients. So she didn't have any defaults at the time. So when I started educating her, she was like, oh my God, let me see these documents. And she brought it to her lawyer. She said, these documents are way better than mine. Can I use them? I said, yeah. So I was helping her build her business as I guess, a private lender to keep her safer with her money because, you know, people work hard for their money and I didn't want to see her lose money. So that's how we pretty much started. I did a deal with her. I made money. And she also bought fix and flips herself, which I later found out. And I was like, if you do fix and flips, why are you lending money? She said, David, do you know how much work is involved in doing fix and flips? Like, I had to deal with tenants. I own properties. I'm trying to get rid of everything. And like, then I got to deal with realtors. And she's like, I got a full-time 9-to-5 job and I'm making good money. And I've been doing this for a long time. I don't have the time. And then most of all, she wanted to spend time with her daughter. And, you know, she was just like, I mean, as much as I can do this, I don't want to do it. I want to find someone like you that have the experience and, you know, that know how to deal with real estate. And you seem to have a lot of experience, you know, from wholesaling, you know how to deal with the people, dealing with the contractors, you know, and you're an agent and you know a lot about lending too. And you're providing me documents. So she's like, I want to work with an expert like you so I can have a peace of mind.
Okay. Gotta stick to the story shorter. You gotta make them shorter.
Oh, my fault. I'm just going back in time right now. You know, like I'm remembering all this stuff as it's happening. So basically, I'll make it short then. She lent me money, right? And she had a good experience. And from there, we did a lot more deals together. And I got to a point where I borrowed all her money, and then she started connecting me to all her friends that were doctors and surgeons. And that's sure enough.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Well,
so since we're talking about private money, you want to say something, Randy?
Well, I was going to say, I mean, I like David already because he talks long like me. If you let him go, we'll do the whole session. That's my role.
Well, I mean, strap on both of you, Nick.
You got to watch both of us. You got to put like, you know, you guys need a little shot clock on the top.
Right.
But you know, here's my takeaway from what he just said. And you know, guys, you know, everybody's been talking about A players and building your team and you know your circle, but he had a lender that was, for lack of better words, uneducated, and he brought value to that lender, and that lender because like, wow, David is trying to borrow money, but he's looking out for me. He said, "Oh my God, you're going to loan me this money and you're not protected. Like that's wrong." So if she loans to somebody else because of him, she's going to be better off. And because of that, it brought other lenders to the table. So the funny thing about this, this industry is like if you're open and you're honest and you're upfront and you try to serve, things come back like tenfold to you. So protecting the lender is great for connecting. I just wanted to point that out. It's really powerful. And that goes back to like Gabe's thing before that title.
Wait, someone has massive feedback, and people in the audience are saying it as well. So let's figure this out quick. Randy, talk.
All right, I'm going to keep talking right now.
There's a sound being.
Is it me?
Back in. Could it be you, Dave? Because I
think it me?
It's you.
I don't know. Is it me?
Talk, Randy.
No, I hear it from Dave as well.
All right, so I'm just going to keep talking. Do you guys hear this?
I hear it from Randy and Dave's.
Okay.
You hear it from me too?
Dave, mute your sound.
No, you keep talking, Dave. I'll mute you. Let's see. Randy, keep coming.
Oh, come on. Don't make me the problem. Are we good?
It was Dave.
It was
Dave.
Okay, Dave.
I have 2 computers on right now. It's like it could have been me. All right, so the bottom line is like he's bringing value. He's helping out that lender who may not know. And guys, for these private lenders, in my opinion, they're actually very uneducated. They're not the hard money lenders like we spoke before. They know what's going on. I have private lenders, and just because of some of the videos that I've posted, I have some family members that I never thought would ever loan, and nobody, like, I'm very private with all my lenders. So even my family members loan to me. The only people in my family that know they loan is my wife, because I talk business. But I don't talk about it with my sister. I don't talk about it with my dad, because it's very, very private. But just because we're out there trying to help, things just come to you. But I don't want to keep going on that.
Okay, so I want to review. Dave talked about how his friend knew he was in the business, and his friend introduced them to a potential private lender. They hit it off, and that's how he was able to raise money from her. Randy, you said that you post up videos, right? And as you posted the videos, friends and family reached out.
Well,
hold
actually,
on. Yeah.
One reached out because I was on the summit, to be honest.
Okay.
From the last summit. So Randy, real quick, can you dive into kind of your videos? Because you're it's not like you're just like doing a little video. It's like you actually have like a whole like 60-second to 120-second video put together. Can you kind of talk to the audience about how you structure your videos and were your videos always like that?
Yeah, no, they definitely were not always like that. I've only probably been doing the videos for probably like maybe the last year, something like that. I don't do it for marketing purposes. I honestly do it for myself. Maybe once in a while I put them up on Facebook.
By the way, if you haven't seen Randy's videos, they're some of the sickest videos when it comes to someone's construction project. So
I think maybe at that 2 to 4 range, maybe I'll pop one in. But Gabe's got some too, and I was like, maybe we'll get him to pop one in there. But they're 2 minutes. But the reason that it's good is because, I do. Well, we're talking about capital, so hold on, I want to keep it in here. Well, I guess it's raising funds. But when I talk to somebody, you know what? I'm going to start my segment here, all right? This is a perfect transition. So when we're talking about raising funds from like friends and family, or, I like to I'm trying to at least doing more of them, partner with the sellers. When I speak to somebody and I said, hey, we could do a joint venture, which my joint venture contract, I'll give out at the end as well, guys, and as well as a promissory note. Because when you are borrowing funds from somebody, you got to put it down in paper. It's not just a handshake. But anyway, when I'm partnering with a homeowner, the last one I had was about a month ago. I met with them, and I'm explaining what's going to happen. But where it really clicked for the person is when I showed them, I was like, 3 videos. Let's just pick 3. And I was like, your house is going to look like this in the end, and you're going to see that all my houses basically look the same. And when she saw the video, that's when she just said, all right, I'm in. Let's do this. So it's very powerful because I can say everything in the world, but it doesn't help you if you've never seen it, which is why on the last Fix and Split, we did like 3 or 4 of my videos. It was just on estimating rehab. So you guys can understand, how big of a rehab looks and what it would cost. But the videos were very powerful, even over pictures, because pictures don't tell you a lot either. So by using that, I have actually raised maybe in the last 2 months, maybe about like 150,000 that we have, which I didn't even think about. So the $300 it cost me to make my video and to edit it just got me $150,000. And private capital is easy because it's just a matter of, hey, I need you to wire me the funds. I'm going to send you over the promissory note, and a day later it's in my account. No credit checks, I don't even know, no W-2s. That's just it. But it is secured.
But you weren't even attempting to raise money.
No,
you
that's not
just
yeah,
doing
it
a video. Okay.
No,
so,
you know what it is? It's the videos, to be honest with you, when they started, it was more like kind of pat myself on the back, like, good job, Randy, you're doing good. That's honestly how it started. It's like, let's have a fun little project. I didn't think it was going to turn into what it did, but it lands so many jobs. And, even when you're talking to somebody that wants to joint venture with you as like another wholesaler who wants to get into rehabbing, it's very easy for me to just say, all right, here, go watch a couple of these videos. When you're done, then let's talk, because it shuts the conversation down. Like I can just prove to you what I'm doing.
Right.
Okay. So I want to review what Randy said. Randy said that he was just doing videos of projects that you finished and you showing before and after. And through that, you weren't even attempting to raise, but because friends and family or people on Facebook saw those videos, they reached out and had a desire to invest without you even asking. Is that correct?
And you never, when you're raising money, you never ask.
Yeah.
Because if you're asking, you're coming from a standpoint of you're desperate. You got to present the opportunity like, hey, I have this opportunity, whatever it may be. This is kind of like what goes on. Or, is this something you may be interested in before I take it to somebody else?
Right.
You always kind of put that little, it's like, I don't want to say dangle in the carrot, but it kind of is like before you take it to somebody else, now you have a sense of urgency. Like you can't sleep on this offer for too long because it will go. And that it is the honest truth. It will go. So yeah, you just present an opportunity. No pressure.
So, I want to point out something really quick. And I don't know if Elijah realized that he muted Dave. Oh, you can unmute yourself, right, Dave? Okay. So I wanted to point out that Charles Weinrob from Handsome Homebuyer, he did the same thing. He has a lot of friends on Facebook, and he just did videos of a project he was getting into. It's like his first raise. He was like, hey, I'm going to get into this project. No matter what, I'm going to figure out how to get myself in it. He wasn't trying to raise, but he was just doing a story about his video. I don't know if he did hard money, credit cards, private money, whatever it is. He got himself in it. He got himself out of it. Once he finished the renovations, he did a video on that. And then he did another one, got himself in and out of that. Next thing you know, in and out of that. Next thing you know, he has $5 million worth of capital because all his friends and family kept seeing those videos. And they were like, hey, here's the money. For me, I've never done those videos. Even though I probably know like the most people, the most crazy people. I've never done those videos, but I've done other things, and I'm going to get to what I've done. But I want to ask you guys, so raising private money, Randy, you did videos. Dave, you told your friends that you were getting into this business, and one of them referred you to a person that ended up lending you a lot of money, and then they started lending you even more money through their friends. Any other ways have you guys been able to raise capital?
Yeah, what other creative ways have you guys used?
Yeah, because you also said, Randy, you did a partnership, right? Or a JV, you said. You brought videos, or you had a recording of videos and things like that of projects, and you showed it to a seller. Is that correct?
Yeah, so I'm trying to partner with the homeowners because if I can partner with them and we can either do like a subject to deal or a joint venture or something creative, at the end of the day, I still need to raise the money for the renovation,
right.
But I don't have to raise the money for the let's say the $210,000 to buy the house, $250,000. I don't have to raise that part to fund the deal. So it takes the amount of funding and leverage that I need way down. But I use the videos in that case not to convince them to do the deal with me. It's just to solidify in their head and their mind that I'm legit and I'm going to do what I'm going to say I'm going to do. So it's just like that little anchor at the end, that little punch That's all that is. It's a big punch, because after that the conversation usually stops.
Okay, so let's talk about the JV stuff. Dave, do you have any JV examples?
I got a lot of examples. I'm just keeping my mouth shut. You know what I mean? That's all. I did videos. I did a lot of things, dude. I did videos. Like I got videos from 8-10 years ago that I did when I first wholesaled. I showed people how I wholesale in the freezing cold and everything. People saw what I did. I did videos of my first fix and flip, which is like 8 years ago. I did a lot of things. And I even I talked to homeowners. One of my first triplexes were done off of seller financing.
So how'd you do that, man?
How did I do that one?
Yeah, like how'd you get them? How'd you ask them?
Oh, okay. So how much time I got? Give me a time frame. How much time I got to tell the story?
2 minutes.
2 minutes? Oh shoot. Okay. First deal, right? I was in competition with a guy that was buying cash. He actually brought physical cash.
Wait, this is the first deal?
Yeah. This is one of the first. This is like the second deal I bought.
Okay.
This is the second deal. It was down the block from the first deal, because I went down every property knocking on doors to see if anyone else wanted to sell to me at Temple University. So I went and I found the owner, and then the owner told me to talk to the realtor. Realtor didn't show up. The homeowner showed up, opened the door. I went in the property, and the pizza guy down the block saw the door open. He came in, and he wanted to impress upon the owner. And at that time, dude, I was just like 25. I was just like a young kid, right? So he brought in 10 grand cash and brought a blank check. He's like, what? He came in like hardcore, man. This Greek guy, he got money, dude. He owned a pizza shop, right? And he came, he's like, why are you talking to this kid? So I felt like I was gonna lose this battle. I was just like, you know what? I am young. This guy's got money, and he's very known in the neighborhood. I'm like, there's no way I was gonna win this deal. But I told the owner, I was like, you know what? I bought a property down the block. I'm fixing it up right now. This guy owns the whole block, which he does, but he hasn't done crap, right? At least I'm making the neighborhood better. And I said, on top of that, the crazy part was I can't offer you as much money as him. I don't have that type of money. I said, but what I can do is tell you that I will do good with the community. I'm going to make the community better. And I'm just starting out. And I said, I know this is a losing battle, but if you work with me, you would also need to help me seller finance what I can't afford too. Would you be open to do that? And he said, I like you. I'm gonna work with you. I don't like the way he's talking to me. I said, what? Oh, okay. And he's like, how much you need me to lend you money for? How's it gonna work? He's like, I've never done this before. I said, nor have I, man. I'll figure it out though, you know? And he said, I like you. You're honest. He said, I like working with honest people. And then I borrowed the money for a year and I paid him back. And then he was like, that was the best experience. And I was like, I just told the truth, man. I've always just told the truth. When I don't know something, I say I don't know it. But if I do know it, I say I know it. And then the guy just lent me the money for a year. He let me. So basically, he sold it to me cheaper than the other guy. And he seller financed me $70,000 until I fixed up the property and I refinanced the bank and I paid him back. That's how I did it.
What was the price of the property? Was it $70,000?
You know what? I gotta go back and look at my HUD sheet. I think it was. Yeah. My uncle came up with the construction money and he came up with the purchase price. But I gotta look back. This is a lot of years ago.
That's so funny. Okay, let's talk about that. Anyone want to add anything to what Dave just said?
Well, I would like to reiterate, I think an important tactical point that we all can take, even including myself, is like it's so easy to form this ego after you've done a few flips that you know what you're doing and all this stuff. But when you can kind of humble yourself and, you know, really be the student and present yourself in a way that's honest and respectful and that you're not a big shot, like you're gonna overall just help the mental consciousness of everyone. So for me, that was a huge takeaway from just Dave's lesson or what Dave experienced. And that is Dave. He's the most honest guy I know. So,
you know, I will definitely piggyback that, because when I'm talking with the owner, the last one we did where I was trying to structure the seller financing, but you know, you build that rapport, and I was very honest. Like I gave her 4 different options of what we could do, and you know, one of the better options was not what I was offering. I was honestly, you're probably gonna make more money on the MLS. Actually, this happened twice, and I was being very honest. And when they like you, though, that's when they're going to want to work with you. Is people work with people that they like. If they don't like you, just like that other guy that came in all cocky and arrogant with the money, yeah, he's got cash in his hand, but he's acting like a jerk right now. So it's like, that goes a long way. So I understand why that person went with David, because I have a seller that's doing the same thing. They're going with me, even though as a realtor, I'm also explaining that because I'm disclosing I'm a realtor. And I'm saying, you can sell for about probably $30,000 more in the MLS. I was like, but here are the benefits of why you may not want to do it. But that's also because I know her personal situation. So the high offer is not always the best offer.
Okay, so I'm gonna give you guys some examples of me going through the same thing. I'll tell you the craziest story. So I have a crazy story on seller financing. This is probably like, I don't know, it's not seller financing, but it's similar because they did finance me the house until I actually bought it and flipped it. It was a property that I had on contract for like 100-something thousand, and I didn't think closing was gonna happen so soon, because as a buyer, I assumed that I'm controlling the closing time, but the guys that were wholesaling me the house were so excited about doing their first wholesale that they wanted to control the time, and they thought that they could, and so they scheduled closing like about a month before I anticipated that we were going to close. And they just thought that they could, because they're the wholesaler, they can schedule it, and because they can schedule it, I'm going to show up, because they're that's how it works. Well, I mean, to them, they were like, okay, I'm buying it cash, so because of that, what do I need to be able to close? And they assumed it was just title, and so they thought, okay, look, let's pull title for Nick. Let's do everything for Nick, so that way he just has to show up with the cash and close. And they ran with it. And so when the scheduled closing date came, I was like, guys, I never agreed to close on this day. And so they thought that they could just pressure me to close. And so what happened was, I didn't show up for closing. The seller was really, really mad. And I emailed the seller, and I was like, hey, Mr. Seller, I just want you to know that this was a wholesale deal. The wholesalers scheduled the closing for this day. I never agreed to closing on this day, but they told you that I was going to close on this day. And I still want to buy the property, but I can't close on this day. And he's like, okay, well, I'm pretty upset. I went out of my way to show for closing, all this stuff. When can you close? And he's like, and I was like, well, I can't really close for like another month, but I wanted to ask you something. I'm willing to pay you more. I can pay you more. I can pay you $10,000 more for the property if you will finance me the sale of the house. And he was like, so you'll pay me $10,000 when? And I'll tell them, look, as soon as we drop the contract that you'll finance me to sell the house for a year, I'll give you the $10,000. And then he's like, so you'll give me $10,000 now. I'm gonna be able to still sell you my house for the price we agreed on, and I just have to let you do whatever you gotta do with it for a year. And I'm like, yep. And he was like, okay, let's do it. And so I actually didn't have to actually buy the house with $100,000. I actually got control of the whole house for $10,000. We ended up actually renovating this house, and we sold it. This was the story of Stuyerson. This was the story of how I funded Stuyerson. So what I'm trying to say is, like, this example was an example of one, something went wrong. And even though something went wrong, I was still able to ask the seller, hey, Mr. Seller, I understand that you thought closing was this day. I never anticipated on closing on this day. I didn't even agree on it, but I wanted you to know that I actually have intentions to buy the property, but I can't close on this day. And if you want, I can actually pay you more for the property, but I need you to finance me the sale of the house. And I give you the 10,000 now versus, whenever. And it's a hard question to ask. It's a crazy question to ask, really, coming out of a problem. But if you don't ask, you won't get an answer. And I asked, and he was on board with it. And I've done actually many other crazy transactions like this. But the point is, like, even under the craziest circumstance, if you just ask, you might get a crazy answer, an answer that will surprise you.
I sit here and I listen to you guys, and like hearing David's story, like him literally telling the seller, like, "Hey, will you finance me 70,000?" And the seller's like, "Yeah, I'm on board. Let's do it." And the seller's like, "What's next?" And David just sitting here like, "I have no idea what's next," And so, like, I'm curious, especially for anyone who's new out there, like, what do we need to know when it comes to creative financing, whether that is, taking over someone's payments or doing the seller financing? Like what are some of the tactical things that we need to know before we offer that? You guys, David, you want to hit this one first? Let me mute everyone else. Go ahead, David.
Yeah, well, I'm just going to tell you from the perspective of like back then when I first started. One thing I learned about real estate contracts is it's just an agreement between two parties. I mean, you literally can have a verbal written on a napkin later, but as long as two people agree to it, it's a contract, right? And it was once I had the meeting of the minds and the agreement of the seller, I just went to a lawyer and told the lawyer exactly what we're going to do. And that's it. Cost a couple $100. They drafted it. It wasn't anything complicated. Like, I mean, before I started, I'm like, oh crap, I need to involve a lawyer and all that stuff. It's really easy. It's just the hardest part was just, getting the deal, getting the agreement, and then both parties agreeing to something and be like, yo, let's keep this thing simple. Like, don't give me a long contract. This is what I'm gonna do for him. Let's keep it real simple. And then I just let the lawyer handle it, made sure that it was exactly what we agreed on, and it's as simple as that.
I think everybody thinks, or at least I thought, that I had to know more than the seller to be able to get the opportunity I want. But instead, it's like asking the crazy question and not actually knowing how to even structure it.
Dude, I was learning with the seller, right? So
forget
about knowing more than the seller, I was learning with him. He was like, what we doing next? Let's go figure it out, like, let's do it together.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's like, because we all think we have to know more to ask something like this, But the craziest part is, I think, because if you come in as if you know more, they are actually then, if anything, afraid.
Yeah.
Because they're looking at it like, you know more about this, you can actually take advantage of me. Whereas you ask the crazy question and then they're like, okay, yeah, I'm down. Because I mean, who doesn't want to get more money? In my example, right? In your example, Dave, the guy just liked you and was like, I don't like that guy. I like you, even though you got no money. Right? But you know what? Let's do it, because I'd rather help you than him.
Yeah, I got more stories like that too. I mean, since we're talking about how to get started, seller financing, like I've done many deals like that. And now looking back, I guess at the time I didn't know like how hard something is. I just know what I wanted and what I was after. And I just told people the truth. And then I've always met people that helped me. Like my neighbor gave me his house.
Yeah.
Like these stories.
For free.
Say that again?
You told me about this story. He gave it to you for free, right? It was like nothing.
He was going to give it to me for free. And the real reason is because I mowed his lawn for over 10 years. I mean,
that doesn't count. We can't do that here.
Okay. All right. So
that's not a good example.
Okay. I'm just saying, it's a lot of crazy stories, right? Okay, another property. Okay, I got another property, right? I was doing mailers, and then I met an owner in the Northeast. He was an older guy, and then once I talked to him, I'm like, the amount that you want is too much. And then I said, would you be willing to sell or finance it? And he was like, let me go look at my returns on what I'm getting on my investments. He was like, would you be interested in giving me 5%? And I said, let me go think about it. Right. And then I'll be honest, I went home. I was like, you know what? I don't want to manage a property. It's a far drive. And I said, yeah, I'm not going to do the deal. Forget it. But now looking back, it was 5%.
Yeah, dude, you had no idea what the opportunity was.
No.
Okay, let's talk about. We're gonna go into Q&A from everybody in like 6 minutes. So if you guys have questions, ask them now, and then we're gonna go back and review them. I want to give you guys another example of of how I put money together for a deal. Has any of you guys put money together for a deal through credit cards? And if you do, can you still tell the story?
I did too.
Okay, let's hear it.
Well, I didn't put money. I was so in the beginning, I was one of those guys that my mom never gave me the ability to stop my credit card. But when I found out about credit, I started building up my credit. I got to the point where I would just focus on credit. I was learning everything about it. I built up to be over $100,000 line. So I got that all prepared to buy things, you know what I mean? And then the market tanked. And that's when I had to look into private lending. Now looking back, I know how to build credit on the credit lines, and that's a different game. Private lender developing. See, whatever you do, like starting off, I would have to say that the easiest would be credit cards, right? And then from there, private lending. But private lending, just remember, guys, like you have to have some skills. You know, like don't just raise money and screw people. All right, please, like know what you're doing before you go raise money, because if you do it right, like I did that one lender, it leads to like a lot, and it just doesn't end. Just do not ruin your future. Like learn the skill first. And I'm gonna throw something back at Randy because he's kind of quiet right now.
Okay.
I'll say I'm just on mute, man. So there's no echo.
Dave, you gotta mute it.
Well, you know what? I just want to reiterate one thing is, you know, this is going back to about structures. Even though you're talking credit cards, I just want to point this one out is that a lot of people in the beginning do get scared because they don't know the paperwork. And, you know, I was listening to one of my friends. He was negotiating live. So I was on the phone with him. And this is actually Mr. Elizabeth, Charles. But, you know, he eased the seller's mind because as he was talking fluently, he was just going to basically say, well, we're going to have it like my attorney's going to contact your attorney so that when we do the closing, everything's all good. And he just went on it. But what he was doing, he was planting a seed saying that, you know, this isn't like a breakfast or a kitchen table closing. We're going to have the attorneys do that. So when David was trying to raise that money, you know, the answer is like, well, how do we do this? I don't know. Like, we're going to have the attorney do this just so it's done legally and it's right and everybody's protected.
Everybody's
Once
safe.
you do that, it does show that you're trying to take those right steps, and you don't need to know. Because if somebody says, well, you don't know how to do this, they're like, look, I didn't go to law school and I didn't practice contracts. That's why I pay an attorney, because every deal we do, you know, we're always well protected. And when you say something like that, it shows, you know what, all right, you're being professional, and you're right. You don't need to know all the answers. But yeah, I never done the credit card trick, but Nick, you definitely have opened my eyes to that in the past. But yeah, I can't really speak to anything on that.
I'll talk about it in a second. I'm going to tell you guys, since we talked about Charles twice already, I'm going to tell you a story about how Charles raised like one of his first or second deal. He told me about it like a while back. He had a commercial property under contract. He was working with a lawyer. This lawyer that he was working with was helping him do the closing. And once he had that property under contract, he asked the lawyer for money. He was like, Mr. Lawyer, you're helping me close on this deal. Okay. Do you have money to? I need money to buy this property. Can you lend me the money? because he's like, you're a big shot lawyer, you know. You probably have the money. Can you lend me the money on this? And the lawyer was like, no, I'm not. I'm not gonna lend you money on this. And then he's like, okay, do you know anybody that has money that can potentially lend me this money? And the guy was like, you know what? Let me call somebody. And he called a lawyer friend that invests or did a lot of business in Elizabeth. Okay, so this is a lawyer that he just started working with that is now calling a lawyer friend that does real estate in Elizabeth. And the guy like knows that property like the back of his hand. And he ended up lending the money to Charles. So Charles didn't even have the money to buy the property. Okay, he asked the lawyer that was representing him to lend him money, and the lawyer didn't want to do it, but made a phone call to somebody that did a lot of business in Elizabeth that ended up lending him the money. It's crazy. It's like these crazy things that we would never think of doing because it's so crazy. But somebody's doing it, and because they're doing it, they're getting these deals done. You know, that's the moral of the story. I want to get now to credit cards really quick, okay? So I've bought properties through credit cards, and I've also been able to raise money through credit cards. So I'll tell you the story of how I bought a property with credit cards. This was a closing in Jersey City. You know, at the time, Jersey City properties were like 150, 200,000 ARV. And this was like a gut renovation property. I had it under contract through a wholesaler as well. I negotiated like down to like, I don't think I even negotiated. She was like, Nick, you can buy it for 35,000. And I said, I'll take it. And so before, you know, going to closing, I asked the title company, hey, Mr. Title Company, do you mind if I paid for the property with my credit card? And they're like, no, we don't do that here. Okay. First of all, it's only 35,000, right? So I was like, hey, do you mind if I pay with my credit card? He's like, no, here. And I'm like, okay. Let me ask you guys something. Do you guys have a credit card machine? They're like, yeah, we do, because you know you can pay for certain things with credit card, but not a house, you know. And I'm like, well, is it because of the processing fee? And I said, because if it is, I'll pay for that on top of the whatever the purchase is. And then they're like, okay, let me look into it. And then they're like, so the processing fee is like 4%. And I'm like, okay, I'll pay for that. And then whatever paperwork that you need me to sign, so that way you feel comfortable charging my credit card, because I know people can dispute charges and stuff like that. And so figure that out. I'll pay for the cost of putting that paperwork together, and then I'll buy the house with my credit card. And guess what? They did it. They looked into it. They found out whatever they needed me to sign, and they allowed me to buy the house with my credit card. It was that simple. I realized from that experience that you can really buy anything with your credit cards as long as you have the limit for it. And all you just have to really ask them is like, one, what do I have to? Is it you won't allow me because of the processing fee? And if so, I'll pay for that. And then two, what kind of paperwork you need me to sign? And I'll tell you guys something. I've bought stuff up to $200,000 with my credit card that would not typically be allowed to buy with your credit card.
No, this is personal credit. Is this personal or business credit?
This is personal credit. The personal business credit, all it means is where the credit is coming from. Mm-hmm. But at the end of the day, they still operate as if it's a credit card. Okay. And what I found is that you just have to really ask them the hard question, which is, don't ask them why, but you have to tell them, is it because of the processing fee? Is it because I can do a dispute? And if so, what do I have to sign so that way I can't do that? And if I can pay for the processing fee, would you do it? Okay. And so that's an example. Another point I want to give you guys is, how do you grow your credit card limits that high? Right? The rule of thumb is, guys, if you have great credit but you're not using it, you actually have bad credit, because a credit score alone is not what the power of credit is. It's the power of credit is how much money you can borrow, you know? And so there's this thing called a credit ceiling. The credit ceilings on our credit cards are very interesting because it can actually be pushed a lot higher than you really think. The thing about credit cards is that as long as you keep your debt to not debt to income, but it's like what you're borrowing versus what your credit ceiling is below 33%, I encourage you that you should every 6 months call your credit bureaus or your credit card companies and ask them for a limit increase. And here's the cool part. There's a trick to this, okay? The trick is, like, let's say you have a ceiling of $100,000, right? And I said that you have to try to keep your debt ratio below below 33%. So that's 33,000, right? But let's say you're at 33,000, right? So, and you want to now increase your ceiling. One way of doing that is literally by paying down your credit, oh, your debt, sorry. So you can pay it down to, like 20,000 or whatever. Or you can just call your credit card companies and ask them for a ceiling increase. And because you're asking for an increase, let's say you bring it up to 200,000, now your debt to ceiling ratio is not 33 anymore. It's actually like 15%. And because it's 15%, you look even better than you did before, because they're looking at it as like, wow, you have the ability to use 200,000, but you're only using 15. And as long as you bring yourself back to the 33% or below ratio every 6 months before you ask them to increase your limit, what happens is when you do that and you actually ask them, they'll give it to you. But if you're above that 33% limit, it's harder to get. And so if you're above that already, try to pay it down, or try to ask them anyway and see if they increase it. And if they do, great. But the goal is they'll give you higher increases if you keep yourself below 33%. That's it.
Yeah. Hey, I want to add to that, Nick.
Sure.
Yeah. So one of the things I want to point out is whatever way or method you decide to raise your money, is really important to stay focused and keep working on the same thing to grow it. So I have private lenders. I played the credit card thing. I boosted up the credit card, and I built it up over 6 figures, and then I stopped using it. Then during this time, the banks called me and start lowering back my limit because I'm not using it. So one of the key things I have to mention is keep using it, and then like you have to like use it and then pay it down. Use it and pay it down. It's kind of like you're giving life to the thing. You can't just let it sit there, because that's what I did. Because when I had private lenders, I just let my credit card sit there, and I wasn't worried. But even with the private lenders, my private lenders reached out to me and said, Dave, you haven't reached out to me for a while. And because I'm building a lot of my teams and stuff like that. But they're like, Dave, like, just to let me know, because if you need more money, I can get you more money. It makes you sit there and think, if I just stay focused on any one vehicle, any vehicle you choose will grow. Just pick something, get started, keep growing it, stay focused. So that's my point.
You can also find, if you're doing your rehabs, you can also find a contractor. Like if you have, let's say your credit line is only $20,000, make a payment to a contractor with one of the credit cards so that you're using it. Because that's another way. Because if you put $10,000 with a contractor, there's $10,000 less that you got to come up with on the renovation, capital wise. So it's a good way to build the credit in that aspect, and it's something actually I might even start looking into, because I don't do that, but it's a great way to use it.
Yeah, you have to use it. If you don't use it, you'll lose it. It's the same. And the thing is, if you use it, it grows. And we just talked about, like, I talked about just basic credit cards, right? Like business credit is totally different. But like we're pretty much running out of time in terms of like, covering another topic. I want to open up the Q&A in regards to what we covered, guys, because our goal is to help you guys come up with alternative capital. So Elijah, you have to come back and do the Q&A session.
All right, let's get to these questions started. You guys can hear me, yeah?
Yeah.
All right, let's get the questions started, guys. Whatever questions you have over creative financing, seller financing, subject to talking to sellers, not knowing anything about talking to sellers, ask the questions now. Let's get these bad boys rolling. Okay, let's see here. Ooh, someone asked, what's the minimum you guys would want to make on a flip? Start off with that. Is there a minimum?
The rule is like 15%, right? So I think that's the rule, right? Because like when you borrow 100, like let's say you're doing $1 million deal, you're trying to get that deal for $650,000 with purchase and renovations. Cost of capital is probably going to eat 5 or 10% of that up, so you're left with 25%. And then closing costs is going to be another 5 to 10%. So you're ending up with like typically 15%.
Right.
So anyone wants to add to that?
I mean, I don't have a minimum. Like a lot of times, I end up working with people that have skills and I help them grow. I end up becoming their joint ventures and stuff. So it depends on what it is, like you have to know the business. Because a lot of times what I've learned is, even for myself, I'm always trying to find the cheapest rates and everything. And what I've learned, even for myself, is the people that I work with, they're adding a lot of value. So you got to know what the value is. Like, do I have resources? Can I help you learn? You got to start looking at things that you may not be aware of. But from wholesalers, contractors, I end up doing a lot of joint ventures because people come to me, and when they come to me, they start realizing that there's a lot of things that, like a lot of value that I'm adding to them to help them grow their business. Because a lot of times people come to me with like a self-employed mindset where they're just trying to do everything themselves and trying to make the most money themselves, and they end up working with me. They end up building a business. So, I mean,
that's a good point. It's be aware of the resources that you're bringing to the table, because even if you're not bringing money, you can still bring other stuff and still get paid. So having a minimum, as Nick said, a standard is 15%, but be flexible with that approach. And of course, if you can make more, do it. Steve says, Nick, great job flipping that bad wholesale deal scenario into a seller financing. I know you put up $10K up front, but were you also paying interest to the seller on the $100,000 for that year?
Yeah. So the cool part about that property was that it was 2 units was occupied, or was it one or two? I think it was one was occupied.
1 unit.
One, right? Mm-hmm. And I was like, look, I'm gonna let you continue collecting that rent until I pay off the property. And so that was in essence the 1% per month, because it was a 3-unit property. And then I told him that as I fill the units, I would split with him the remaining rent until I pay off the property. And so he was like, I'm getting 10,000 and I'm getting cash flow. There's no reason to not do this deal with Nick.
Yeah, it works. That's an awesome way, man.
Yeah, so when Nick did that deal, he got real creative. So when I was doing the joint venture and we're doing now, I also kicked in the homeowner on the back end, because we were going back saying, I think it's going to sell for $330 when I fix it. She said $360. So I'm like, let's do this. Up to $330, I'm keeping everything. Anything above it, so we're in it together, because I want more money, that we split everything 50-50 above it. So she had some an equity stake in the end, even though I couldn't guarantee it. So I was like, that's good, because they have something extra. And when they have a lot of points coming in, just like Nick's was a great deal, that makes the deals happen.
Yeah.
But next question is your time.
All right. What's your Dave and Randy? What's your top tip when raising money from people? This is for funding projects via using other people's money. So yeah, you guys got any tips when it comes to raising money?
My first tip would be, first is like tell people what you do. So before you tell people what you do, you have to have a track record, right? You have to have experience of deals that you've done, because when you have deals, people just look at your history. It's self-explanatory that you can produce results. That's my top tip. Get the experience and build a track record, because it speaks for itself.
I would add that you should start talking even before a track record exists. Meaning, you should tell people like, "Hey guys, I'm getting into fixing and flipping. This is what I'm doing. I'm buying this house no matter what." And somehow, one way or another, figure out how to get the money. Like you're either partner with your friends, and when I say partner, like I'm talking about really partner, like meaning you're not paying them cost of capital in terms of a percent per month, but no, they're getting like 50-50 partner, or whatever split, whatever structure. Like you can even give 75% partnership to them. I mean, in terms of profit. Can you mute Dave's thing? Like don't try to count the money in your first deal. Like it's not necessary. I know it's important, but if you have to do the deal where you don't make any money, just get it done. So that way you can at least now have a story. Okay. And once you have the story and what is called experience with one deal, at least one deal, it's easier to raise money for the second. And that's how you get started. So don't be afraid to not tell people that you're just starting, and whatever split, just make it happen and do it.
All right, Randy, we got like 30 seconds.
That's all right. I'm always going to be quick anyway. So the one way I would do that is approach somebody that you think has the money or wants to invest, and present them the opportunity. Don't put the pressure on them, because a no is okay. So what you want to do is, if you get a no because you don't have that experience, but like Nick said, is partner up with somebody, do what you got to do, get in a deal so you have that experience. But now what will happen is present some of the opportunities, show them the numbers, show them how it breaks down. Even if they say no, ask them this question, say, all right, hey, Mary, John, whatever, I appreciate the time talking to you. I know we're not going to work on this deal. It's not a problem. But do you mind that if I come back after this deal done, and can I show you how the deal worked out? Because if somebody says no, and it's your first deal, it's because they don't know how it's going to work out. So after that first deal, show them, say, I told you this is what was going to happen. Let me show you. This is what happened. The next deal, they might still say no. Same question. They kind of come back and show you. By the third time, you're like, all right, this guy's probably legit. So they'll probably loan you that money. And then what will happen is they're only going to loan you $50,000 on the first one or $25,000, whatever the number is. But then now you went through. So now you show them 3 case samples where you succeeded. The next one turns 50 into 75. The 75 turns into, all right, I have 125, but my brother-in-law's got another 125. Can we both come in? Now you have good because you're proving yourself, but you go back and no is okay. No, definitely no is an okay.
Beautiful.
Just,
No, it's such a fabulous way to do it.
Just go back and show them so you can prove it to them. That's why I do the videos. I want to prove to you what I did, even though we're not working together, because it's going to ease their mind. Because it's a lot of money. Someone's going to give you $50,000.
Randy,
$100,000.
Quick question: would you still show even if the project didn't work out as you anticipated?
Yeah. I mean, I haven't had that opportunity to, but the reason why you would want to do that is number one, integrity is going to show you the right thing. But what they're going to take away is I had a problem. This is how I solved the problem. This is how I protect my lender. So say everything doesn't always go according to plan, but this is how I always get through this. And that's also extremely important to show how do you solve a problem.
Love it. All right. Are there any properties that you can't buy with credit cards?
No, you can buy anything with credit cards.
All right.
I mean, as long as you have the credit limit for it.
Yeah, the credit limit's the most important thing, right?
Yeah.
There will be a recording of this. Yes, someone says they can only stay part-time.
Yeah, you can just replay it.
If I ask the credit ceiling to be increased, is there any impact on the other aspects of personal credit scores?
Yes, they're gonna ping you. So if you're gonna ask for an increase, like I do it every 6 months, and I do all of them. So that's why all of them is gonna ping you, but it's just all gonna happen like in that one day. So it's kind of like they look at the credit bureaus look at it differently because they're like, oh, okay, you're trying to do you're trying to increase your limit, or you're trying to pull a loan, and you're doing it at all different institutions. And so as long as you're all doing it like within that day or that period, you're fine.
All right. And Stacy says, we heard you discuss kind of personal credit and raising, the credit limit. Would you do the same with business credit?
Yes, absolutely. 100% the same. And business credit grows even faster than personal credit if you know how to do it.
All right, let's do the final question here, and then we're going to bring in our next speaker, which will be Gabe and Randy. So for you guys, for people who are new out there right now, and let's say they wanted to, they were interested in doing some type of creative financing, is there a way that you would kind of recommend them to start, something to focus on, to pick one thing, to test them all out? What would you guys say in terms of that? And please keep your answer like 30 seconds here. We'll start with Randy.
Question or
No, that's just the ending question for this segment.
Do Joseph's last question.
It just came in.
That's a pretty important one.
It just came in. Sorry. I'm still confused on the private money raising part. Do you need to form a syndication, or can you just issue promissory notes to a few investors?
Yeah. So the only time you need to do a syndication is if you're combining and commingling the money into like one bank account, meaning it's like, let's say you're getting like 100,000 here, 50,000 there, and another 100,000 somewhere else, and you're making it all into one loan. So you're combining it all into one loan. That's when you have to do a syndication. But if you're not combining it into one loan and they're all separate loan paperwork, and they are because they're all separate, when you're doing one deal, for example, and you need, let's say, money from 5 different people, there's going to be 5 loans on that. And because they're all separate, one has a precedence over the other. And so that's the problem with doing multiple loans for one deal. But if you're doing a deal where there's only one loan, then you don't have to do a syndication at all. Or if you're doing a deal where there's multiple loans, but they don't care what order they're in terms of precedence, then you don't have to do syndication. But if they do care and they all want to be in first position, then you have to do a syndication, or they want to be on the same position. Did I answer your question?
I'll also jump in too. If you're raising money, For me, I'm raising it from accredited investors, or people that's making over $250,000. I'm not going out there marketing to any random people. It's only specific people that are making over that money. And if you're raising money from friends and family, I would also recommend, like, for me at least, I don't just give them like promissory notes. I give them a first mortgage as well, and I make sure that they're fully protected. And so that's how I do it.
Cool.
All right, guys, that was a fire session. I got to kick Dave out of here because the feedback is crazy. Dave, we love you. By the way, guys, you guys can reach out to Dave. His email's up there right now. The guys on Facebook. If you guys are in the Philadelphia markets, make sure you do that. Dave is a killer down there, and he knows a lot of people in the Philly market. So, Dave, we appreciate you for being on here with us, and thanks so much for the value, brother.
Later, Dave.
You can kick me out too.
All right, and Nick's getting the boot as well. We'll see you later, Nick. Boom. Let's bring in my man Yerrick. Where's Gabe? What's up, brothers?
Back.
We back, baby. We back. All right, guys. Just asked, it's around lunchtime. It's 12 o'clock. We're still going strong. Everyone just take a nice inhale, exhale. We're halfway through, baby, and we still going. We're showing up. We're showing up for ourselves. We're showing up for our future. We're showing up to our youngest self. We are making an impact in our own lives, and through doing that, we're going to help everyone else out in the family. So I'm excited to have all you guys still here with us. We have literally learned. I have notes. I have pages of notes. I got like 3 sheets on my Google Doc of just notes. Like, we do these calls because of the growth that takes place from them. And if you're not learning, I don't know what the heck you're doing. Okay. But we're having a lot of fun here today. This section here, we're going to get into the nitty gritty, the fine details. Okay. The paintbrush is on the paper now. All right. We're going to be discussing when it comes to, we heard Gabe talk about earlier, and Randy speaks of it too, the highest and best use. What's the highest and best use for this property? How do we maximize the potential on this thing? We're going to go into the details of that. And in addition to that, we're going to be talking about, I know these two gentlemen love this, the scope of work, right? What do we got to do to put the scope of work together? Because this is our plan. This is what we're going to execute on to keep this going. So let's get this started here. Gabe, Randy, you guys checked in? You guys doing good?
Yes, sir. Ready to roll. Ready to roll, man.
Feeling great. Hey, there he is.
And Nick is back.
He's always got to be in the spotlight.
I hit a
Eric.
I hit a 60-minute.
What happened? Go ahead, Gabe.
I was gonna say I'm fired up. I hit a 60-minute Peloton in between my sessions, so I'm ready, man. Let's go.
Wait, I'm a little confused why you didn't bring the Peloton into the back so we could see you. Or while we're going live. Next time.
Wait, you see Elijah? He's always doing like little pull-ups and the push-ups in the back.
Handstand and everything.
Force that on stage, man.
All right, I got to focus here. Okay, so yeah. All right, so gentlemen, let's get this first question started. So let's first talk about, I want to know, like, evaluating a property and really figuring out the best use for a property. I know, Gabe, you're into the adder levels. You also do fix and flips. You're also starting to do commercial projects. So let's go ahead and start off with Gabe here. Gabe, when an opportunity is in front of you, and if you want to talk about commercial or adder level, whichever one you prefer at the moment, what's kind of going through your thought process, and what are some of the details that you're looking for to figure out what's the best way to do this deal?
So this is a tough one because it goes back to, like, you don't know what you don't know. And so if you haven't been exposed to a thing, it's going to be super hard for you to go and grab from that. So my example that I often give is we took down a deal and we plowed over a house on what we came to find out later was a double lot. But instead of subdividing and putting up 2 houses, we put up 1. The only reason I came around to seeing that was a year later, another investor did something on the back block where he tore down 1 and put up 2. So I went back and looked at our deal and said, was that an option back then? And sure enough, it was. I didn't know, right? So I didn't know that the highest and best use was inclusive of that opportunity. I was like, well, ripping down this this turd and putting up a brand new house is the highest and best use. In my mind, that's what I knew. So I would say that it's really about, like, taking the blinders off and having people in your network that are doing things at the next level, at a higher level, that'll expose you to a thing you would otherwise not have seen. So, like, by us being here today, we're exposing folks to the concept of add levels, additions, new constructions, conversions, like taking a schoolhouse and converting it into 6 apartments. Like, who would have known that was an option? If someone hadn't have shown you that in the first place, you'd have never known you could do that. But now the mind, once expanded, can never be I'm killing the quote.
Can never be contracted.
Once you've seen a thing, you can't unsee a thing. Like that's it, man. So that's what we're here to do for folks today, is to kind of like take those blinders off. Because for me, frankly, everything for a while looked like an add level. Every cape or ranch looked like an add level, and that was great, and it served us. And we were making fat spreads on deals. But when you miss out on an opportunity to tear a house down and put up 2 in its place, that's not a little bit of money left on the table. That's a lot of money. So I would say it has a lot to do with like being exposed, just get around some people and let them expose you to things you would otherwise not see is really how it starts.
Yeah, it's such a fine point there, because it's like, in a way, it's like we have a certain way that we like to look at things. And it's kind of like the ego. We get stuck in this little ego of like, this is how it has to be. And we miss the real opportunity if we're not open-minded to it. So, and it's like Gabe said, it's all about the power circle, right? Your circle.
I got a question on that property for you, because it was a double lot. It had a one-family house on it. Now, did you miss that opportunity because the surrounding houses around you had the same size lot? Right. Like, if you take a normal suburban town, you have a Cape Cod. We know that the lots are about the same, so there's probably not a highest and best use. But going back, would you have said, "Oh, it is kind of fun. We have a really big property versus everybody else here. Why is that? Was that the case, or did everybody else have big property?"
Nope. That one stood out. It should now, knowing what I know now, there's no way I would have missed that. But back then I didn't know. And so we missed that opportunity. But now for sure, I mean, after you get smoked on one of those, you for sure never miss that again. And now the other thing I'll say about that is back then people didn't necessarily know what they had. And now everybody knows if they're sitting on a double or a triple lot. So they're getting you for that premium when they're selling the lot, even without the subdivision, even without the entitlements in place. They're already trying to get double lot money, triple lot money. So they're doing it for you. They're making sure you already know. And so yeah, that one screamed opportunity. I just didn't know, and I missed it. And we did well on the deal, but we didn't do as well as we could have.
So just hypothetically speaking here, I'm saying, I'm watching this video and I'm hearing Gabe talk about, the highest and best use and really being able to see kind of what the real opportunity here is. Like, let's say I hop on Zillow as soon as this webinar is done, and I'm looking at properties for sale by owner, maybe stuff in agent in areas where, and I find a small house. Like, is there anything like in particular that like we should be looking for? Is it more of just like check out the neighborhood, see if there's bigger houses, see if there's not? Like, are there any of those signs that might catch one's eye that there might be a potential opportunity to really get the best use?
You could do that with now you could do that with the map. Like you could do that with the Google satellite images. You can kind of look from above, and to Randy's point, like a lot of them are 50 by 100s, just 50 by 100s, right? In a grid system. And then all of a sudden there's a corner lot that's a double, right? Or something kind of in between. We've had opportunities where every lot's 50 by 100. Then all of a sudden, as you go halfway through the block, the lots turn laterally and they're 100 by 50. Well, that just changes things, right? Like now the same setbacks that applied on the 50 by 100s one direction apply here. So you can't necessarily do the things you could do on the other lots. But I think for me now, I'm always looking at it from above. When I'm modeling deals, I've got a bunch of tabs open. One of those tabs is either RPR, or if you don't have access to that, Zillow, or just simply Google. And you're up from above looking, and you're like, wait a second, something about that lot looks different than the others. Time to dig into the zoning and understand what is the highest and best use, what's actually possible here. I mean, I've got tons of stories like that, my own example and others, where it was just a miss. People just missed what they didn't know was there.
Yeah, definitely hitting the the zoning map, because you could be a single family Cape Cod in, I don't know, any town, whatever, Roselle, and you might be in R1 section, but this other property might be in R2, and maybe the R2 allows for residential and office space. Actually, the deal I just did in Plainfield, same thing. We bought it as a single family, but it was also zoned that you could do single family or office, like professional office use. The reason that professional office use could have been a play, it's not what we elected for, is because there was a hospital right next door. There were covenants in the deed, so you couldn't use that property as office space for like another 5 years. So for that, it was kind of off the table, but the opportunity was still there. So you need to know what zone you're in, what do those zones mean, and even though you can theoretically get things approved that are not necessarily allowed in that zone, that's just getting variances. And to me, that's, you could only really do that after you own that property. It's a, you know, you got to really be sure that you're going to be able to do it. So I don't want to try to go for variances, but in that situation, you do see that this can be an office space. And if you could put that into four units of 4 different doctor's office, $4,000 or $1,000 an office, you got 4 units in there, $4,000. That's like $4,000 rent on a whatever $250,000 house for buy and hold. Hell yeah, that's a good thing to do. Now on that house, that's the first thing I did, because when I circled around, I had a tennis court across the street, and then I had a big parking lot with the hospital. So I'm like, what are the opportunities here? Because it's not a normal thing. In the end, we just went single family, but at least I knew what it looked, because something was out of place.
You don't know to look if you haven't done this, if you hadn't had this opportunity, if you hadn't done this, like if you hadn't driven neighborhoods, if you hadn't reviewed zoning, if you hadn't looked at ordinances, looked at maps, done a lot of that stuff. Like to Randy's point, I don't advocate for variances. That's a big guy game. That's like, hey, I'm self-financing the acquisition on this. I'm liquid to the tune of $500K. So I could sit on this lot while I wait for the town. That's not the business that we're in. And it's certainly not the business that I advocate that the listeners get into. But to look at something and say, what are the permitted uses here? Because zoning in a lot of places is super loose. We don't know unless we dig in, unless we drive around, unless we visit the town, go talk to the zoning official. I've had zoning officials hand me business cards and say, if you ever have any questions, call me directly. Like, that's a town you want to be building in. I've had zoning officials ignore me. Like, so those are towns that are not going to be builder friendly. Like, go to a Bloomfield or a Scotch Plains or a place like that and see how, like, they want to work with you. They want to see you get creative. They want to see you leverage the zoning in a particular area. Go to other towns and they're going to stonewall you, and they're going to say, listen, you got to work within this little box. Like, that's that. So, yeah. I mean, but you don't know what you don't know. So get around folks who do, ask a lot of questions, drive around. So, Randy nailed it.
No, great. Yeah, Randy. So real quick before I come to Randy, Francesca's asking, how do you find out about zoning and variances? Like, is there someone you have to call, somewhere specific you have to go? Gabe?
So our model, everything's online now. Most every city has all their stuff online. Any city that we operate in, we go and we pull the zoning map, we pull the ordinances. A lot of times they look like a chart, and it's got all the zones across the left and then all the setbacks across the top, basically. And we save all those down to a share drive, like a global share drive, where if an opportunity hits my phone and I'm in the field, I'm quickly pulling up the zoning for that particular municipality on my way to go look at that property. So as soon as I get to that property, I already know what zone it's in. And if I've done stuff in that town, I'll be familiar with what that means. But first place to start is go online, any town you're operating in, pull down the zoning for that particular town, save it by municipality in your Google Drive or Box or Dropbox or whatever tool you and your team use, and then get the best people for that. Like, I can read zoning. I'm good enough. Like, I'm dangerous, right? I know enough to be dangerous. I can read zoning. But at the end of the day, I defer to my engineers and architects, because that's supposed to be their expertise. And then they defer to the construction officials, because that's literally what they get paid to do. So, like, you can know enough to make an offer, but beyond that, like, what can actually go there? That's your architect and you guys working in parallel. And then still you're looking for construction official, zoning official, engineering approval from a city. So make sure that, and that has a lot to do with relationships and all those other things, but I know that's a long-winded answer, but the stuff's all online.
All I know is that my number one goal in life right now is to be dangerous. That's all I'm after right now, boys. So
surround yourself with 8 players.
Yeah. Another thing you can do too is, like, Gabe's clearly, he's got the towns down, he's got the zoning, which is a great tool. You can even have a virtual assistant just go do that for you. Say, hey, I'm going to do Middlesex, Essex, and Somerset County, VA. Go to every town, get all the zoning, get all the stuff, organize it, put in a folder. Probably cost you $100 to do that. But what you can also do too is you can actually just call up the zoning office, and you're not necessarily looking. This is just the initial first step. So if you don't know what you're doing, call up the zoning office, and whoever you get on the phone. You're not looking for the main zoning official. You're not looking for official answers. You're looking for like that first line of defense, that secretary person. And what you do is dumb it down a little bit and say, hey, I'm new. I'm looking at this property over here. I have a couple questions on the zoning. Is that something you can help me on? And they're probably going to say, yeah, what question you got? First of all, know your block and lot number and the address. So you say, well, it's this property here. So I'm trying to do this. Can you help me on, like, am I allowed to do this, this, and this? And what's going to happen is you're like, dude, I'm tired of typing along on the computer all day long. If you're nice about it and you ask them questions, you're empowering them to give you the answer, so they feel like an authority, because all day long they are like pushed down because they're just the first line of defense. So it's like at some point now somebody comes along and like, oh, they're looking for me for an answer. They're gonna talk you all day long, give you what you want, assuming that they're not busy. But I tend to get a lot of good information like that and just pretend like I don't know because I want them to talk. And before you know it, you get on their first name basis. Next time you call, you say, hey, Mary, this is Randy. We spoke a couple days ago. Oh, hey, Randy, what's going on? Now they're your friend. Now they're going to help you. Yep. So if you do want to get into that zoning official, Mary's like, this happened to me about a month ago, last time I did this. And like, hey, let me tell you what, I'm going to send this to the construction official because I had a construction question. He's like, let me just email him and make sure that he calls you tomorrow. But I was building a rapport with the entry-level person because now I have a connection, an intro to the construction official who I don't know. But now he's like, oh, Mary told me to give you a call back. Mm-hmm. Ask a question, let them talk, empower them. They know a lot of the questions. They're going to get 85% right.
Yeah.
Why not?
I love that. That's great. All right. So let's wrap this up here. And then I want to dive into the finding contractors, finding these A players, really building that solid team around you so you could take down these projects. But before we get into that, Randy, I'm curious for you. I remember earlier in our morning session, you were speaking on the fact that, you go over budget every now and then because you're finding ways to add value to the project. And so for you, when it comes to best use, like what are some of the things that are like an absolute non-negotiable when it comes to the renovations, such as like with the kitchens, with the bathrooms? Are there certain things that, you will just not do and certain things that you have to do? For you in the residential space, what are some of the absolute mandatory ways that you add value for the best use when it comes to your type of construction?
All right. So to answer that question, I mean, it's kind of hard because every property, I hate that stupid answer, every property is different. But I'm going to take it from the perspective that we are just doing a renovation. We're not doing like an addition or an add a level or anything like that. You can't always do this on every property, but like when you're coming into kitchen designs, I hate putting the microwave right above the stove. So if there's any time that I can move the microwave somewhere else and then I put an exhaust hood, that's like a rule of thumb number one for me. If you're in a Cape Cod or a ranch, when you first walk into the house, is there any walls that I can open, load bearing or not load bearing? Are there any walls that I can open where when I first walk in, my house appears to be bigger? It's not going to change the square footage of your house, but it does is I kind of geared towards more the aesthetic value, because what things that I do may not necessarily change the house from a $300,000 house because I opened a wall. It's not going to make it 310. It's not going to make it 305,000 because I put a stainless steel hood instead of the microwave above the stove. But what it will do is when my buyers get in there, I have more appeal than the person that just did a direct replacement and they got in and out. So even though the houses are at the same value, mine's going to have a bidding war because it's always going to look better. And because it has the bidding war, it actually intrinsically it brings up that value. So from an appraisal perspective, no. From an appeal perspective, yes. And I do that a lot. I don't like to use those, those domed light fixtures from Home Depot.
The $12 ones, $12.94.
Boob light.
Yeah, that one. I have a word for them, but I'm not going to say it on here. But people probably call them the same things.
I think Gabe just said it.
Yeah, freaking boob light.
Okay, he said it, not me. But yeah, that's what they look like, So I was like, we buy ours at Costco. They look like little satellite, little low profile. It's different because everybody else uses those. So for me with the value adds is I want the things that, you know, the end decision maker, whether it be the wife, the husband, whoever's really going to make the house, I want the finishes to look really nice. So I go for the appeal, aesthetic, value adds because it's not much more.
Gabe, you have anything to add to that? If you wanted to, you don't have to.
Well, to Randy's point, like in the end, it's about my product standing out in a super saturated market. Right now, that's not necessarily the case because there's no inventory. But when you're churning out a product, and so is every other rehabber, how do you make yours stand out? Like we over improve our homes. We'll design our house. The fixtures and finishes on ours are going to be one price point above where we're selling. If we're doing a 500 house, you better believe we're designing it like a 750. If we're doing a 750, we're designing it like a 1.2, whatever. So always be like designing fixtures, finishes above the price point you're targeting, because the incremental spend on your end is going to be rewarded like exponentially on the sell side, whether that's in the form of a bidding war, whether that's in the form of yours sells quicker, yours pre-sells, you know, so you're not sitting on it paying debt service. Other value add like nuggets. I mean, we always finish a basement. I think that's money well spent. People want that playroom space, home gym space, whatever the case is. Doesn't cost much to finish basements. I think I always get that money back. On ADA levels, we always blow the first floor up to 9 feet. People don't necessarily understand what that even is, but to Randy's point, you walk into a house and there's no walls. It feels open. The home lives bigger. Same thing applies to the ceilings. A lot of people put a second floor on a house and leave it at 8 feet. That doesn't make sense. We always do that.
So that foot difference really creates that much of a overall effect of someone walking through. And I guess that's all psychological, isn't it?
I mean, nobody's tall enough for that to matter, right? We're not selling our homes to NBA stars. So for the most part, people are walking in and they don't know why, but the house feels different. It feels It feels like it flows. It feels like it lives bigger than it actually is. And then the one other thing, because we do the big value add stuff, we're doing big like renovations at ADA levels, additions, whatever. Always and ever be looking to get another bathroom in, whether it's another half or convert a half to a whole. If there's an opportunity to do that, usually for us, it's in the basement. Or if we have to steal from a closet to get turn a half into a whole, steal that room. Those bathrooms, those bath counts, bed and bath counts matter. So yeah, those are a couple.
No, it's beautiful.
You know, Randy, really good to note on that is when you're doing the ADA level, let's say you're in Springfield, wherever it's going to end up being. The reason that 1 foot makes such a big difference, there's a reason why people do it and then don't do it. If you're trying to cut corners and be cheap, you're not going to do it, because the cost of raising that 1 foot is actually pretty expensive, because all your floor joists, they now all have to be ripped out, and you're going to add a rim joist around the perimeter of the house. But what's going to happen is we did the same thing on a Westfield house. We had a split level we did an addition on, but when you walked into an 8-foot ceiling. So I'm like, well, what's above this? There's a closet above it, a huge closet. I was like, make the closet a little bit smaller, but I need a 2-story entrance. Why? Because we were at a $1 million house in Westfield, but every $1.4 million house had a 20-foot ceiling. We needed to have that because we were trying to be that $1.4 million house under $1 million at 950. So you got to show what the other houses are. So it's kind of like the people that can't quite afford this is pretty damn close. So for the extra money, Gabe's going to be on a $700,000 house, and they're going to feel like they're in $1 million house, because you don't have $1 million house that has 8-foot ceilings. I mean, unless you're like in Short Hills, like some weird place. Right. But anywhere else, that's what you get on $1 million house. So he gets that $1 million feel for $750. That $750 house is going to outsell every other $750 house just because of that. It's a big difference.
No, that's great.
But it does cost more money.
Yeah, so I got like 20 minutes with you guys before we open up for Q&A. So, Yurik, you want to start this with contractors? The last two things I want to talk about with these guys are really scopes of works and finding, A+++ quality teammates and contractors and plumbers and electricians. So, Yurik, you want to start this one off?
Yes, Elijah. Yeah, very important. You guys mentioned before is A-class, contractors. And as newbies, I myself got into issues of hiring the wrong contractors. One would be, how do you find somebody to even vet, right? Before you even like test them out, how do you find somebody to go about, and how many people do you find to vet out?
And you're brand new. You're brand
Yeah.
new. Forget all the brand shit. You ain't got
Yeah.
nothing. You got some money. Brand new.
Exactly.
What's
If
the
you guys were
first
starting
step?
off, all over again, what would you do differently?
First step.
I love this
Randy.
one.
Let's start with Randy.
Okay. I mean, number one, if I'm starting a brand new and I've never done a rehab ever before in my life, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to invest some time in myself, and I'm going to go to other people's job sites. I'm going to learn a little bit, and I'm going to see if they don't mind that you come on the job site. I'm going to see what their job sites look like during construction. Is it a mess? Do they have tools all over the place? Do the guys clean up at the end of the day? And then I want to see a little bit about their contractors, how they're operating. Because now what's going to happen, you're going to have a good guide for when you need to actually physically go out. Because when I vet a contractor, it's a conversation. At some point, I will go to the job site, and I like to see three. I want to see it before, a middle, and then an end. Because I want to see what the end product looks like. I want to see how the project's done. But if you've never done it before, you won't know what you're looking at. So go to another contractor's job, another rehabber. Please, I said this last time, do not approach their contractors and get their business cards. You will never be invited back. It's poaching. It's so uncool, because the reason why I said it is because it takes that contractor a really long time to work with that contractor or whatever. And if you take their contractor, they're not available for our next project. And if something goes wrong on your project with the contractor, it comes back on us, and we didn't have anything to do with it. So number one, just don't do it. If you don't poach, people will help you all day long. But going to those job sites are great, so that when you go out to vet your own guy, you know what's going on. If you see this is the biggest red flag. If you see a contractor, Elijah, it's kind of like a pun at you because this was you. If you see a contractor with brand new Milwaukee drills, brand new DeWalt drills, garbage cans that have the stickers on them, freaking run. It's their first project. You want the contractor that has the drills that has like concrete on it. There's paint all over the place. It means not that they're sloppy. It means that those things have been in war and battle. So you don't want to see clean tools. If you do,
Love it.
You might maybe one or two because you need new tools. But I want to see a dirty ass ladder. I want to see all that stuff, not broken, just dirty. So those are some of the things that I look for when you're vetting those contractors. Clearly,
So Randy, real quick, because Yerk said, finding these guys, and so for you, some of the characteristics that you're looking for is, of course, you want to make sure that they look like they're not a newbie on the job, and a sign of that is the tools that they have. And so when it comes to finding these guys, like, would you just drive around? Would you reach out to some friends? Yeah, how would you go about with that?
I know Gabe's got a thing on this. I mean, I don't want to steal his thunder, so I'm trying to avoid
Don't
that.
steal nobody's thunder, man. Come on.
Well, the reason is because I do the same thing, but it's like you don't. First of all, I don't want the guys that are at Home Depot. Home Depot is very convenient. So you can. I'm not saying you can't find good guys here. You absolutely can. My guys honestly go to Home Depot more than anything, but I also work with like an anomaly. But the best places are going to be the pro places, like the lumber yards. Because the contractor is going to know I can buy a quantity at these lumber yards. It's going to be cheaper, but they have relations. They probably have credit lines. Home Depot is just easy because you can get almost everything and anything there. But people say, well, go in the middle of the day, go in the afternoon, go at night, go in the morning. If your guy's there in the middle of the afternoon, that's the big red flag anyway, because it means he wasn't prepared. Things do happen. If he's there really early, first of all, I'm not getting out there early. I don't mind the guys that are there at 6 o'clock because they are preparing for the day. So you can be prepared at the end of the day or before. To me, that part doesn't really matter. The guys that are working there late, 8 o'clock guys, I don't know how I feel about that because either one, they're preparing for the next day. Two, they work late, which could be good. I necessarily don't want my guys to work late. I want them to have a family life. So that's not a plus for me. It might be a plus for somebody else. But when you're driving around, if you're seeing, like if I want to do an added level in Westfield, all right, at that point, now I'm going to drive around and now I'm poaching. Now I want to go to see all those contractors because I don't have a relationship with the person who's running that job site. So I'm not really stepping on somebody's toes. I'm just looking for a contractor referral. But if I know I got to do shadow boxes, which people underestimate, that takes like mathematical calculations to know how to do it. I want the guy in Westfield that's doing trim work. He's going to be expensive, but where do I got to go? The job is actually going, because you can literally walk on and see what they're doing. Simple as that.
Perfect. Gabe.
Yeah.
Yeah, nailed it. I mean, he speaks to the point about like finding them at the industrial supply, the electric supply, the plumbing supply, the masonry supply, like your inside sales reps at those yards, at those facilities are going to have their preferred partners that they can refer you to. So if you're super green, you don't have the relationships, that's where you start. You don't start at Home Depot because you don't know what you're looking for. So there's not going to be anybody there to screen for you. So trust the inside sales rep who's been selling through to these tradesmen for 20 years. Like, you trust him. He knows. You don't necessarily know what you're looking for. He knows. And so you say, hey, who are your 3 preferred paint partners, right? My Sherman-Williams inside sales rep, give me your 3 preferred painting partners right now. And that's where you start. And then you do what Randy said. You go to their job sites. You start looking at their vans. Like, is their van a disaster? If their van's a disaster, their job site's a disaster, their work's a disaster. Like, right. So it's, he nailed it. Perfect.
So, gentlemen, I have a question. How much do you need to know before, you go out here and you start talking with these guys? Because if you just walk in on a job site, let's say you got the referrals from the Sherwin-Williams, or you ran into 3 guys who specialize in drywall, and you go on the job site, like, how much do you really need to know about that craft when you're, communicating with these guys, speaking the language? Like, what do you guys feel is important when it comes to that?
And how would you learn as well?
Gabe, you take this one first. I took the last one.
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with speaking the language. The lexicon is important, being able to operate on that level. Like, we're fortunate too. Like, there's a language issue too. Like, let's be frank. Like, if you speak their language, you're in a better position to negotiate. You're in a better position to communicate. So that's a benefit for those that do speak the language, whether it's, like Portuguese for Brazilian tradesmen, Spanish for South American trades.
By the way, Gabe, what's your ethnicity? I never knew this.
Portuguese.
Oh, nice.
So I can float. Like, so I have the language down, which is of a benefit to me. I'll admit, right? Like, that's a benefit to us to be able to speak their language. Not that, like, listen, like, once you learn to speak construction, you can speak construction in a couple of different languages, right? You ever see like soccer being played globally, and you're like, how is it that those guys are communicating with each other? They're not speaking one another's language. They're speaking the universal language of soccer. Like, we speak the universal language of construction. So you get there over time, which is really the answer to the original question, was like, exposure to job sites over time will get you there, where you're having that, like, that conversation. For us inside of our fix and flip syndicate, that's something I spend a lot of time on with students, is like getting them, like, look at scopes, look at bids, look at the way things are written up, look at the emails that come from the guys, the inside sales reps at the supply yard, because he speaks this language. That's his primary language. This is your secondary language. So spend some time looking at that and then asking questions. So like, framing can get really burdensome. A lot of people are like, what's a TGI? What's OSB? Like, everything's a freaking acronym, right? And so you get overwhelmed. So you just got to ask some questions. Google is your friend, right? You could do some research. Yep. But in the end, it's about exposure to the trades. And then they never expect you to know as much as they know. Frankly, once I started to know too much, I was having my tradesmen tell me, like, you're going to take my job soon. I was like, promise you, that is never my intention, right? Me knowing what a TGI is does not mean I'm going to frame a house.
Well, Elijah, part of your initial question was like, if you were beginner, and how do you not, you don't know how to talk that language. Which, by the way, I am El Jefe Grande. That's what they call me. Big boss. But if you guys are out there and you don't know the questions to ask, and you don't know what you're looking for, but you got a job coming up and you need to vet the contractors, the easiest solution is take somebody who knows what you're talking about. Me and Elijah did this about a month ago. We went down somewhere way down south. Yeah. We met one of the contractors. Elijah did fine, but I was like, I'm picking up on these small little things that he might not be picking up. And when I felt like I needed to step in, then I'm going to step in. I'm going to ask some other questions. But that's great, because you'll have somebody there to catch you, because you need to go and you need to fall. So I'm going to let you fall, but it's a trust fall. I'm going to catch you before you hit the ground. Just trust me that I'm there. So definitely have done that. And that's a good way to to start vetting those contractors if you don't know the questions to ask.
Yeah, just to relate that, like, so for me, like, construction is like it's the hardest piece of the puzzle for me, just because, like Gabe said, there's a lot of those like small details that those details matter, and it's not that you have to know them fully or have to do them, but like, I personally just don't have any construction experience, and I never had any interest in construction until I was about to lose like $50,000 on a deal, and then I got interested in it. And thankfully, Randy kind of came in and he was like, look, just relax a little bit. And then, for me, as someone who is new, like having someone on the team that is like an expert in construction, it really just creates ease, because now I can go in and I could start to learn way faster. So you actually learn faster when you bring people onto the team that like know it better than you. So that's awesome.
I think like a powerful thing on the lesson that we had there was, you're great at like hosting these events. I think you're a great host. Why? Because you're building rapport, you're engaging, you're excited, you're doing push-ups, whatever. So what's good is when you meet the contractor, you're the whatever dips. But when you go there, you're building that rapport and you're having that conversation with whoever the contractor is, because at the end of the day, you're going to be the contact person. But what you're also letting that contractor know is, I may not know everything, but I got a guy on my team that does. And you're not quite saying that, but he gets the picture. But I'm not always going to be there. You're going to be there. So it kind of keeps him in check, but you're just trying to build that relationship where he starts to trust you. And he's like, okay, this guy's starting to do the right thing. Okay, great. We're good to go. So that's the value of having somebody behind you. They're going to know they can't pull too much on you.
Yeah, Randy. So one important thing you said is questions, right? And like for me, it's really ask questions, shut up and listen, right? And like ask more questions. And what makes the difference between a successful person and a really successful person is the successful person asks great questions, right? You get great answers. So what would be your 3 top questions you would ask as a newbie, any contractor, right? Like the 3 to-go questions that you're constantly asking, over and over and over again.
Yeah. I think that some of the questions that you ask, sometimes the contractors feel like they're bait questions. And the reality is I just want to see how they're going to answer. Because one question you ask is, how many guys do you have on your crew? So if we were going to do this job site, they're going to say, oh, I got lots of guys. Let me tell you, I don't want 10 guys working on my job site at a single family house, because they're going to step over each other. I'm not looking for that. It sounds great. On a single family house at Cape Cod, I want 3, maybe 4 guys in there at a time, spackling, painting, doing whatever, because they work in different parts of the house. So I do ask them, I was like, how many guys work on your crew? And I clarify what I mean by that is how many guys actually work with you every day. They could be on multiple job sites. But he's like, oh, I got 3 guys that are basically essentially on my payroll. But, as we need more, I'll bring some guys in. But I have my plumber and I have my electrician. They kind of circle. I like those kind of answers. But if they try to puff their chest a little bit, the more they puff their chest, the more that I go down. Like, you think you're impressing me, but you're really not. So how many guys you have there? Some of the other questions I asked, I was like, I talk about draws. And the reason that I want to talk about draws is I want to see if they're financially capable of but moving forward a project if they don't have money from me on Monday. Like if they don't get a check from me on Monday and I can't meet them until Wednesday, does my job stop? Or do they have enough credit, line, whatever it may be, where they're more important on, let's just keep moving the project. I'll meet up with you on Monday or Wednesday, whatever it may. I'm out of the state, but my job doesn't stop. Because that guy is going to show that I need to move my project forward, and money is not necessarily going to be a hindrance. Now, we're not talking $100,000, but can he put in $5,000 on labor and materials to float until whatever happens, or is he going to say, no, I can't move forward until I get another payment? That's a problem.
Yeah.
So that would be my second question.
Yeah, no, let's go to Gabe. I'm 10 on time here.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, Gabe, I know at the beginning there are 3 questions for the 8 players. If you want to share, 1 or 2 of those.
Man, that last one with Randy like really takes precedent for me. It's can they float? Can they float a job? I always pay my guys on the first day on the job, so no deposits. I'm like my project manager or myself, depending on where we are. Somebody will meet you on the first day with a check. So no deposits. Like if we got a guy that's like deposit driven, that's a red flag for me. So can they carry labor for a week? If they can't, there's likely something at play there. And That's the guy that's chasing you down every Friday, texting you like incessantly about getting paid that day. Like he's not even worried about putting in the full Friday's worth of work. He's worried about trying to get a check from you so he can be at the bank by noon so he can pay his guys and then he can like F off to the bar for the rest of the day. Right. So that's what's out there. So just be cautious of that. Understand the draws, how they're looking to be compensated. And then can they float jobs like $5,000-$6,000 to your drywaller for material is a tough ask for some guys. So I know that I'm paying for the material on those types of trades. So I would say that's one. I like to understand what their day looks like. That's another one. And you got to be careful, like, because are you micromanaging, babysitting? Are you baiting them with that question, to Randy's point? For me, it's more about understanding, are you carving out 15 minutes at the end of each day to break down my job site? Or are you leaving your shit everywhere, right? Because do you respect the next trade? I need to understand, are you conscientious? That's the word I used last time. Like, so you can't just ask, are you conscientious? They don't even know what you're asking them. So you ask them, hey, do you break down the job? I want to know, like, are you showing up like a little bit early? What time do you guys kick off the day? And then more importantly, do you break down the job each night, or are you leaving your saws like set up right in the center of the living room? So that's important for me to understand. I would say those are two, man. Those two will tell you a lot about a tradesman. And then individual trades, I see a lot of questions in the chat about individual trades. There's 2 or 3 like pointed questions that you can ask each individual trade to get a handle on how they do what they do. I gave you an example with drywall earlier. Like, are you gluing the drywall on the ceilings, right? Are you doing double 5/8 in the garage? There's like a couple of those types of things that you can ask. Can you float the material, like, with the drywall or things like that? So, I mean, each trade, we could spend an hour just on that, but
sure.
But yeah,
I had a question.
By the way, guys, Gabe and Randy are going to be on here again from 2 to 3:50. Where we're going to go. Yeah, we're going to go. Like, we're going to have 2 straight hours of just talking all about construction management, A players down to the details, stuff like that. So to keep this topic moving, because I have 7 more minutes, let's get into estimating rehabs real quickly. I know there was a few questions about estimating rehabs. So what are you guys doing to estimate rehabs? And keep in mind, there's your level of doing it today, but then there's also like someone who's new and, they want to estimate a rehab. Is there any rough templates that you guys follow? Like, is there how, you guys talk about that a little bit?
Estimates.
Yeah. So we've touched on this one in the past, and this one is super fluid. So now having done this for a long time, crafting a scope is a lot easier for Randy and I than it is for most folks. I don't take that for granted. So inside of, I keep referencing our syndicate, right? Inside of that, I'm encouraging students to post your bids, post your scopes, because what you need now more than anything else is eyes on all your stuff. We need different data points. We just found out from our roofing and siding supplier that we're going to see across the board increases on material for the second time in 2021 already. For the second time this year already. So, and we've been tracking that. So we're seeing 55% increase year over year on roofing and siding material from GAF, from Norandex, from AZAC. So how would you know that, right? If you're crafting a scope for your first job, there's no way you would know that. The only way is to be in and around other people who are sharing that data back and forth. So that's the kind of stuff that you need to be doing. And we're talking about getting super granular here. We're not just talking about, hey, it's $5 per square foot to frame this house. It's X per square foot to hang that board. We're talking about getting real tight on your scope. So that's what I would suggest, is getting around other people who are getting comparable work bid and then sharing those bids.
Sharing those bids, would you say, Gabe, with other investors or other contractors? How would you share those bids?
Yeah, we do it amongst our
bid with your circle, circle.
Other investors that can put eyes on it and say, hey, that's way out of whack. Like, I just had a staircase fabricated for my ADA level in Springfield and it cost me $1,200. Why is yours $8,000? Like, that bid is way out of line. But if you've never had a staircase fabricated for a house, $8,000 might be $800 to you. You wouldn't necessarily know. So the only way to know is to put that in front of other people who and we can dig into this. Like, I could go deep on whether or not those people are believable. Like, have they done this? Like, are they just shooting from the hip, or can they show you stuff they've done? Can they show you other reference material? We can show you 30 plus P&Ls on projects we've done where I can go line item by line item and say, hey, masonry cost me this on this project in 2016. It cost me this in 2018. It cost me this in 2020. And the projects are comparable. So what happened there? Material went up. Labor, of course, went up. Like, so that's the answer.
Yeah, I mean, so guys, just so you guys are aware, like those of you guys who are part of the membership here, like you guys have access to us. And so like anything that you guys need help with looking at, like you can always send it in to us and like we can refer it to someone who knows. And I know Gabe has a whole program on ATA levels, and Gabe's like the ultimate, ATA level guy, and especially with the fix and flip space. So like if you like these resources are available to you guys, it's your job to use them. And this, because like our goal is for you not to get hurt in this business. You will. You're going to get punched a little bit, but that's part of it. And that's what makes it fun. And that's how we all learn and grow together. So use the club, use the resources. We're here to help you. Let's go to Randy here. Estimating rehabs. What do you got for that?
All right. Well, I'm going to go real quick on this, guys, because we'll have the 2-hour session later. Mm-hmm. But I did this on the last summit as well. Gabe can get granular, and that's great and that's fine. But for guys that are new, it's going to be hard to get granular. So I'm going to go larger. So, I will share with you guys basically what these rehabs should cost you. But he is right about the material. We got the same notifications going up like 15%, I think, like within this month. So, unfortunately, the numbers that you get, if they seem a little high, it's because of the construction cost. But I will share that as well. I'm also going to share with you guys a screenshot of my scope of work. Now, the one I'm going to share with you is I'm going to preface it with, this is with the contractor that I do every single job with, that we've been working 6-7 years together. So at this point, I don't detail every little thing because he knows what it means. If I was working with a new contractor, I would get a little bit more specific. And if you guys are working with a new contractor, go to Home Depot, take some pictures. What I used to do is I used to make like a little pamphlet. And I used to, here's a picture of my material, because whether you speak Portuguese, Spanish, French, Chinese, whatever it's going to be, if I say I want this picture or something similar,
right?
It's not like I asked for a white subway tile and you gave me blue. Like, it might not be 4x17 or it might be 3x16, but it's close. So pictures help out a lot, and it's also good for you to start to price material out there, because it's going to force you to get into the stores and look at it. But yeah, definitely want to get specific on your materials. Now, when you're dealing with your contractors, if you are specific, it's also going to show the contractor that you've done your homework, but it also means that he's also going to expect that you know what you're doing. So it's like a double-edged sword, because he's going to say, well, you told me to do this. And you're like, yeah, but you should have done this. So you got to balance. Definitely balance.
No, this is great. So yeah. Listen, in the next session, like we're gonna go into the scope of work. Like there's a lot of construction questions to be had, and we're gonna get into all the vegan mashed potatoes and gravy of all of it. Okay, that made no sense. Anyway, here we go. All right, so let's listen, bud. Yeah. Don't go there with me. Here we go. All right, Joseph says the aesthetic value is so important, even in the seller market. I've walked into properties that may look nice, but the entire layout makes no sense. Yes, we have seen that.
Your house will sit on the market because my property is going to be competing against yours.
That's right. Yeah. All right. Is it okay to let your contractor manage the whole project from beginning to end?
Let me answer that real quick. If you are new and or you are in a new relationship with your contractor, absolutely not. I would not do that, because there's way too much control. If you've hit probably 10 successful projects with that contractor, is probably when you can start doing that. If you want to step back and be a little bit more hands-off, realizing that if your contractor has to hire the plumber and the electrician, he needs to make a profit on that. If you're okay with that, it means you're going to make less. I would only do that after you have a really good relationship. The first 1 to 5, no. You need to almost micromanage a little bit and make sure that you have that under control.
And Randy, so if you're a beginner, are you micromanaging, or would you get a third party to come in and kind of be a middle person?
If it's a new relationship, or I have a 9 to 5, whether you're micromanaging it or you have somebody else that you trust, like a project manager, a partner, you hire me, whatever, and you say, I need you to go to my project once a week, make sure everything's looking good. somebody has to touch it until that relationship is built. And remember, I have that rule of 3. You won't know on your first, second, or third. By your third one, you should know if you have the right contractor and if it's a fit. You won't know it on your first because he's going to make your first feel so easy because he's trying to impress you. The truth comes out on the third one.
Love it.
True. Gabe?
I think there's ways to build in checks and balances where you can put a guy on a project, guy or gal on a project, like start to finish, but they don't have design control, for example. Like hiring out the design, that's another set of eyes that's not yours, that's on a job. So we've done that. That's a lot of times that's our check. Even for our in-house project management. So I have a fully loaded, an FTE who runs my projects, full-time employee who I pay to run projects for us. Even still, he doesn't have carte blanche on a project. He has to answer to a designer with regard to fixtures and finishes. So if it's not my eyes on the project, it's their eyes on the project. Somebody's got to be putting eyes on a project. You give somebody like a blank check and a house, that's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, for sure. All right. How do you know, just real quick, Gabe, how do you know if an opportunity is good for at a level?
This is going to be a tough one to unpack in a couple of minutes, but the rule of thumb is the 2.5 times multiplier. Look for a Cape, Ranch, Bungalow. Those are usually really good canvases for the ATA levels. See if a comparable home twice the size in the same market is trading for 2.5 times. If you can buy a Cape for 200,000 and a Colonial with a similar footprint is trading for 500,000, that's a market. You've qualified a market wherein ATA levels work. Now it's about identifying specific opportunities in that market. So I use the 2.5 times multiplier.
That was like 40 seconds, bro, and you crushed that.
Yeah. I guess I've answered that a lot of times.
That was flawless, you know.
Under pressure.
Under pressure. When do you bring on architects versus when do you bring in the actual contractors on a project?
I start early. I'm one of those people that puts money out early because when I close, I want to be walking from the closing table to the town, submitting my application for permits. So I'll spend money on the front end. By the time I close on a house, I may be $3,000 into the project already with drawings, with surveys, with sweeps, with those types of things, with renderings. Like we crank, we don't play games. So like, if I know I'm taking this deal down, I'm spending money on the front end to streamline my process. Our goal is always to walk from the closing table to the town. I own this now. Here's my submission. Rarely does that happen, but when it does, it gives us a leg up. And when it doesn't, that's the cost of doing business. I'm okay with a 1, 2, 3K loss on a deal because a seller pulls out at the 11th hour. It's actually only happened to me one time in all these years.
Great.
You know what? I'll just quickly add on to that. I mean, if you're doing whatever you're doing, I mean, you're starting definitely with your contractor because before you pay that architect, you want to make sure that, hey, contractor, this is what I kind of want to do. How much is this roughly going to cost? Let's get our ballpark ideas in here because it's going to be hard for a contractor to give you a price without the actual blueprints. It's, again, double-edged sword, but you need to show the contractor examples. Once he says, hey, this is going to cost $250,000. All right, this works out. We're pretty close. Whittle down the numbers a little bit, then you're going to spend the money on the architect. And I agree with Gabe. Definitely do that before because some architects, it's not going to do an ATA level specifically or an addition. It's not 1 week out. I mean, you're talking best case scenarios like 3 weeks out by the time you really get it. It could be up to 5. So if you have a month to go, I'd rather have my permits ready to go. Otherwise, you close on your house and then you're sitting there twiddling your thumbs because you can't do anything. You don't want to do the addition and try to jump the permit. What if the town says no for whatever reason, or your plan's wrong, but you already did the construction? So it's got to be very careful with it. But contractor comes first, then the architect, but definitely both before closing.
All right. I love it. Peter says, great point, Gabe. It shortens the timeline, gets a head start. Gabe's a man. All right, guys. So I want to wrap it up here. I know we have a 2-hour session in an hour. So, make sure you guys get your push-ups in, do your squats, and we're going to see you guys within the next few hours. All right.
Later.
Great, guys.
All right.
Thanks for coming in.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Awesome. Great job.
All right, Yurik, how was that session for you?
Perfect. Awesome. Because I'm actually testing out a new market and I'm testing out a new contractor. So this is definitely good information that I want to be able to use in days coming up.
Yeah, it's always so interesting, like going into a brand new market, you know, because it's like you have to get the construction aspect of it down. Otherwise, even if you're doing buy and holds like rentals, like there's going to be a maintenance issue at some time, and it has to be addressed. And if you don't have the right people around you, it turns into a headache.
Oh, well
So,
said.
you know, that topic of construction is the most important topic. And during our 2-hour session with those guys, I'm ready to dive in deep and really explore, you know, the ins and outs. And it's so amazing to be able to sit here. And I'm saying this because it's awesome to be able to sit here for a few hours with these guys and they just pour into us the knowledge, all the stuff that they've been through, and just share with us openly, right, ways that we can do it. And the secret to life for me is like learning on other people's experiences, not your own.
Yeah,
Learn
I love
off
that.
others.
Yeah, so one thing I actually want to do in that 2 hour, maybe do a role play, right? For example, right now I'm vetting out a contractor and I'm kind of having tough getting what I need. So maybe do a role play with them and see what they would say and how they react to certain things, and you know what justifies an A player versus a B or a C. And really to take away that the most important thing is the network, right? Like one thing I ask is like, how are you vetting out these prices, or how are you vetting out these like contractors, or like how do you know which is right, which is wrong, specifically if you're new, right? And it's really most important is surrounding yourself with other investors. And like Randy said, is like don't step on other people's toes, don't steal their contractors, right? If you're going to their sites, you're looking at these things, don't start taking business cards, right? You want to make sure that you build a relationship and a network of people around you like-minded. And you want to make sure you give versus you continue to take. So, you know, go out to these sites and, you know, make sure you network with people. You know, it's kind of interesting. You see a project going on, go in, maybe,
Yeah.
you know, two different areas. One is you either want to get a contractor or you want to find out who's renovating and you want to become friends with them, right? But don't mix those two things together, right? You want to continue to surround yourself. So maybe even like you could pick a market, right, and go into a different market and find some investors and network with them. Let them know that you're not going into their market, and you let them know that you're not trying to steal their deals or their, you know, their buyers, sellers. Let them know that I'm in a different market. I just want to network. I want to, you know, build something. What can I provide to you? And then go into your network, you know, your market, and then go out to the you know, projects being renovated, and go from there, and you know, learn and find out who those partners are. Now you're able to take those estimates and, you know, give it to your network, your other friends, and so forth.
Call has been forwarded to an automated
and see what they're doing. So it's very important about networking. It's super important. I mean, you know, and again, you can never have too big of a network. The reason why I say that is because like I got burned. I went through a network. I got a contractor who was an investor, and you know, they weren't vetting out their properly. So you know, it goes back to find a third party that can overlook things, right? And I found out they weren't a good contractor by going out and seeing their work and having somebody else come in and say, hey, this is done wrong, right? So, but
Yeah, I mean, it's all relationship building. It's all relationship
100%.
building at the end of the day.
100%.
By the way, guys, I'm calling
Your call
Scott.
has been forwarded to an
Scott should be
automated
joining
voice
us hopefully in 5 seconds.
Yeah, net worth is your net worth.
Here, let me see.
Net worth is your net worth.
Nick, where's Scott? You know?
He's probably just running late. Just give him a few minutes. Do you have his number?
Yeah, call him like 5 times, bro.
Oh, he didn't pick up?
No, unless he's got me on reject. No, I'm just kidding. It's fine.
Block.
Yeah, no, he's not answering at the moment.
He's not answering?
No, not at the moment. It says
Give me a
his device is not. Oh, he's calling me, Scotty. What's up, Mr. Scott Pfeiffer? How are you?
Dude, I'm listening to I'm watching you on my computer and I'm looking at you on my laptop.
Wait,
did you let me in?
Wait, are you telling me you can see me? Because I can't. Like you're not.
I'm watching you on my computer. Is that the problem?
Scott said that he sees us right now.
Okay.
I don't. Yeah, it says your mic is off. It says your mic.
All right, hang on. I think I gotta close this.
Yeah, close it.
Hang on.
Scott's like, he's like, I'm watching you right now, man.
Is it better? Because I'm signed on.
Can you see him? Because I can't see him.
No, Scott's not. Scott just left out of here.
I'm signed on my laptop.
Yeah. Nick's emailed you a link. You should just be able to click that link and.
I'm gonna
join.
email him again.
He's gonna email it to you again right now. So you have
Oh,
a
never
fresh.
mind. I think I just didn't click.
Oh, here he is. All right, Scott. We see you. Love you.
It says
Bye.
I'm backstage.
We got you. Bye bye.
All right.
You guys are good.
Awesome.
What's up, Scott? How are you?
Scott, how are you, sir?
No, I can't hear you.
Oh, you can't
You
hear
hear
me?
Oh my gosh.
Mic check.
You hear
Mic
us?
check.
1 2 1 2 testing.
Mic
You
check.
can hear me, right?
Yes, we can definitely hear you. Yes.
Oh my God. Always
Yeah.
something.
Do you have anything plugged in? Make sure you plug it out.
He can't hear you, bro.
Yeah. I'm trying to.
You're sitting over here
this.
like this, and he's
Yeah,
like,
like
Yo.
plug it out, plug it out.
you over here doing the dance.
I'm
you
looking.
know?
I'm looking for like something to show him. Like,
You guys were
So-
talking, right?
yes,
Yeah, we're
we are.
talking.
Yes, we are.
Fucking Scott.
So the topic we're gonna have now is
I'm gonna get my headphones.
how you want to write up your offer.
Writing
right?
offers, man. What do you put in
Yeah.
the contract? How you protect yourself, right? How do you make it assignable? How do you buy it? How do you have the escape clauses? How you write up a contract, man? Someone tell me. Someone tell me.
What's
Yeah, when
up?
is a good time to negotiate, right? All these things are
Yo,
important,
Jared,
right?
quick question. How did you learn what to put in a contract?
Technical difficulties.
The first one ever. What'd you do? How'd you do it?
So I went out to like courses. I went out to platforms such as this one, and I wrote things down. I remember certain things, like for example, the first property I
All
purchased,
right, say
I
something.
made sure. Can you hear us?
Oh my
You good?
god.
We're good.
I don't know
Take your
why I
time.
can't hear.
Yeah. So pretty much what happened is that I learned, for example, make sure if you're being told whatever you're told in on the phone or like in person, just put in a contract. That's simple as that, right?
Might
Hey,
have to cover for
hey
me.
seller, can you deliver this property vacant? Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Great. Let's put it into the contract, right? Delivered vacant. And those things really work out because when you can talk about certain things is one thing, but when it's in a contract, it's in the contract, right? There's both parties agree to it, both parties agree to it, they signed it, and it's done. It's set in stone type of thing. So it definitely worked out in my favor because people say one thing, but when it comes down to the closing table, is it gonna get done? How about
Yeah.
yourself, Elijah?
We want to
Now
know
I
what to
got
put
you.
in there. Oh, there you are, Scott. How are you?
I got
Perfect.
you now. I can hear you.
You can hear?
Sorry about
What
that.
happened? How'd you fix it? No, you're good.
No, you just have to go into
All right,
settings. I
Scott,
plugged
so-
in my headphones.
I'll
Okay.
Awesome.
plug it in. So, Scott,
Welcome,
we got a
Scott.
lot of people on here. We're super excited. We got New Jersey, New York, and Philadelphia, and we got some people in Texas, by the way, that are on this
Awesome.
call. And so, we're going to be
Glad you have
discussing.
power down there.
Yeah, no kidding, right? Blessings to them and sending a lot of good energy for sure. But how to write up offers, what do we need to put in contracts, how to structure these bad boys. Scott is the man to talk to when it comes to any of this stuff. Scott has helped me out of so many amazing things and closed a lot of deals with Scott. He's a true A player. So Scott, we're super excited to have you. Real quick, Scott, if you could send me your information or in the private chat or let me know what information you want me to send to everyone if they want to get in touch with you. Do you have anything, or you want me to send your email? What do you want me to send to them?
Yeah, just put my email address up and my
Perfect.
phone
Will do.
number. Yeah.
Boom.
Yeah, because you're right. This was relatively quick, so I kind of just hand wrote down an outline. Is Joe here?
Who's Joe?
It says Joe.
Oh, Joe Consul. Yeah, no, it's just you. It's just you.
Just me. All right, great. I like being in charge anyway.
That's a
All
good
right,
attorney
so-
right there, by the way, guys.
All right. So what we're going to talk about is the attorney review process and due diligence, right?
Yeah. Yep. That.
Okay,
and,
good.
Yeah.
All right. So a couple things. When we talk about attorney review, now listen. Okay, I'm happy to talk to you guys. Thank you for the introduction, Elijah. It's great to be here. Virtually because we don't have to drive in the snow in 30-degree weather. Although it's nice and sunny. The thing I want to talk to you about is really geared to New Jersey, but frankly, when I talk about the due diligence, a lot of it I think applies no matter where you're buying property. I am a lawyer admitted in New Jersey and Pennsylvania, but most of my practice is in Jersey. I grew up in Pennsylvania. I went to college and law school in Philadelphia, so I grew up in Chester County, so I have affinity for you guys over in Philly. Go Eagles! No more Carson Wentz. What a bad trade. Anyway, don't get me started on that. But I'm a real estate investor. My wife and I invest here in New Jersey, and like I said, my practice is basically New Jersey. The great thing there's lots of great things about New Jersey, as we know who live here, but one nice thing from a legal perspective that's different from Pennsylvania is that in New Jersey, it's a statewide legal practice. In other words, if you have a transaction and you have to do deed, seller residency certification, affidavit of title, Form 1099-S and an affidavit of non-foreign status for, that's what you want when you're selling a property or buying it. Those are like the legal documents you'll be required to convey. The forms of those are the same throughout New Jersey. The clerks from Mahwah to Cape May all require the same documents. In some counties, the recording fees include a small fee for homelessness prevention, but really it doesn't matter where you are. Generally, the laws are the same when it comes to reading the title and recording documents, just as far as legal goes. And of course, a real estate transaction is at bottom. It's a legal transaction, right? I mean, the only way you're going to obtain ownership of a property is to record a deed. That's the way to do it. If you don't do it, or a mortgage, same thing. You have to record those documents. That's what puts the world on notice that you have a claim to that particular property, whether, regardless of what it is. It's you still have an ownership, but really record those deeds and mortgages. Because I'll tell you what could happen is bankruptcy. I'm a bankruptcy lawyer as well, and if you have an unrecorded deed or a mortgage and somebody files bankruptcy, sorry, it's too late, and the bankruptcy trustee, which could include a debtor, is going to trump your interest because you didn't record it. So, definitely have a lawyer look over your stuff, or at least a title company, so that you get good service and you're adequately protected, right? I mean, that's why you're talking to a lawyer, to cover your assets.
Yes, definitely.
Right. So that's what I'm going to be talking about. All right. So the first thing is, New Jersey is a little unique in that in any broker prepared contract. All right. So if there's any real estate broker that's involved, the contract has to include what's called an attorney review provision. Again, it's nice in New Jersey because if you have buyer's remorse or seller's remorse or whatever, that there's a 3 business day period in which either side, buyer or seller, can
review it.
Can get rid of that transaction, and it's called notice of disapproval through an attorney. So if you have a lawyer can send the letter and just say the contract is disapproved. No questions asked. You don't have to say why. You can. In fact, most deals that come through realtors and have broker prepared contracts, you want to have some changes, some modifications in the contract. So of course, not only am I sending a letter of disapproval, I'm just saying in the beginning, this constitutes notice of disapproval, but here's the amendments we want to the contract, and then they're set forth in the letter. So the broker prepared contract in New Jersey is a starting point. As you might expect, broker prepared contract basically protects sellers, but the number one person that it protects is shocker, the realtor. That's why it's prepared. A lot of realtors like you to have a seller's disclosure. It's not mandatory in New Jersey. At least not yet. The trend is to kind of go that way, but I recommend it if my clients are sellers, don't give a seller disclosure. It protects the realtor. Basically, a realtor could get sued saying, hey, you knew that there was a foundation crack and somebody put up a piece of drywall in the basement to hide it. The realtor knew about it. If there's a disclosure statement and the seller doesn't include it as a disclosure, the realtor can say, I didn't know about it, when it says in the seller disclosure that, you rely on this. But, hey, if you're a buyer and you can get a seller disclosure, great. It definitely helps. And listen, it's if you've lived in a property and there's nothing that you know of that's a problem. I mean, I filled it out myself to try to get higher value for a property because, when I've sold houses I've lived in, because what are you going to do? I am aware of issues and, there weren't any. So, I'm
Makes
like,
sense,
it's a good house. So
if
anyway,
you're a seller, you don't want to have the seller disclosure. If you're the buyer, you definitely want to get
exactly right. It's good if you can get it. But listen, from my perspective as a real estate investor and as a lawyer who represents a lot of real estate investors like you guys, I really don't care unless, because frankly, a lot of these deals that you're getting, what comes from an estate, right? What if it comes from somebody who bought the property at a foreclosure auction? They don't know, and they've never lived there. If they're a real estate investor, even if they owned it and it has tenants, they may not know generally what's going on in the property. So trying to rely on a seller who doesn't really know what's going on is not smart. You have to do your own due diligence. You're going to have to do your own work to see what you think is good, bad, or indifferent about the property. It just makes sense. You got to do your homework. It's a big investment. You have to make sure that you understand, or at least you think you understand, what the issues are with the house. But
like I still want to get the inspection done and so forth. You still want to get an inspection done and so forth. So
right. That's exactly what I'm going to talk about. So, like I said, the good news in New Jersey, if you have a broker prepared contract, is you do have 3 business days to get out of the deal or try to change it. And you don't need any specific reason. There have been cases where somebody complains, you killed the deal as a seller because somebody came and gave you a higher offer. And the courts are like, yeah, okay. It's just, that's okay, because the contract isn't final until that attorney review period ends. Then it's final. It's not a contract. It says right in there, it's voidable. So if a contract is voidable, it's not final. It can be voided. It was voided. That's it. You can use whatever reason you have. I felt uncomfortable. I had a dream, and my great grandmother came to me and said, "Don't sell the house." Doesn't matter. It's okay. Right. So be aware of that in New Jersey. It's deals. You're subject to losing a deal in a broker prepared contract until 3 business days go by. And that's how you count it. Just so you know, I get a lot of realtors who ask me that question. And I'm kind of surprised. Like, oh, I'll get that in an email sometimes. Did attorney review start? Well, of course. Attorney review in New Jersey for a broker prepared contract starts the day after. That's day 1. The day after the fully executed contract. Yeah, the fully executed contract is delivered to all parties. So usually it's the buyer's agent who is preparing a contract, filling it in, sending it to the seller's agent. And then the seller will sign it. Now we have a deal. We have an accepted contract. Usually it's the listing agent, because they're getting the offer, the contract, a proposed contract from the buyer's agent. And the listing agent, talks to the seller and gets a signed contract. And it's not a contract yet because only the listing agent has it. So the listing agent then has to send it to the buyer's agent and usually the buyer. And that's what, now you have a contract. So that's delivery. And then I don't care if it's, if it's 11 o'clock at night or whatever, starts the next business day. If it's 8 o'clock in the morning, it starts the next business day. So the first day of attorney review is the day after the fully executed contract is in the hands of both parties. And like I said, usually it's the buyer who's the last to get it because they submitted it, signed by them only, not signed by the seller. All right. So it's 3 business days. So like, for example, Monday of this past week was President's Day. That's not a business day. So if you had a contract that was delivered on a Wednesday of last week, guess what? Yeah, it's Thursday. It's the first day. Friday is the second day. Saturday and Sunday aren't business days. Monday was a holiday. So the attorney review period would have ended at midnight on Tuesday. Now, I don't like to push it to midnight. I'd like to get it in before 5 o'clock. But
so Scott, so if nobody says anything, about it, extending it, it automatically is implied and automatically goes into effect. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. But you raise a really good point, which is that attorney review can actually be extended by agreement. A lawyer could just be contacted and say, I've done it sometimes. I get an emergency call. Oh my gosh, I think I want to renegotiate some stuff, and they don't expect me, it's 3 o'clock on the 3rd day of attorney review. They don't expect me to come up with a letter amendment. I could, but if I'm doing something else or whatever, my assistant or paralegal or whatever, we just say, fine. We just send out a quick notice of disapproval. And the other thing is there's, as you should know, there's different forms of broker prepared contracts. The standard is by the New Jersey Association of Realtors, but the form changes. I think it was 2016 or 18. there was a change based on email. Before that, the standard form contract said that you had to send a notice of disapproval by certified mail or also by telegram. Telegram was in there until like 2016. Like Western Union. I mean, I guess I've never, I'm not young, but I never sent a telegram. Think of like,
you're missing out, Scott. You're missing out.
I think I'm going down to the telegraph office, right? Morse code or something. I don't know. But anyway, it was a technology that existed before now. So now if your realtors are using the most current form, last amended, I think in October, November of last year. I think it was October. The latest form had amendments from October 2020. But even before that, it allows communication by email. And I certainly write that in my review letters. But you have to comply, the lawyer has to comply with whatever the means of notice is. Like I said, email is allowed now. If there's a lawyer, I send it to the lawyer by email. If there's a realtor, I send it to the realtor. If I have an email address, I want to send it to everybody. Just say, hey, this is a notice of disapproval. I just got this, please agree to extend attorney review. I don't intend, my client doesn't want to kill the deal. They just want to give me a chance to look at it. So yeah, that's a good point. You can do
so
that.
Scott, but you saying we need to change something, it doesn't automatically imply we want to extend it. You have to also ask for extension. Got it.
Yes, you would have to, if you don't send your changes out, because again, what the notice says is a lawyer can send, it's technically called a notice of disapproval. And it says the notice of disapproval can, but doesn't have to include suggestions as to what would make the contract acceptable and what would allow the lawyer to approve the contract on behalf of the client. So, right, the normal practice is if I'm getting a broker prepared contract, whether I'm representing the buyer or the seller, I will, like I said, my letter says this is a notice of disapproval, but if you accept the following terms, the contract as amended by what's in my letter would be acceptable. And I always tell the lawyer, just as long as you're authorized by your client, you confirm that, then we're out of attorney review. And attorney review could last for a long time. If you're negotiating the terms of the contract is not solidified until both sides agree. So it can be a bit of a process, which, in this market, which is a seller's market for sure.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, buyers can extend attorney review hoping that they do get another offer, right? There's plenty of buyers out there and not as many properties. So in a seller's market, sometimes you're left to that where sellers will say, gee, somebody came to an open house or whatever, and they said they were going to make another offer. Let's kind of string this along a little bit to see what we can do. And I'm hoping I can get that other offer in, and then I can just kill this one during attorney review.
Wow. So
it's not unethical.
Attorney review, you're not on the contract.
Nope. The contract is not solid until, the lawyer that wrote the notice of disapproval says, okay, we have a contract as amended. So yeah, it's something to, be aware of. But
Scott,
listen, the other side is, and I think what's more important and frankly more likely is, a lot of you guys doing your own marketing, these are off-market properties, meaning they're not listed with a realtor. So that's the other thing. Listen, if it's not a broker prepared contract, it's not subject to that mandatory attorney review. Okay. So for example, you send me an email, I do it all the time for you guys, for these presentations. I have a standard form contract that I have prepared and I recommend it to all my clients and potential clients who are going to use an LLC as the buyer to purchase a property for investment in New Jersey. All right. So I'll gladly send it to you. And, for off-market properties that you can use as a starting point for your contracts with your sellers who don't have a realtor. There is no attorney review in that. So your seller signs that contract and you sign that contract, it's binding. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah. So,
would that stick in court as well?
You say that again?
Would that stick in court?
Absolutely. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. The attorney review, a lot of folks don't understand it really. It arose because of a lawsuit that was resolved in 1983. So it didn't always exist, but that's a long time now. 30 years almost. 40 years almost rather. the bar association actually sued the realtors association, saying that
Really?
a real estate contract should be prepared by a lawyer, and it constitutes unauthorized practice of law. The realtors were exceeding the scope of their license. Realtors are licensed in every state, including New Jersey, as our lawyers. So the result was a settlement, and that was the settlement, was that the New Jersey Supreme Court oversees like what's required as a disclosure in the that notice of disapproval, that attorney review clause, and it's in the New Jersey Administrative Code. It's actually, if you're interested, it's in Title 11 of the New Jersey Administrative Code, 11:5-6.2G. So there you go. So don't say I didn't do my homework. It's all right. The attorney review, and like I said, it gets changed because it used to say certified mail, telegram, personal delivery. They dropped the telegram and said you can send it by email.
Perfect.
Yeah. That came up in a lawsuit where somebody said it was sent by email and it was insufficient. Went all the way up to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court said, well, for this case, I think I forget what they decided, but they said, look, this needs to be changed. I think they said it's okay under the circumstances to send it by email, and we're going to make this change prospectively because we know it doesn't say that email is okay. We're saying it's okay, and now we're going to change it so everybody knows it's okay.
Things change.
Yeah, exactly. So anyway, enough about that, but it doesn't automatically apply. It only applies to broker-prepared contracts. Now, again, to stay on top of things, because the law is always evolving, there's always lawyers and there's always disputes about what applies. There's a case right now that I think it must have been appealed. The appellate division is the appellate level court, first level appellate court in New Jersey, and the Supreme Court, like most states, is the highest court. It's different in New York. Supreme Court's a trial court. Just funny, but whatever. So in New Jersey, a trial court had a case. You always start in the trial court. There was an auction contract, and by an auctioneer, Max Bann, who I know, good guy, and very well-known auction company based in Hunterdon County in New Jersey. And they had an auction and prepared, which you see all the time. They had a form contract and said, if you win the bid, this is the contract. There's no negotiation. This is the contract that you're going to have to sign. So it was a take it or leave it situation. Nobody's forcing you to bid, but if you want this house, a house was I think in Hunterdon County, nice house, you're going to have to sign this form of contract. Guess what? It was prepared by a realtor, by Max Bann's office. At the auction, the successful bidder went and signed, and there were blanks, and the blanks were filled in by somebody in his office who is, guess what? A realtor. So turned out that the buyer didn't like the property. I didn't read exactly why. I didn't read the case. I don't recall the facts. I mean, I read it, but I didn't really read it that thoroughly for that. But for whatever reason, and this is why obviously there was litigation. The deposit was a 10% deposit, and the bid was over $1 million. I think it was $1.1 million. So the deposit was like $110,000. And guess what the contract said? Contract said the deposit is non-refundable, and it's liquidated damages. Liquidated damages. You can have a provision in a contract if you agree that says your deposit will be liquidated damages. There's a few things you have to say. Damages are hard to estimate. We don't know exactly what they are, so we're going to agree that if you default, then there's you can keep my deposit, $110,000, serious money. Okay. The contract, guess what? Had a form in that said, is it subject to a mortgage contingency or is it not subject to a mortgage contingency? The winning bidder said, you know what? I need a mortgage, but I'm confident I can get enough financing so that I can raise the 80% or whatever. I'll put 20% down. So they did not. The buyer said, I waive the mortgage contingency.
Wow.
Yeah. And a mortgage contingency, like any contingency, means what? The performance under the contract is contingent upon something like home inspection, which we're going to talk about, due diligence. That's what due diligence is. It's a contingency in the contract. lawyers, real estate investors, we just call it due diligence. I'm going to do my due diligence. And we'll talk about how broad that is and what you can and should think about doing, particularly in New Jersey, but really anywhere.
Right.
So the buyer, the successful bidder, waived the mortgage contingency. Guess what? Couldn't get a mortgage. Defaulted under the contract. Seller's lawyer sends a time of the essence letter. In New Jersey, unless your contract says it's time of the essence, which the realtor prepared contracts do, but we almost always waive it during attorney review. Used to be the opposite. The broker prepared contract used to say all the dates are estimated. Not too long ago, they changed to say time of the essence. Not sure why, but I guess because it benefits sellers, right? If you're a seller, you're like, heck yeah. I say closings on, March 31st, closings on March 31st. You don't close on March 31st, you're in default. I'm keeping your money. I can sue you, whatever it is. But most times we waive that and say, well, it's, particularly now, right? I mean, for goodness sake, the mortgage brokers at the end of last year were like not sleeping because they couldn't hire enough people to keep up with the volume of applications. So, you say, oh, I'll get my mortgage commitment by X date. It used to be 30 days. Now mortgage brokers are like, are you kidding me? Like it's at least 45 to get a mortgage commitment because there's so much volume.
Yeah, it's a seller's market. People are trying to get mortgages.
There's so much out there between refinances. Rates are 2.75 if you have good credit. It's nuts. They're as low as they've ever. I mean, they're bouncing around, but it's bouncing along the bottom. So it was a record year for most mortgage brokers in 2020. Because of the pandemic. I mean, I had my best second half of the year. The first half wasn't so good, but I had my best second half of the year ever, and that's saying something because I do a lot of transactions. So it's been, and you guys know, if it's been really busy. So, that's a contingency. Well, like I said, in this case, Sullivan. It's called Sullivan versus Max Band Real Estate and Auction Company. The trial court said, whatever. To finish the story, that there was a time of the essence letter sent. Yeah. The buyer couldn't close, so they breached the contract. The seller said, "I'm keeping your deposit," and the seller had to re-advertise. They did another auction, and when they sold it the next time at auction, they got $275,000 less than what that winning bidder did.
Wow.
So what happened is the trial court agreed and said, you don't need to have a broker prepared. You don't need an attorney review provision. Yes, it was broker prepared, but nobody had a gun to your head. You knew in advance what you were agreeing to. You had plenty of time to talk to a lawyer and say you wanted changes. You didn't have to go bid. You did. You knew. You had your eyes open. Okay, it was non-negotiable, but it's different from a house that's on the market. And the liquidated damages provision was enforced. The appellate division had a split decision. There's generally 3 judges on an appellate panel in Jersey and in federal courts too. But it was 2-1. The majority in the appellate division, and that decision was issued on November 13th. So it's still relatively new, right? It's only 3 months old. 2 of the judges agreed with the trial court and said the liquidated damages provision is okay because look, they got $275,000 less. They're not suing you. You kind of made out. If you didn't sign a liquidated damages provision, the disgruntled seller could come after you and guess what? Look to you for $275 plus carrying costs for however long it took to get the property sold. And you don't need an attorney review provision there. Well, guess what? Judge Fuentes, who runs that panel, thoughtfully said, I disagree. I think there should have been an attorney review provision. And guess what? I'm sure it's going to the Supreme Court because whenever you have a divided appellate panel, you have an appeal as of right. If you can get an appellate court where one of out of the 3 judges agrees with you and you lost, you can automatically appeal it to the Supreme Court. So I'm sure they did. And guess what? The Bar Association is involved and an amicus, meaning friend of the court, And the New Jersey Realtors Association is involved in that too. So again, we'll see. I don't know, but I kind of have a feeling, it being New Jersey, I think the attorney review provision is going to go into auction contracts. I think the Supreme Court's probably going to say, yeah, you should have had an attorney review provision in there, but we'll see. So it's funny. It's all in the scope of what when do you have to go to a lawyer versus when do you not have to go to a lawyer. But just keep that in mind when you're looking at broker prepared contracts. There is that 3-day right that arises. Non-broker prepared contracts, like I said, if I prepared as a lawyer, or if no lawyer is involved, it's enforceable. Listen, but I always say, if you're a realtor and you're running a business, I'm a lawyer. When I'm doing my investment business, listen, I don't want somebody telling me that I took advantage of somebody, so I'm going to let you go to a lawyer. I'm going to say, if you want to run this by a lawyer, do it. I just feel like it's the right thing to do, but you don't have to. If you don't look, like I said, I have a license. I've been a lawyer for over 30 years, and I don't need any problems now. I've never had any, and I don't want any. So, be guided accordingly. But like I said, send me an email. I'm happy to send you my form of contract that I prepared. And if there's no real estate broker involved, there's no attorney review provision, you get somebody to sign it, it's binding. And I've had lawyers call me after the fact and say, oh, I can't believe my client signed this contract. I'm like, no, well, they did. Oh, I'm going to hold you to it. I'm like, all right, well, my client's going to perform. I understand. They got a good deal. And, sometimes, like, I put $1,000 deposit and that's liquidated damages maximum. That's one of the things in there. So even if you totally screwed up and you blew all the deadlines and your seller wouldn't, comply, I'm holding the deposit. That's the way I draft it if I'm representing you. And I'm not going to give the money up. I said it's up to $1,000. If you say not to, now it's a dispute. So if somebody wants to gate over $1,000, okay. Generally we're going to come to some kind of resolution. So you can protect yourself. Like I said, for a buyer, if the amount's low enough to have a liquidated damages provision in a contract, it's a good thing because you're allowed to agree to it. So anyway, that's sort of under the rubric of attorney review. And again, that mortgage financing contingency, extremely important. Look, there's a lot of competition. A lot of buyers are waiving that. Just be careful. If you waive it, understand that you're going to be stuck. If you can't complete the purchase because you can't get mortgage financing and you waive that contingency or you pass the date that you said you would have it by and you could back out of the deal, you're going to be compelled. And I've represented clients in those situations, and we ended up resolving it. But it's there's ways you can reduce the damages and sort of deal with it. But nobody wants to get involved in litigation. I've handled several of those cases. It's really it's no fun, but you got to do what you got to do.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Right. All right. Now the other thing another reason you want to have a lawyer, look at your contracts, look at your deals, is title. You guys, that you need a good title insurance company, title insurance agent who's investor friendly, and a good lawyer who understands real estate investment transactions. I just can't stress it enough. You have to put title on these things. There are no sheriff sales right now except in Ocean County, so I don't have to give my speech too much about that. But when you guys are buying a sheriff sale, do a title search before that. Get a title insurance commitment because you're getting what you get if you buy it at sheriff sale. Sometimes the foreclosing attorneys do a good job on their title and during their foreclosure process. They serve the right people and get everything done. Everything's cool. But other times they miss things and there could be a problem the way the foreclosure was handled. Somebody has a claim and you want to know about it. You want to know about it before you decide you're going to buy the property rather than after. So it's important to get that. Rule number one, if you guys are buying property, if you can get a copy of the seller's title insurance policy, holy grail. That's what you want, because that gives you a good starting point. It allows your title insurance company, they can rely on that policy. At least there is some existing insurance. So if there became a problem, at least they have somebody to go after, meaning the other insurance company. Frankly, they probably, there's not that, the underwriters are, First American, Fidelity National, Westcor, Old Republic, some others that, but they're giants that are out there. And frankly, they probably insured all the properties in New Jersey a couple times over. So, somebody's on the hook for something somewhere, if it happened years and years ago. So try to get that title insurance policy. And as a real estate investor, same thing. I always say, it's part of your value proposition. When you're buying a property, get all this up front. Get the title insurance commitment, get a title insurance policy, make sure it's clean or that you understand what the issues are. So when you flip it and you go to sell your property, your buyer's lawyer is not asking questions. You already have all the answers. It promotes a higher price for your deal, right? The more certainty you can bring. So get a good, get a title insurance commitment. What do we look for? First thing you check is ownership. Okay. And that's, I just Google New Jersey property tax assessment, the monmouth.co, whatever it is, website in New Jersey. It's public record. See who owns the property, right? Rule number one, see who's just listed as in that website. The records are relatively current, particularly at the beginning of the year, like now. So if it says it's owned by two people, husband and wife, brother, sister, whatever, and you're got a contract and only one of them signed it, right? You're in trouble. I can't tell you how many times I've
had that
seen
before.
it.
Yeah, I've had that before myself.
Oh, my wife, I think it's a great deal. My wife doesn't like it. Oh, my sister, whatever. It's just obvious. So if you only have one of their signatures, you don't have a deal. You have to get everybody with an ownership interest in property to sign off. So be careful. There's also, I do some title claims work. I've done it for my whole career. And I've actually, it's called wild deed. I've actually had a case where there were two chains of title. Somehow, somebody just wrote that they owned a property and sold it to somebody years and years ago. So there were these two branches, and somebody was trying to buy it through the wrong branch, where when you follow it back, it doesn't connect to the tree. Somebody made it up at some point, or the records were lost or something, but the title company couldn't find it. So it's very interesting. If your title goes back and it doesn't connect to where it's supposed to, meaning the owners that they can trace back to the beginning of whoever owned it, whenever that is, and 16 something or whatever, when we started here in New Jersey with English rule, you could be in trouble. You could not own the property at all. Somebody else would have a right to, somebody else owns it, not you. So it's tough, and there's fraud out there today, right? It's not getting any better. It's only getting worse with technology. Don't get me started on wire fraud. And right, I don't know about you guys, but 4, 5, 6 emails a day. Click on this link. I have your closing papers are ready. Click here. Just crazy trying to bait you to give yourself a virus. So just be super careful about that. There's so much fraud that's involved. Not to mention that title slamming or whatever it's called, when somebody just, because they're public records. That's the other thing. Just check. Most of the New Jersey clerk's offices, the recording offices, are online. I just did a search in Salem County. I have a client who's selling a property in Salem County. I just wanted to check real quick. I know online in Morris County. Just that I've checked. I think even Essex County's online, but I don't think they're that up to date. Surprising. But I just kind of rely on title searches for that. Which is another thing with COVID. It's been very slow even getting your title searches back, because somebody still has to go in, actually physically search in the computers or in records in the office in the courthouse. So it's getting better now, obviously, thankfully, but it's still a bit of a problem. But you want to check what you can to see who the owners are in the deed. You want to check the deed. Issue number 2, easements. Easements. What is an easement? An easement is the owner of a property grants a right to somebody who's not the owner of the property to use it in some way, not to own it, to use it in some way. One of the most common features are like a driveway easement, where you and your neighbor share a driveway. I literally just had one in East Orange, and to me it was hilarious because it was from 1920. The easement was originally from 1920. The neighbor granted you 3 feet of her property to use as a driveway, and you granted the neighbor 4 feet. 4 feet of your property. So altogether, you have a whopping 7 feet to use as a driveway. And I don't think any cars are 7 feet wide today. A bicycle or a motorcycle, yes, but if they're 7 feet wide, you're sure not getting out of the car when you're between the 2 buildings, and right? You can't. There's no space to open the door, so you better have a convertible. But anyway, so there's driveway easements, there's sewer easements, there's drainage easements, there's conservation easements, there's all kinds of easements. I had a case with a conservation easement. Somebody built a pool in the conservation easement, had to go to DEP, trade some land somewhere else on the property so the state of New Jersey didn't make you rip out the pool. It was complicated, but it got done. The property was big enough where we adjusted the lines of the conservation area. But, people make mistakes. Like I said, sewer easements, drainage easements, just see where they are. I had a deal not too long ago. It was either in Summit or Chatham where the railroad tracks were across the street. And there's a natural gas pipeline. I didn't know it was there. We saw it when we ran the title, that there was a natural gas pipeline, a big line for transmission. They exist, right? There's utility easements all over for underground utilities, telephone, cable, whatever it is, electricity. There's underground utilities and gas, natural gas. So you got to be careful, right? Definitely want to know about it. The client was fine with it. They went around and talked to the neighbors, and frankly, I think most of the neighbors didn't even know it was there. And it had been there since, I don't know, the 60s or 70s, and, didn't create a problem. But obviously you don't want to go, taking a pick and shovel, digging up the natural gas line. You got to be careful. I mean, it wasn't right on the property. It was adjacent.
There's about 15 minutes left, and there's quite a few questions here from the audience. Okay. I don't know when you want to get into that.
Yeah, one last thing I have to say about that is, and get a survey. Listen, sometimes you may say, I don't really want to survey. The property is, 30, whatever, 25, 30, 45, 50 feet by 100, and it's been that way since, 1880, in Newark or wherever it is, or Jersey City, one of the older cities. And, it's just property was whatever, the house was built there and it doesn't encroach on neighbor and there's no fences, whatever. Okay, I can understand that, but I still got one anyway. And I use tools of technology. Go to Google Earth, look at the property, see if there's an issue. Are there fences? Is there a pool or a shed or something that you think might show evidence that it's encroaching on your property, or the property that you want to buy has something that's actually encroaching on the neighbor's property?
Now, Scott, for anyone who doesn't know, what's the value of a survey? Like, what's the reason we're getting this done?
Yeah, that's the reason you're getting a survey is, first of all, you want to make sure that the home, the structure, is fully located on the property. There's plenty of deals, usually commercial, where somebody built something, an addition, or even if it's residential. Less so in residential, usually because you'll get a permit if you're going to build something major. But sometimes on the commercial, they're just like, yeah, we own it, we're just going to build. And the building is over the property line. It's a problem. If your building's over the property line, you got a problem. That's got to be resolved. Fences over the property line. If you think you own a fence, but it's on the neighbor's property, they could write you a letter and say, I don't care if it's 3 inches over, move it. It's on my property, move it. Shed, same thing. I had a concrete pad was into a drainage easement, and we used it against the seller. I was like, look, I know it's only 6 inches over according to the survey, but I don't know that the township's not going to come in here and say it's in my way, get rid of it. I don't care if it's 6 inches over. We got a discount. We more than paid for the cost of the survey. So that's why, because you're going to see if there's an encroachment on any restricted areas or on somebody else's property.
Which could save you money and
That's it.
protect
All of this
you.
stuff saves you money.
Come on, Scott's the best at that. Scott's the best at that. By the way,
Well, that's the idea, right?
there's a
That's
lot of
right.
attorneys that won't recommend the survey, but I got to say, every single time Scott recommends it because he's looking out for our best interest. And Scott, we appreciate that.
Right. That's why you read the title report too. We got to get copies of those easements and restrictions of record. Restrictions of record is another thing. Restrictions of record say, before there was zoning, there were restrictions of record. Unless they're crazy, they could be enforceable. You have to be careful. The stuff that says you can only have 2 cats or, 2 chickens or no chickens or whatever. I mean, that stuff is enforceable. Can't have certain signs on the property, can't have certain structures, no temporary structures, no trailers. That could actually be enforced. And that stuff still does exist. Right. The stuff that can't be enforced is some, the racial, gender, ethnic prohibitions are sad, but you see them. That's obviously not enforceable anymore under the Constitution. So, but other restrictions like usage of the property, you got to be careful. Read those. All right, read me some questions.
All right, let's get to some questions. By the way, Scott, I don't know if you know Randy Kuhn. This is my
Of course I know Randy.
I've never met this guy before in my life.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, guys, let's get into questions. Any questions you have over contracts, anything, maybe legality issues that you want to get taken care of
I didn't see it.
Other than marriage? This is not a marriage show today.
No.
Yeah, we got questions. Got a lot of questions, Scott.
Oh, I'm sorry.
All right, here we go. Okay, this is interesting. Jose says, if the fix and flipper sells through a transactional broker, what are legal considerations in New Jersey? How does the fix and flipper get protected?
Read that again.
If
a transactional broker
sells through a transactional broker, what are legal considerations in New Jersey?
No, any broker prepared contract. I don't care if they're getting $500 as a commission or 6%. Any broker prepared contract is subject to that attorney review. You're still. I don't know what you mean by protected. You still have to sign a listing agreement. I didn't talk about that. Listing agreements they're regulated too under the New Jersey Administrative Code. But whatever your listing agreement says, I guess if you have an issue with that, let me know. But when I'm brought in, it's way past that. Somebody's already signed the listing agreement. I didn't have a chance to look at it. I don't know, but it's
Scott,
a contract.
Scott, when that question popped up, I think that maybe that was at the time when you were talking maybe about disclosures. So maybe he might be asking, I'm not sure, how is a fix and flipper protected because he's put on the market? What is a fix and flipper really?
I see. Well, all right. Listen, the New Jersey law says, right now anyway, that if you're aware of some material issue with the property, you have to disclose it. Now, of course, we love all these great, what's material? The Watcher House in Westfield, that was determined to not be material. I think, right. I know the ghost thing in New Jersey doesn't apply. Actually, I think the Westfield one, I think it was determined to be material, where somebody was sending notes saying, I know who you are and I'm watching you. And, the seller didn't disclose that was a house where they were getting these crazy letters. I think the buyer ended up getting out of the deal because they were like, you should have told me that, I might be getting these crazy letters saying I'm watching you and I'm, whatever, I'm going to get you or something. So just be careful. But in some states, if it's haunted, if there was a murder or if you think it's haunted or something like that, some states require you to disclose that. I don't think New Jersey's gone that far yet. But, like I said, I throw out some obvious examples. Like I said, there's a crack in the basement. Like the horizontal cracks, those are the ones you got to worry about because that's when your house could pancake on you, right?
Yeah.
The vertical ones aren't so bad because, again, the house will still stand. It's a settlement more than when the house can. I know because I had that issue. But you say, "Oh my God, I see a crack in the foundation. I'm just going to put sheetrock the basement and not tell anybody." And if the house later falls down and they find out
Garrett
you
knows
did it
about
on
that.
purpose, you're in trouble. What? Yeah.
I bought a
So
house that had a crack like that. They hit it with a little plank.
move the plank, right?
Yeah.
I'm going to talk more about some due diligence stuff, but right, and then I go on and on about the legal stuff. So, all right, ask me some more
Scott,
questions.
let's get to the next question here.
Yeah.
So not every attorney understands or knows I don't want to talk about assignment. I'm so sorry. That's a bad question. What are the right questions to ask a lawyer to make sure he's familiar with these type of transactions? How would you qualify a lawyer, Scott? Just curious. Okay, let's say you were to work
I
in a
would want to
market.
know how many deals they've done. Do they work with, particularly with real estate investors? Because it's tough, but word of mouth. Hey, you can trust me. That's the first thing. I'd be remiss if I say that. Hire me, and you know what you're getting. But that's part of it, because we all know that some lawyers are deal killers. Some lawyers are so bent on protecting their clients. I don't, particularly with real estate investors. I mean, Randy knows, right? Randy, I'm not telling you what to do. I say, do you think about X, Y, and Z? And you're like, yeah, I thought about X, Y, and Z. I'm like, okay. If you think that, you've done deals and this is acceptable risk to you, then do it. And, and then we close. So I'm not looking to substitute my judgment for yours. I'm looking to make sure that, that you've thought about it. I raise it.
Randy? What were you saying,
Well,
Randy?
like, what did Scott just save us on the last deal? Like, he saved us like $1,200 just because he's like, oh, we're going to ask for this.
Yeah.
They didn't say, come back. I'm like, dude, you just paid for your own fee.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. Right. Well, yeah.
Hey, one little.
I'll try.
$1,200.
Right. I
All
try.
right, next question here. So
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Really understanding the amount of deals that they're doing, but more importantly, who are they representing? Because if they're not representing people like yourself, you have to consider that when hiring them. And guys, if you guys are in Jersey, just hire Scott. He'll take care of you. Okay?
Yeah, there you go. Right.
Joseph,
but I can't represent everybody because I can't legally represent the buyer and the seller.
Yeah, Scott can be on both sides,
Right, I can't do that, but I do know some. Generally there's some pretty good lawyers, but right. So I'm telling you, right. It just gets me when I get the same lawyers in my, when I'm in Cranford and they're geographically close to me, where I'm getting the 7-page attorney review letter, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. Where they're trying to, think of every contingency.
Joseph is saying, is it illegal to wholesale a deal as a realtor? What do you say to that, Scott?
No, I think you have to disclose. Basically, that's number one. And you know what? I don't represent a lot of realtors as far as the realtor stuff goes. Certainly, I represent realtors as real estate investors. I don't. So, by the way, that's a whole other topic, right? About how to do wholesale. I recommend doing LLC membership transfers, which certainly would get around that. But you know what my first answer is? Talk to your broker. See what your broker has to say. You may have the wrong broker if they're telling you that you can do this, that, or the other. And there's the real estate commission, pick up the phone. They actually have people that will answer your questions. Hey, can I do this, that, or the other? Is that all right? Generally, disclosure is what's required, as you see in the standard form contract. You have to disclose if a broker is involved in the transaction.
Perfect. Yeah.
Randy?
Scott, let me rephrase that question, because I'm reading it, and just to disclose, I am a licensed realtor as well. So when I do wholesale, I do disclose. I put it in writing. But I think the distinguished factor is going to be like, how did you get to the seller? Did I market to them as an agent, and then when I went to the house, I realized, hey, I only want to list my house for $200,000, and then I went from being the agent to being now I'm an investor. That I would never do, because there's so much potential for like a crying foul. Right. Versus, I went there marketing to you as, we buy houses. Oh, you don't like my cash offer? It's too low. Well, I can help you list it. And going from one way to the other is okay. So as a realtor, yes, you can wholesale. But if you get it as a listing and then you want to wholesale it, don't touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Perfect.
Because
all right.
At the end of the day,
right. It's disclosure. And Randy, I have clients that do exactly what you do. Right. If I want to buy your house, if I can't buy it, I'll list it. Right. Or have some other kind of alternative arrangement. There's nothing wrong with that.
All right. Next
It's not
question
New
here.
Jersey.
I might need your thinking hats on for this one. Ventress, we love you, but your question is giving me the curveball here. If is a buyer able to get a refund if they put $5,000 down as the earnest money, hoping to be considered the winning bid? Okay, yeah. So let's say someone's placing an offer, right, or they're placing a bid. I know you spoke of sheriff sales a little bit, so they're placing a bid, $5,000 earnest money deposit. Are they able to get that back?
Gosh, you have to be able to know my answer by now, which is got to read the contract.
Yep.
Right. Whatever you agreed to is, what's going to govern. Generally a deposit is refundable if you're not, winning whatever the bid or whatever. So generally it should be. But, there's all kinds. You can say whatever you want in a contract. Deposits can be non-refundable, partially non-refundable, have conditions 1 or 100, right? So,
right.
Yeah.
Read the contract.
I'm not trying to be flip, but I'm just saying you have to look.
Sure.
You have to look at the contract
based on contingencies.
What is an LLC? Francesca says, "What do you mean by LLC membership transfer? What is that?"
Oh yeah. Well, Elijah, we did a whole program on that a couple weeks ago. An LLC is, it's an artificial entity like a corporation, except it's more flexible than a corporation, and it's governed by statutes in every state. Including New Jersey. Surprise! In New Jersey, an interest in an LLC, you're called a member. All right. If you're in a corporation, you're a shareholder, but it's called member for an LLC. If you put a property under contract and you say, I don't care what you put it under, I say generally use your operating entity, but say that the contract is assignable, okay, which all my standard form contract does. So you could assign it to a fresh LLC, an LLC that you haven't even formed yet. And you form the LLC, and the end buyer buys the membership interest in the LLC. It's not a real estate transaction. They go by the contract that you signed. And then you sell your membership interest. That's how you get a fee, because it's not a commission. You did stuff. You're going to do stuff, particularly if you're doing the due diligence, like I've told you. You're doing something, and you're entitled because that LLC has an asset, which is a contract right to buy a piece of property. So if you're under contract for the right price and there's value in that contract, and you can get somebody to purchase your LLC membership interest in full or in part because you made a good deal, do it. And there's plenty of title companies that understand that and will work with you to get that done.
And you heard it.
Doing an assignment, that assignment got harder. There's more title companies that are now asking the seller to sign and say that they consent, that they understand that you're assigning the contract and you're making money that otherwise they would get because they're selling. So, something to think about.
Scott, we appreciate your time. You have covered so many fine details.
You guys are talking about due diligence in terms of what you're looking for, right? I mean, I have my own checklist, but you guys talk about that, right?
You did a great job.
Mold and as best.
Yeah. Right? By the way, guys, we had an hour with Scott today, but Scott could talk about this stuff for my lifetime plus 20 others. So make sure you guys touch base with Scott. I got his contact info down below. You can reach him at 911. I'm just kidding. You can reach him at 908-543-4025, and definitely he's available through email. I think you prefer email, right, Scott?
Yeah, it's always best to send me an email, and then we'll set up a time to talk from there.
Yeah, guys. So reach out to Scott if you are in the New Jersey markets or even the New York and Philly, and you want some connections. Definitely touch base with Scott. So we appreciate you, and thank you so much, Scott.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Scott.
Have
a great day.
Peace.
Good.
All right. Whew. This is the session everyone's been patiently waiting for. We got the most handsomest men in the world on this call right now. Mainly just me, but
I'll be. Elijah, you're too modest. You're way too modest.
Too modest. Just too modest, For anyone who doesn't know me and they're watching this, they're like, who is that kid? What was that, Randy?
You're just the young buck of the group.
Oh, that used to be me, man. Enjoy it, because in a decade it won't be you anymore.
It's true. Well, I
True.
appreciate all the wisdom you two fine gentlemen have delivered today. I have learned so much myself, and I know if I'm learning, that means everyone else is learning. So we are extremely grateful. On this session, we have 2 hours where we're just going to dive in. And I think just to kind of start it off, I want to really hit on the scope of work of things and then kind of reverse back from that. And I know, Gabe, you mentioned how like the scope of work is really kind of like your plan. It's like, what's the plan that you're going to have in place to execute this? And, you know, the scope of work is what we all can go back to and really understand. And so I'm curious, can you guys kind of walk us through like your first experience ever with the scope of work on a fix and flip project? You know, were you putting it together? How did you put it together? What the hell were you missing in this first one? You know, let's go through the first one, and then we're gonna transition into, you know, what's different about it today. But I want to give people a basis of the scope of work, why it was important for the first project, and kind of how you put it together. So we'll start off with Gabe for this.
So the first one was the one I referenced in our first session this morning, and it got thrown out the window real fast. So like within a week, I knew my scope had changed drastically. The original scope had been drafted using a bunch of other things I found online. Like I didn't have the wherewithal at the time to craft a true scope of work. I had a template, right? The house flipping spreadsheet template, which still exists now. I think it's called Flipper Force now. So you guys can always look that up and get that. It was $100 well spent. I took that template, which is essentially just a juiced up Excel model. And I started keying in what I thought I would spend to accomplish what it was I was looking to accomplish. It generated a really thorough and like visually appealing report that positioned me as a guy who knew what he was doing, which was my intention. And then I quickly found out like, I'm not that guy. I'm a guy standing in a gutted out house with a scope that doesn't apply. So the scope evolved from there. I self-funded, like I said earlier, the change to the scope that was on me. And so I learned a lot from what I intended to do to what I ultimately did. And so, yeah, it looks different now, but that was how the first one looked.
Yeah, I love that. And so would you say like with the first one, like, was it more of just like not sticking true with it? Because I know it changed a lot. And so like, was it kind of, I guess my question is why did it end up changing?
Yeah, well, for those that weren't on earlier, I mismanaged the job in the first week, and the house wound up getting gutted by my tradesmen, by my demo guys. My intention wasn't to do a full gut rehab, but that's what ultimately came of me mismanaging the tradesmen. Me leaving them without proper supervision for a week left me with this gutted out house that needed to be fully renovated, as opposed to just kitchen, 2 bathrooms, you know, some paint, some carpets, and you know, the cosmetic stuff. So that's what warranted the change of scope. And then frankly, I was up against it. It was like, hey, go get the money and let's get this fixed. There was no time to revise the scope. If anything, later on, I revised the scope because we do a post-mortem on every deal where we go back over it and we see still to this day what didn't go well. Like what opportunities, we don't like to say what went wrong. We like to say what opportunities are there for improvement. And you can always extract 1 to 3 things, if not many, many more, even at this stage, that you can improve upon next time. And that's what I did on that first one. I sat there and I got real with myself about what I did wrong. And then from that created a scope that matched what actually happened. And that was my go forward scope. And the scope evolves each and every time, which is where all the stuff we're going to talk about today, right? Like a 50 item, like rehab milestone template, like a trade tracker document, all these like scopes that Randy's going to share, these docs he's going to share, these things evolved over time.
I love it. So Randy, let's go back to one of your first scopes. You know, I think the first one was the seller financing, or if you want to, wherever you want to take it, what comes to mind for you?
You know, that first deal I did where it was seller financing, I didn't have a scope of work. I was more like, I got some prices. I think this is what it's going to cost. And I kind of just winged it, to be honest. I was like, I kind of know what this is going to cost. And I didn't know what exact material I was going to use. But that also, you know, why we also had a lot of, you know, miscommunications and, you know, a lot of screw ups. Like I said, because at that point I was on the job every single day, like I was just making decisions on the fly, and I thought that's the way it went. But now, well, let's not say now, but let's go back like 2 years. My scope of works were more detailed than what they are right now. Like I said in the other session, my scope of works back then would be very specific. I'd have a scope of work with a description, but along with it, I would have almost like an addendum, and it would be, okay, this is what the material is. Like, you could buy this at Home Depot. This is where you buy this one. I want this trim that's going to come from Houston Lumber. I want this door that's going to come from wherever. So right now, though, because my specific business is tailored to the relationship I have with my general contractor, we understand what material we're supposed to be using, and I'm okay with materials being changed out because he will never put in a crappy fixture. It might not be the exact fixture that we buy at Costco, the light, but the one that he put in, he found on sale on Amazon, and it was $3 cheaper, but it looks pretty darn similar. So because you're not working for a retail client, the fixtures really don't matter if it's off a little bit. So I give him leeway on that for him to save as much money as he can if he could buy another fixture somewhere. But, definitely knowing what your materials are is a good way to go.
So for you guys, like, I mean, so let's go ahead and transition in today then. I mean, in the today, like, keep in mind, like, let's assume like we got someone on here who is new, maybe they've done a deal or two. Like, is it a good idea for us as the people who are going to be doing the project? We're financing, we're going to be hiring out the contractors, for us to bring the scope to the contractor and what all needs to be in this thing. So this way, we're taken seriously.
Yeah. So, there's some points that I want to make sure that they know what we're doing. Like, I'm not going to tell you, where to buy your sheetrock. I could care less. I'm not going to tell you what kind of fasteners and glues to use, but I will be specific. Like, I'm looking at my scope of work. It's paint all non-bathroom walls in flat Benjamin Moore Wickham gray. That's the specific color I want. I want the bathrooms in satin bear finished or French silver. Those I'll be specific on because you don't want somebody to repaint your house because you said paint the house. And
Right.
if it costs $5,000 to paint, you're like, dude, you painted that pink. I wanted it blue, whatever it is. So items like that, I will also be specific, saying I want 3x6 white beveled subway tile. I don't care if that's the brand from Home Depot, which they discontinued, or Lowe's, or they got it at Floor and Decor. I just want a 3x6 white beveled subway, however you need to get it there. So I will give them generalities like that and let it go. If I was working with a new contractor, I would definitely be more specific. And I would also say, if you were going to buy like a vanity, if you're going to buy a vanity and I didn't tell you specifically which one it is before you install it and you're at the store, take 3 pictures of which ones you want, give me 3 options and say, Randy, pick one. And then I'll do it that way if that comes up. But I'm going to do this. I'm going to screen share. I'll show what my scope of work kind of looks like. So let me screen share here real quick.
Getting the secret sauce. We're getting the secret sauce today, my fellow investors.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
So you guys see the scope? You see the scope of work now?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on the screen.
Oh, it's big enough?
Yep.
All right. So, I mean, basically up here, I'll just
Zoom in a little bit. Zoom in a little bit.
Zoom in. Okay. How's that?
There we go. Great.
Perfect. Better.
Guys,
so
put it down in the comment section. Can you see that? Let me get a yes or a no. Can you see that? Yes or no? Go ahead, Randy.
All right. So I basically have like a cover page. I have the address on there. This is the initial scope of work. I write initial because things change. But I'll give the contractor, I'll do some work for him. I'll give him the block and lot number. Here's a lockbox code. I let him know basically how many square feet. So this was 2,100 square feet.
Oh, this is each floor. You break it down to where it's each floor.
Well, the reason why I do that is because a lot of people will have a scope and say, oh, my house is 1,400 square feet. Yeah, you have a colonial, bro, but you got a basement. Basement is construction square footage. It's not livable, but it's construction. There's a cost down there. And so many people miss that, and it drives me nuts. So, when I'll share with you guys later is the cost of the rehab based on a square footage rule of thumb, just like Gabe's, 2.5 rule of thumb for ADA level. I mean, look, he doesn't go to the bank on that 2.5. That 2.5 is a starting base for him.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get granular on it. So, I just put a note in here just so there's no confusion. Like, I'm looking for speed and efficiency and cleanliness of a job, blah, blah, blah. You know, I don't want potential buyers to walk through my property, you know, whatever. It says everything's going to be included. I give a quick general description that I want this in retail condition because I don't want somebody to think that this is like rental kind of condition. So I gave just a quick outline of what they're going to do. New PEX lines, new interior door hardware, paint the foundation, whatever. So I then break it down into a general scope because I don't want to write down 500 items for every room. Like, all right, put a door stopper behind every door, you know, paint the rooms I'll just put one here. And what I do on my top is this applies to every room. So every room gets paint all the ceilings in well, I should say in flat white, but you know, paint all the doors and trims in the semi-gloss white. So I say it one time up here. You know, if it's a color, I'll add the color in here. And then what I'll do is then I'll start getting into the exterior. I'll let them know what I'm going to do here. You know, if they're going to rip off, like specifically with the roof, I want to be specific that I want to rip off. The reason being is because some guys will just put the roof on top because they'll say, oh, it's cheaper to do that. Well, there might be reasons that I want to rip it off. Maybe there's already 2 layers. Maybe I know that I have sheathing damage underneath it and it's going to be a home inspection issue. Let's see here, you know, basic stuff here. Like here, install a basement Bilco door. I'm not telling them exactly what Bilco door to use because I don't care. A Bilco door, that's the door that flops open for a basement.
Yeah, like the metal doors, right?
Yeah.
By the way, you said basic stuff, dude. This is like killer, man. Like I remember my first scope of work was on an Excel sheet. It was like 3 words per box. Like, dude, this is crushing.
Well, I'm gonna say, like, I've never seen Gabe's, but I'm gonna assume Gabe's is more specific because, like I said, this one I trust my guys at this point. So this has definitely watered down over the years. But I remember because we said his name like 3 times today, Mr. Elizabeth Charles. He showed me his one day. I was like, bro, yours is freaking detailed, man. But it takes a lot of work to do that. So I don't want to always do it. But, you know, install the new 200 electric amp panel. I could write, you know, Square D because that's the one I do like as a brand. But, you know, a 200 amp panel at the end of the day is a 200, whether it's a Murray or a Square D, it's a new electric panel. It doesn't matter. But, you know, I get into all these kind of other things here. The cabinet layout. Now, I do specify my granite because that's a big expense. My guys know that we do the white shaker Euro kitchen cabinets, which is right here. That's a specific design that I use. And they know that I want the steel gray granite, and specifically I want the quarter beveled edging. I'm very particular about that. So it's just a nice fixture. The appliances, I don't care about the appliances except for the stove. If you're doing a stove, all I really care about is on the burners, like where you put your pots and pans. I don't want those 4 individual burners. I want the one that has the griddle over the whole thing, so you can slide your pot without it, like, you know, spilling. It makes a cheap stove look a lot nicer. Mm-hmm. But, you know, 3x6 beveled subway tile. Bottom line, guys, I will share with this. You can always add more, and you can add more details, but it's just a quick it's just a quick reference. So I will share that with you guys, and feel free to do that. But I'm going to stop sharing my screen so we'll Gabe talk. But I got all my other ones as well. So let me do this.
Yeah, take your time. I'm going to go to Gabe here. So, yeah. Gabe, for you, you know, we heard the first scope of work, you know, was the project that turned it into a gut, and of course the unmanagement aspect of it. So how would you say? And I know every project it's literally gets better, especially with your mindset of constantly improving. So, like, where would you say your scope of work is at based off today's level of business that you're doing? Yeah, let's start there.
Yeah. So what's ultimately shared, like outward facing, is something really clean and pretty. Like that's what I flipped to while Randy was talking. Like there's something that I present that looks right. I marked it up, but like essentially this is a 3-pager that I put in front of lenders that like condenses my scope into something that's palatable, right? Like a 1-2-pager, whatever, 3-pager. 1 page is just images, but behind the scenes is what Randy just showed you. Like we still to this day leverage the house flipping spreadsheet. It's the resource. I know there's plenty of them out there. It's the one I started with, and it's the one that's like serves us. It's super robust. It's got line items for every imaginable thing. And so if a thing doesn't apply, we hide or remove that line item. But if a thing applies, we're prompted to put in a dollar amount there. So start with the most robust list and then work down. That's always been my philosophy. So even for us, like we've got milestone templates from anything from a new construction to a cosmetic rehab. So on a new construction, you're going to have 60 plus steps. On an add a level or an addition, you'll have 50. On a cosmetic rehab, you'll have 40. Things won't apply. But my thing is, hey, start with the biggest, the most robust, the most all-inclusive, and come down. It's easier to work your way down than it is to work your way up, because back to my original point, right? You don't know what you don't know. And if that thing's not on the list, it sure is, it's not getting addressed. So if it's on the list, you'll know to address it. You'll know to put a dollar amount next to it if it applies. And if it doesn't, great, exclude it, but at least have it there. And so that's how ours look now. And then to your point, like we do a plan review on the front end. We cross-check our scopes early on. We track with a scorecard throughout the construction process.
You guys do the scorecard? What is the scorecard for you? I'm just curious.
So our scorecard, so we're big proponents of traction. You can see it in the background, right? So I'm an implementer of EOS. I like breathe the EOS model. So our project manager has a number. He's responsible for reporting in every Monday morning on % complete of the project, broken out into trade tiers. So for it to be palatable, for it to make sense, for him to assign a % complete, I can't just say, hey, what % complete is 123 Main Street? Too vague, right? He's going to just throw a number out. But I say, what % complete are you with trade tier 1, with trade tier 2, which is the mechanicals, with trade tier 3, right? So what % complete are you? And that's showing us progress and momentum. So we're always and ever looking to have 100%. We're trying to be 100% complete, but obviously that takes time. Like there's a timeline here. So the scorecard looks like that. There's a couple other things on there. There's he's held accountable for inspections, and he's held accountable for utility connects, because the scope of our projects dictates that we have to transfer over utilities, and a lot of times there's disconnect and reconnect. So that's the project manager scorecard, which applies to what we're talking about here today.
Yeah, no, that's were you going to say something, Randy?
I was going to say that is super powerful. I mean, I don't do that because our businesses are different. But you know, one of the topics of today is like, you know, how to manage your contractors and keep track of the job so you don't get out of control. Having that scorecard is great because one thing could be out of control, like the plumber, but everybody else is in line. So it allows you to laser focus on where the problem is. And I was like, that scorecard is such a powerful, powerful thing. The other thing I will say is like, I do love how, you know, Gabe said he has that 3-pager. That 3-pager is what you would want to basically present to your private lender, your hard money lender. They don't want to see the deals, but whatever I just saw visually, I was like, okay, he's coming correct right now. The scope of work that I have is what you literally leave on the job site, and you can't say that the guys don't see it, because what will happen is you can take all the time in the world to build this great scope of work with all this material. You email to your contractor, and towards the middle of the project, things are going wrong because you're like, well, I sent you the scope of work. They don't read that shit. They really don't. So you got to put it in front of them. I mean, again, unless you have an A player that is on your team, but most people won't. So just leave it on the job site, tack it up on the wall, and you can't say, dude, it's always right here. You know, you got this. So sometimes you got to spoon feed them.
I've seen a model of that, Randy, down in Florida. Like we always do, right? When we're traveling, we're always snooping on other people's job sites, trying to see how they do what they do so we can learn and grow. So I pop into one of the production builders' job sites down in Florida, and on the sliders on the way out to the lanai is a 12-page scope it's like Times New Roman, right? It's like just a printout on 8.5 by 11 individual pages tacked up on the slider on the glass. Like even at that level, this guy's production building, he's stamping out houses, right? In this subdivision, even that with a project manager running individual trades, he still applies that methodology. And so I saw it, and I saw the notes. I saw where because that scope of work ultimately is what a spec sheet is crafted around. If you pre-sell the house, you're extracting the things from the scope to create a spec sheet so a buyer can approve the purchase of the home, what you're actually creating. I mean, I know that's beyond what we're here to talk about, but so that thing serves so many purposes. And on that scope, I actually saw sign-offs where the buyer, because it had been pre-sold, was on site with the project manager and approved and signed off on something on the scope, a change on the scope. And all the change orders were separate printouts on the same piece of glass, on that same slider. So this is like next level stuff. This is the stuff the big boys are doing in the production building space. So if you're flipping houses and you're applying this, how much more are you going to stand out? Like, you're not just a home flip. You're not just a house flipper. You're not just a rehabber. Like, you're doing this the right way.
Yeah. You know what's, I've done that before with one other person, because before we were done, this is with Newark, the house was pre-sold, but the buyer came in and started making decisions. We did that once and we lost money because the buyer backed out. This time we were smarter. They had to put a non-refundable deposit. So she put in like $50,000. So she's not leaving. But down to the tile, down to the grout color, like I had a sheet and she signed off on it. It was like 100 points. So that's the same thing in that when you're pre-selling and she had to initial and sign or I won't do it. So that's important. But for my side, like the scope work that I showed, I do want to clarify, if you guys are new to rehabbing, that was assuming that you hired a main GC, because on my scope, you're going to see stuff for the electrician, the plumber, the roofer, the framer, because my guy handles everything now because he's capable. I don't. So I don't hire the electrician anymore. I don't hire the plumber. I just sit home and play with my kids. I don't know. But my way is assuming you have one head honcho in charge. And then he delegates.
And you can do that one of two ways. You could do it by he is a independent contractor that you hire, or if you have enough workflow, you in-house that position. So, and everybody always asks, at what point does that make sense? The rule of thumb for me is 4 projects. If you can put 4 projects on a project manager, then bring them in-house, because you're gonna save the GC premium that you're paying the contractors to run the jobs by having that in-house. And with that comes some added control. Also with that comes overhead. Like, now you got to get the guy a truck. Now you've got to pay insurance. You're paying payroll taxes. So that's everybody's got to make that decision on their own as they're scaling, decide if that's the direction they want to go in. But I think it's something we should at least throw out there for folks that are listening.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of amazing points hit there. And I would like to transition, but I also feel like this is so important because this is something I didn't do for so long. Like, I was just so against it and I was so resistant with taking the time to really, iron out all the details. And so I'm curious for you guys, like, why do you feel most investors won't take the time to put together a scope of work? Before I forget that, do you think it's better for the contractor to come up with the scope of work, or should us as the investor put together the scope of work? And then for us investors, why do we not do it? Why do we not take the time to put it together?
You can't give the inmate the keys to the asylum. Like, you cannot let the contractor draft his own scope. Human nature dictates that he's going to make it favorable for him. Like, that's just the way it works. So you got to draft the scope. And like, you also want, back to our earlier point about A players, like, if your scope is vague because you don't know any better, because you're really early on in your journey, you want an A player contractor who's going to highlight the vagueness in your scope rather than wait until something comes up and bang you for a change order. So that's how you'll know you're working with an A player, because otherwise they're going to, like, if you don't know what you don't know, and you're going to do your best and you're going to work from Randy's template and you're going to think you nailed it, but then you forgot a thing. You did. It's just, we still forget a thing on every job. And you want the contractor that's going to catch that thing before it happens, or if he's blindsided as well in the field and that catches him by surprise too, he adjusts accordingly. He doesn't start like, hey, I have to stop the job until I get a change order approved and until you pay me in full for it. Like, that's not the business we're in. We're not going to do business together very long if that's the case.
Right.
Yeah, I am notorious when you say, like, you're always going to forget things. I am notorious forgetting the doorbell. Whatever reason, 7 out of 10, I always forget the doorbell. And the electrician's like, oh, I need a transformer. I'm like, Jesus. So a lot of our projects, they have a battery one. So I'm like, how do I always forget this? It's like a pet peeve of mine.
These things happen. But
but you think it happened 7 out of 10. Like I'm getting better, but whatever.
Wait,
go ahead.
7 out of 10 is better? That's better than what was it
No,
before?
I mean,
Like 9 out of 10. Jesus.
It's like you're doing 3 or 4 of these at a clip, and it's the one thing at the end of the job. You're like, hey, where's the doorbell?
Yeah.
Oh my god! But I mean, yeah, it's better. But it for a while it was comical for me. Yeah, but everything Gabe said was point on, and we're gonna mess these things up. The one thing I do like though is when you're asking your contractor, yeah, you don't want to say, hey, you provide the scope. How far do you want to go? Do you want a $50,000 job, or do you want to go crazy and gut the place? Then you turn it to 110. So if you don't know what you're doing, you need to communicate with the contractor what your vision is, put together your scope. But just like Gabe was saying, if you're dealing with an A player, he's going to realize, or you're going to tell him, like, hey, what am I missing on this scope that you feel like, I overlooked? And he's like, well, you know what? This house was built in 1920. It's been vacant for 3 years. You have cast iron stacks and galvanized drain lines. He's like, the odds that cast iron stack behind the wall is not cracked is slim. It's been vacant for 2 years. One winter, and your cast iron metal, it'll pop, it'll crack. He's like, you have galvanized pipes behind these walls. Like the pipe is this thick, but it's full of corrosion in there that your hole is that big.
Mm-hmm.
So you're probably going to have to replace those once we open the walls, but you don't have a budget for that. I'm like, wow, okay, hold on. What will that cost? It's probably going to cost you about $4 or $5 grand to redo the house.
Right.
I'd rather know that ahead of time. But so you give the scope, ask him, what am I missing? Because actually on the top of my scope, it says it like here. It says, we are relying on you as the professional contractor, something like that, to look beyond this scope and tell me if I'm missing anything. Like it literally says in the first paragraph, I'm looking to you as the professional to guide me. Don't assume that I'm giving you the orders. It's your job. So, I mean, it literally says it.
I find that a lot of times my guys are genuinely surprised in the field if we are. It's very rare, because you could tell if they got caught off guard too. It's very rare that I can't think of an example recently, like years recently, where they weren't blindsided and we were. And they were like, see, I told you so. Like, or I knew that. Like, it was never the case. It was always like we opened up a wall, and behind the wall was a thing nobody anticipated. So those are, again, a testament to the right partners in the field and being willing to pivot, right? They got to be willing. Randy's example of the painter, like they got to be willing to adjust. They got to be willing to pivot and work with you. So again, back to the A player thing. I mean, a lot of common threads in all our segments today.
Yeah, for sure. Joseph says, should you get the scope of work before submitting your offer, or get the house under contract and then put together the scope of work?
I would not get a scope of work together before I get the house under contract, because if you're putting in this investing world, you're not getting 1 out of 2 deals accepted. Maybe you're getting 1 out of 10 or 1 out of 20. Are you really going to go through all that work just to maybe get an offer accepted? Once you get that offer accepted, you do have your inspection contingency time. What I will share with you, and maybe this is a good time to answer that question, Elijah, if you don't mind. I could just show them quickly how to estimate those rehabs, based on that square footage and based on what the condition of the property looks like. Because if you're close, you're close. Based on some of the videos, if I just show you one, and I'll show you the square footage rule, based on that, it's not like you're going to say, oh, I thought the renovation was 40,000 and it was 150. It might be 40 to 50, 40 to 55.
Yeah, no, let's transition into that. Just estimating rehabs and that stuff.
Yeah.
Gabe, is there anything you want to add in terms of the scope of work, and do you do it before the house is under contract? Randy, share your screen.
It goes back to that point we were making earlier about the order of operations and the spending money up front, like the contractor, then the architect. But the other thing too is, like, a lot of people are hesitant and unwilling to spend money. It's like, hey, pay a guy $500 to spend an hour or two with you in the field, scoping out the house and putting together a preliminary scope before you write your offer or before you buy the house. Like, people are like, I want a contractor to walk the house with me. And then they wonder why the guy doesn't want to come. Like, there's no likelihood he's going to get the job or that you're even going to get the house. Pay the guy $500, make it worth his time, and learn something, right? Like, so, and I don't do that. frankly, I've been doing this a long enough time, and it wouldn't be worth it for me to go into the field with someone for $500, but there's plenty of contractors that will.
Great point. All right, let's transition here to, we covered a lot over the scope of work. There's actually another question I do want to hit on. Where did it go? All right, yeah, so let's hit this one before we change anything. So what are the top 2 clauses you include in the contract or scope of work to cover change orders, if any at all?
We don't write anything in. It's meant to be fluid and fair. So if something comes up and we got caught off guard, genuinely us and them, then we're going to make it work. Very rarely, like I said, I couldn't think of an example where like we were caught off guard and then a tradesman came at us and tried to smoke us on a change order. I can't remember that having happened in years. So I don't write anything in. We're going to be fluid about it. We're in this together, and we're going to talk about it, and we're going to be adults about it. And it's a small component of the overarching job. If we missed a thing, it's going to be a small thing. And if it's going to cost me an extra 300, 400, 500, I'm okay with that.
All right. I definitely second what Gabe said there. And there's a reason behind that. I don't have it specifically in my paperwork. You could go, I mean, the technical answer is, well, all change orders need to be approved in writing before the work, blah, blah, blah.
And paid in full.
You can open up a ceiling and, oh my God, like all the floor joists are cut. And you think they're 2x10, but they're actually a 2x4 because some idiot notched it. To make the contractor responsible for that is, 1, irresponsible. But number 2 is, when something happens, it's good to see how you guys work together. Because if he's going to bicker and argue about something small, that kind of tells you what you're going to get in the future. So for my guys, if it's something that we missed, like, I don't know, we forgot to put the doorknobs on the door handles. Well, look, it's implied that we're doing door handles. But if you want to try to bang me for another $25 per door for the door handles, that tells me that you're going to penny pinch the whole way through. And you're not going to last with me for 10 projects. Because at some point I won't take it. But it is a matter of coming together and finding a solution, because when you're doing a rehab, it's like, to me, rehabbing is sometimes almost harder than new construction, because new construction, for the majority of it, can be planned and built out on computer and paper. When you're doing a renovation, once you open up a wall, we got a couple problems here, boss. So when you're doing new construction, it's basically a mathematical miscalculation of, oh, we forgot to add our TGIs, or we forgot to add, shingles, or we forgot to order this front door. Like that's a clerical error, but that's not a construction error. But
way cleaner. To Randy's point, I mean, we've done a lot of messy rehabs and fire damage and things that the city said needed to be torn down, and we said no. Like, we're going in and we're going to salvage this. So we've done that, and we've done new construction. New construction, way cleaner, infinitely cleaner.
Yeah.
All right. That we covered a lot over the scope of work, and that was an awesome little session. So let's transition now just to kind of estimating the rehabs, and let's dive into this. So Randy, you had something you wanted to share with us?
Yes, this is going to be a property I just did in Plainfield.
Awesome.
Please tell me this is the M&M one. Is this the M&M one?
I don't know. Yeah, I definitely.
Oh, man, come on, bro.
That was a dope one. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't like the boring music on my videos. But here's the point. We're going to play this. But the reason that I love showing this is because you guys are going to see what this looked like in the middle or before it. And then what did it look like in the end? So you guys have a very clear understanding of what.
By the way, real quick, Gabe, if you have anything like this that you want to share, because I know the people were asking about it earlier. If Gabe and Randy wanted to share any videos of like either before and after, anything like that. And plus, this is something that you use to raise private. This is something you use to raise private money as well, right? Randy, this was like.
Well, that was the unintended consequence or unintended action. I didn't plan it that way; it just worked out that way.
Right.
But I mean, these videos cost me like $300, maybe $400 because they got to come twice. But with the editing, it's like about $400. But let me just play this one real quick, and then we'll get into the numbers.
There we go.
Lincoln Park. Yeah.
Can you guys hear me over the music?
Yep.
All right, so a lot of these walls and the ceilings are plaster. That's a challenge to come across, and a lot of those walls. So a lot of those walls, some were skin coated, but we actually did what's called laminate the walls. We sheetrocked right on top of it because it takes more time and effort to try to fix those walls than to go new. You take down what you have to take down. If there's mold, get rid of it.
Now, did you sheetrock over all the wall, like every single wall? Like, were you able to save some of that plaster?
The plaster we saved is like 10%, man. We just sheetrocked it over all of it.
And how thickness of the sheetrock did you use?
I think we always use ½ inch. I know people say use quarter.
Yeah.
But the challenge you have with that is you'll see the waves in the wall very easily. And when you screw it and glue it in, it's very hard to screw in quarter-inch sheetrock. Sometimes you just glue that on.
And they're very fragile as well. They break by themselves.
Yeah.
Work with them now. Looks great. Well done. Wow.
Right.
This was a flip, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me pull this out here.
All right. You know what? To start off, Gabe, I definitely have to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, it looks amazing. I think I got an idea, like something we're not doing. Like our video is usually a before, a during, and an after. We've never woven into one video the stages. So for like the purposes of selling a property, like you wouldn't want to necessarily show them the before, but for the purposes of having an investor understand what it is that you and your team are capable of doing, me showing you a before and an after still is impactful, but weaving it into a video, brilliant.
Okay. So if you see a video of Gabe's, like Gabe's is going to definitely be more higher end. Like I noticed those shadow boxes. That one we cut a couple corners of the original doors, but they were like I usually do the 2-panel doors. But he's very right about that. This is not the kind of video that you put on Zillow because you were selling your home. That would be a big no-no because if the buyer would look like before, you have just killed your deal. The buyer cannot see this video at all. So I just want to be, that's why I said this is for my own branding purposes. If I was trying to sell it on the MLS, there'll probably be like a little violin playing or piano and some pretty little music, but not the purpose. So, with that thing,
managing rehabs or construction costs. Yeah,
we're gonna get into that. But just so you know, like my guys will change my scope of work based on the ease of the job. So it was not in the original scope of work to sheetrock over every single wall. My guys just decided to do that because it was going to be easier, quicker, and faster, more material cost, but the plaster is still won't ever come out perfect. And especially with the ceiling, it'll crack again because it's gravity. That's why Gabe was saying, does you guys screw and glue the sheetrock to the joist? Why? Because the ceilings are the worst because that's where gravity kills you. So let me do this. I'm going to pull up
that makes sense.
It's got this sheet here. I'm going to share my screen again.
I mean, while Randy's doing that, I had a note earlier I wanted to touch on, like something I say when I speak on any format is anything worth doing is worth documenting. You are doing yourselves as investors a huge disservice by just putting your head down and running projects. Be ever and always documenting the journey, whether you do anything with it that like in real time. You may be too busy. You may be just running a project and that's your priority, and it should be, but be documenting everything because later on you're going to be able to leverage it to raise money, to pre-sell projects, to create a portfolio. Like there's so much value in it. Like I say, anything worth doing is worth documenting. I make it sticky so people remember, and just be always and ever taking pictures, documenting videos on your phone. Eventually you get to a place where you can afford to hire people to come in and do it. And maybe I'll share later, like a website for your project, a whole project website. But like in the meantime, ever and always be documenting, take pictures.
I love
that.
I
agree with you. Yeah. Every time I do I just turn the camera on, walk through the property, talk. It's great for you because it's a learning curve as well as you can share with others, and raising money is the best for that as well.
Yeah. You know what I also do too is, Gabe's 100% right. I don't think there's ever a thing Gabe's going to say that I'd probably disagree with. But everything. So I'm not going to show it now because they're like 20 minutes long. But maybe when I give out all these documents and videos, maybe I'll throw it in there. Is I do what I call my initial walkthrough. So I literally have walked through this house, and I'm walking through it, but I'm narrating. So I walk the property once. So I have an understanding of what's going on. I then walk through it again with the video on, and I narrate my scope of work. I do that for a couple of reasons. Number one, I can send it to my contractor so he sees the property a little ahead of time. He gets to watch it at home. So when he comes on the job site with me, he's already familiarized with it. Second, when I'm doing my scope of work, I usually write my scope of work, and then I have on another screen, I have the video playing. So I'll pause it. So I'm like, okay, great. It tells me step by step, and I don't really forget anything. So once I had that scope of work done based on my written part, that's when I walked my contractor, and they were like, all right, what did I miss when I first walked through this? Because I only walked through 15 minutes, and I just bought a house based on a 15-minute walkthrough. But I will show you what that means, and I'll show you how detailed I get when I talk. But that's, not for here right now because we're still talking about how to manage the contractors and whatnot. So
I'm going to pull up the screen, but I mean, I have to make sure everyone's here and everyone's ready for this. Guys, if you guys are still tuned in, if you guys are still fired up about this whole panel that we got going on, I need you to drop it in the comment section, and I want you to give me an air high five. So if that means you got to spell it out. If you could send the emoji, even better. The praise hands. Give me some type of energy. I got to get at least 50 comments right now if you guys want me to pull up this cheat sheet that Randy's got for you. I need to see the comments. Get them rolling. Let's make it happen. Come on.
Bring that energy up. Come on now.
You fired up, baby? You fired up? Come on. Gabe, you here with this, baby? You fired
Look at
up?
this stuff. Like we're about to give them legit gold in here. Like we need to see the energy. Otherwise, we can't give this stuff out. It's just
love it.
We're not going
to
understand.
Learning today, baby. Woo. Learning exponential. All right, yeah, we got a lot of high fives. Michael's in the building. High five, baby. Lisa, let's go. Venturous, thanks, Doc. I guess I'm the new doctor around here. We got Jilma. Let's do it, everybody. All sorts of great energy. We appreciate y'all. Let's keep this rolling.
Oh, here we're good.
Yes, sir.
All right, so this is going to take me a couple minutes to go through, but this is vitally important. This is this is probably my most important part when I'm looking through a job site. All right. So when we did the summit, like 2-3 weeks ago, the topic was how to estimate repair sight unseen. So even though these numbers are going to probably end up going up just a little bit, these are a ballpark rule of thumbs that are just good enough to get me out of the door. So if somebody tells me, a description on a property, I know what the rehab's going to be. So this also assumes that the square footage of the house. So remember the house that I just showed you was 708 was on each floor plus the basement. So I got whatever it was, 2,100 square feet. But I got categories here, and I have 5 categories. One is like a light rehab, which I wish I would get more of, but it's hard to come by. That is literally just like your ideal, intro rehab, maybe like a condo. But it's just I got to change the carpet, paint the walls, some light fixtures, maybe sand the floors, update the bathrooms, which does not mean gut them, maybe a hot water heater and some light landscaping. That's going to cost you about $10 to $20 a square foot. So on a 1,200 square foot house, 12,000 to 2,400, whatever, somewhere in that range, right? The mid rehab is everything that the light is, but now you're going to be doing a heating unit, maybe a boiler or a furnace. This is when you're going to change out your kitchen and your bathrooms, take them out, put them back in. You'll probably do a little bit more landscape and then just basic mulch. Maybe you're planting flowers, cutting down maybe a tree, trimming trees, and then you're doing minor plumbing and electric work. The heavy rehab, which is what we just saw, that was everything that the mid is, but now you got to do the roof. You got to do the windows. You're doing trim, which is like, the base trim, window trim. You got a lot of heavy landscaping. If you guys remember that picture, the house, even though it wasn't done because it wasn't growing, it looked like a forest. And in the end, we cut everything down. You got a new electric panel and you got a decent amount of plumbing and electric, meaning you're probably replacing that stack that I told you was cracked. You're probably running almost all new PEX piping, which is the plastic water lines. But But here's another tip too for when if you got to do heavy landscaping and you're in the middle of like a winter season, you can cut all those bushes down and cut your grass, and you have a big mud pile in the backyard. If you go to a nursery and you just go buy some hay, put the hay down, it's going to be brown, but you're not going to see dirt and mud. Because when people look out the back window from the kitchen and they see dirt and mud, they think that that's what's going to come into the house, and they're thinking grossness. Like, you don't want anything bad there. So when you put hay down, they just overlook it. They're like, oh, you're growing grass. Yep. But if you just put grass seed down and then there's dirt, all they see is dirt. So that's a little tip right there. The gut is going to clearly be everything that's in the heavy, which is a video we just saw. But we are now we're doing new insulation because you took the wall down. You have all new sheetrock. You're doing all new electric, every little bit of it, and every little bit of plumbing is going to be new. When you do things like that, there's going to be surprises when you open up the walls. You're probably going to have to change some framing because there's usually no headers over windows or whatever they may be. But when you're doing that part, you're probably going to also knock down a wall or two. So just to cut it short, because it's just not me here, we're going to scroll down. So this is on the top. And remember, we were at a heavy right here. It's $50, $60 a square foot. And this is the video that you guys just saw. It was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath. It was 1,700 square feet. Now, the interesting part is here, $99,000. But this part, the price per square foot, if you notice, at $99,000 at 1,700 square feet, we spent $58 a square foot. Now, that triggers that it was a heavy rehab. So when I'm going to scroll back up here, we were at a heavy rehab. We were right in the middle, between 50 and 60. All right. The interesting thing, though, is this is not where the rehab was initially estimated at. We initially estimated at kind of like mid to mid heavy, so maybe in the mid 40s, a little bit lower. But remember, I said I'm a budget blower, so we blew our budget there. We had a lot of problems. That we had a broken water main, which I did not account for. We had some drain issues outside the house I did not account for. And we just started doing extra work because this was right after COVID hit, maybe like 3 months later, but the market was skyrocketing. So it allowed me to spend some more money because we estimated the house to sell at $325 and it ended up selling at $375. Boom. So I increased my budget by about 24,000. And then there were some unexpected things, which I won't count. But bottom line is it brought it to 99,000. But when I increased my budget by 20 grand, we had a net increase on the sale price of $50,000 from what my hard money lender came up with as a sale price. So doing a lot of that extra stuff like that sheetrock just to make the walls perfect. By the time I don't know if we enlisted it. I think we did. But,
so just to be clear, because I know there were a few questions that were asked, like how do you guys estimate rehabs? So for a rough idea, to give you an idea, is like if a project needs, carpet, paint, some landscaping, you're already thinking that it could be anywhere from $10 to $20 a square foot, right? And then
that would have to be very, 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 very minimal work.
For sure.
I even had one.
And so I think the point here, though, is like there is a per square footage way of doing that. And based off your experience, in which I use the same model, but this is what seems to work for your business. And so I'm going to bring it back to you, Randy. But Gabe, what's kind of your metrics for figuring out estimates like without? So I know you do you walk through every project and then come up with how do you do it?
Yeah, we live at the top end of Randy's scale there. We only ever mess with heavy and up. Like we do guts heavy, we do teardowns, we do like value add construction heavy type projects. So not to say we haven't done cosmetic stuff. We've done prehab, whole tail, whatever you want to call it. We've done that stuff on the lower end of the spend spectrum, but we live at the top end of that spend spectrum. And we make sure that and again, this goes back to a question from one of the earlier segments about how much are you trying to make on a project? We are baking in a 6-figure spread on a deal. If I'm going to spend 6 figures plus on a rehab, you better believe I'm going to make 6. I'm not going to put that kind of money out, risk that kind of time and money and not make 6 figures. So to your point, Randy, like we know we're going to spend a significant amount of money, which is both good and bad, because a scope like that can be more forgiving if you've baked in a 6-figure spread. Not to say we just we just wing it. I know that like on a X amount of square foot house, I'm going to spend 150,000. Like on a 750 square foot Cape at a level, I'm going to spend 200 grand. Like, so that's what my scope looks like these days, at least like at a high level to write an offer. But after that, then we get into the granularity, the nuance we were talking about before. But what Randy's talking about is this is how you guys, I mean, anybody listening, that was gold. Like if you're wondering how you write offers, he just told you. He just told you how you write offers, like, and cover your ass. You can write offers and be safe using those metrics.
Yeah. You know, what's interesting is that, Gabe, I'm going to make this assumption. I'm going to go on a limb here. I bet that you don't blow budgets as much as I probably do. And the reason I'm kind of correlating that is because if you're going on the high end and you're gutting it, there's not much that you're not accounting for. The problem with budgets always get blown is when you go into a house and it looks pretty, but you underestimate the rehab because whether the house looks decent, like outdated, or look crappy like the last house we just saw, the cost is the same. The kitchen is going to cost the same, whether it looked pretty or it looked worse. And I think that that's very deceptive, that's where a lot of new beginners underestimate the rehab because it doesn't look bad, not realizing it costs the same. But when you're doing everything, it's kind of hard to kind of miss something. Like, I know this is going to be whatever, $80 a square foot, whatever your number is. But do you find that this piece maybe you don't miss your budgets? And I don't know if you miss your budgets. I don't know. But I think in the middle of the road, you miss it a lot more.
Well, only when, like to your example, only when a dollar gets me too. If my budget is something and I come to realize, well, the market's going crazy here, whatever the case is we talked about earlier, right? There's a couple of different examples, scenarios that warrant you scaling, you changing your scope, increasing your budget, only if a dollar brings me two. Like if that's the case, then yeah, I'm good to spend more. We're in here anyway, like let's go. But for the most part, yeah, like your point's well taken. We rip a lot of stuff out. We do heavy guts. So for us, there isn't much that surprises us, and it's already baked in to that like 85, 100, 105 a square foot number. So yeah, that's exactly spot on.
Now, I would also preface this too, is like, Gabe just said, whether it's like 80 or 85, or he said even up to 100. Do realize you need to know your market, because if Gabe did an ADA level in Westfield and I did the same ADA level in my hometown, South Plainfield, our numbers are not going to be the same, because I can get away with not doing all that expensive trim and maybe doing quartz, maybe I do granite. So if you're in a higher end area, you'd be surprised at the last 10% how much all those little details and finishes cost. I could do an ADA level and I could use a 2 3/4 inch, oak on floor. But Gabe's like, no, I need like 3 3/4, and they got to nail it and glue it, whatever it may be. But the rehab was the same size, so why aren't the numbers the same? And that's another variable, because where Gabe is playing in the $1 million plus homes, and I think his projects look way better than mine do, I'm playing in the 300 to 500 on average, maybe up to 600. I don't like to be under 300, because I find there's a lot of first-time home buyers, and they get very nervous. They didn't know that, my mom can't just put $20,000 cash in my bank account and she can't say where it came from. Their financing just died. Gabe is playing with a more sophisticated buyer who has $200,000 to put down on $1 million home.
They're coming through with an agent also. Like the other thing too is I'm also building for their agent partner, because it's unlikely that they're making that kind of commitment, that kind of investment without somebody else spot checking them. So they're coming in with a really thorough agent who's going to pick apart my product. So I have to over improve my product, because I'm not just trying to wow a first-time home buyer. I'm trying to wow a first-time home buyer, the mom, the dad, the agent who's looking to pick everything apart. So like we have to over improve. We have to do that 100 a square foot like reno budget just with our niche, right? Like the specific niche that we operate in.
Gabe, so Yeah.
Good.
Sorry. So Gabe, you said something interesting, niche, right? And your character. So like you love taking on projects that are full guts. Again, I've noticed I've met a lot of investors who are like, I love full guts and that's what I do and that's what I'm good at. Right. Because like some people like I'm good at lights, I'm good at mids. But you have to understand that. So once you get into mid renovations, you open up those walls and there's pipes you got to change and things. Those things are, your budget gets blown out. And that's why I feel like Gabe, you was like, I just want to do it all. I want to make it perfect. I want to make it my way. I have a system. We get in, we get out. Right. So like it's everybody who's watching, understand that you got to find your character and figure out like what you're comfortable with and like what is your capacity.
Those deals you're describing, those budget killers. Those are the deal killers. Those guys and gals got into the deal. They overpaid for the original, like the canvas property to begin with. Now they opened up a wall. They thought they were going in on a light cosmetic rehab. It's like growing into a mid, like teetering on a heavy. Like all of a sudden the budget's blown. They overpaid. They carried it longer than they should have. That market didn't protect them. Like they weren't in Maplewood. They didn't appreciate 7%. Like so, and then they wonder why they're left like with their pockets turned inside out. Like what happened here? Like a lot of things happened here.
Yeah.
So I advocate for, and again, this is why we call it fix and flip foundations. Like we advocate for value add construction heavy renos. Like if you're going to get into this business, I'm saying, hey, it's the time, energy, and effort is commensurate. If you're going to do a cosmetic rehab and model in 17K, 23K profit, or time, energy, effort, it's commensurate on 100K, like spread on an ADA level, except that the ROI is exponentially greater. So you're going to be sure you're going to spend a little more time, energy, and effort, but look at the multiplier on your profit, on your spread, right? You don't know the difference anyway. You're getting into a cosmetic rehab that you think's a light and it turns into a mid or a heavy. Like, hey, you might as well model in 6 figures and go after it. Get after it.
Risk versus reward.
Yes. So on that video that we just saw for 1352, just so everybody knows, it sold for 375. So we put in 100,000 into it. I want to say the purchase is either 105,000 or like maybe 110. I'm trying to actually look it up, but it's not on Zillow. But I mean, that was the number. So I mean, I think about 220,000 was our all in. Add some holding costs, maybe we're at 230, and it sold for 375. That's why I was willing to go from my $65,000 budget, and I was willing to go to my 99. Well, I was willing to go to like about 80. There was 9,000 of other things that I didn't foresee. But that was a killer deal.
We do those all day.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, I don't know. I feel like I don't know. So let me ask you guys this real quick while we're on this. If you're brand new and maybe you haven't done a deal yet, should you have those same metrics in place for the safety measurement, or should the focus more be on like just getting the first deal done? What's your perspective on that? Like
contingencies?
No, what I mean is like for an example, it's like, if you're going to be spending $200,000-$300,000, like you should have at least a gross profit of $100,000.
Oh yeah.
Right. That's like a great margin of safety. And so my question is like, if you're brand new, it might be harder or take more time or energy for you to come across $100,000 gross profit deal. So should you just be patient and continue your efforts to finding that before you do one, in your own back market, or should what would you guys kind of say to that? Because someone who's new, that could be overwhelming, because it might take forever to find that, or they might find it soon. Who knows?
I think you got to get a deal going. Like, right. You're not an investor till you buy something. So get a deal going, do it with a partner, align with someone in a JV capacity. Don't try and be a superhero and do these things on your own. A lot of the students and the people in like the fix and flip syndicate that I'm working with had their eyes open to the idea of value add construction heavy rehabs after having done 1, 2, or 3 light rehabs. And they're there. The problem is you don't know what you don't know, and you haven't yet seen the opportunity, or that they exist, but you're overwhelmed by you're burdened by the amount of money, like the numbers scare you, or the construction. It's more than you're used to. You've ripped carpets and refinished floors. You've done some paint, you've done cosmetics, and now all of a sudden, like you have to gut a house and you're overwhelmed. Well, therein lies the power of the collective. Everybody on here is in our circle, right? Anyone who's listening and watching now, we are a part of the same collective. So connect with somebody, lean into somebody, lean on someone who's a little bit further along in their journey. Find the opportunity, bring it to them, JV, and get yourself exposed to an add a level or an addition or a new construction, because then that's a tool in your tool belt going forward.
Yeah, you definitely, from the last summit we did, one of the attendees reached out just the other day because she was kind of like in a little bit of a panic. She needed a proof of funds. And I was talking to her, and I just, a lot of her buyers were saying, no. I ended up helping her out, but I opened her eyes saying that she had more, she had the proof of funds already. She just didn't even know it because she wasn't, she has a 401k. It was like $200,000. I'm like, that's your proof of funds. I was like, I'll give you 150, like just to help you out. You're in a pinch. I was like, you add my 150 or 200, that's 350. And she's like, well, I don't want to use my 401k as, to buy the house. I'm like, you don't have to. They just want to see that you have it. Doesn't matter where it comes from. And she's like, oh my God, I didn't even know I could even use that. I'm like, well, there you go. That's craziness. But that's the good thing about these things, because she only reached out because she got my phone number from the last summit. It works out very well. So guys, definitely reach out. But Gabe said, partner with somebody. If you're doing your first, second, your third one, so what? You partner with somebody, you make a little less profit, you share in that profit. But what you're doing is you're building relationships. So you'll say somebody called me and they partnered on a deal with me because they want me to walk them through it. Yes, you're going to make less money, but you know what's going to happen? Next time you have a problem, guess who's picking up the phone? This guy. Why? He's like, oh, maybe it's a deal. Maybe he needs a help. But either which way, it's like you gave something, because a lot of people is a lot of take. Yeah. So it's like as a lot of people give and give, at some point you got to give back. But I was like, okay, you executed or you did something, or, you called us to maybe work on a deal. It didn't work out, but you brought me something that could have worked out. I'm now willing to listen to you because I was like, okay, you're really close. We'll get this. We'll get it on the next one. But leverage and work out.
I never met anybody who's complained about splitting $100,000. If anybody's ever met someone who complained about splitting $100,000, let me know so I can avoid that person. Because that's what we're here to do, man. Like that's
50 instead of 100. Yeah, you're gonna make 50. And I'm going to hold your hand. Don't worry about it. I got you.
Yeah, but you're essentially guaranteed to make that. Nothing is guaranteed, but you're sure as shit more likely to make it with the right person over your shoulder than you are just shooting from the hip. And I've had people who resist and will say, "Hey, listen, I'm going to do a new construction on my own because I learn better. I'm an experiential learner." Buddy, listen to me. You can learn from my experience. The best way to learn is from the mistakes that we've made. I already paid the tax. Learn from me. Don't be an idiot. Don't make the same mistake. I pay people to elevate up into their circle so I can learn from their mistakes. I don't want to make the same mistake that they made when I know that they're willing to teach me how to avoid making it.
I got one comment because I know Elijah's got to move us forward. I can already see it in his face. But what was so powerful about what Gabe was just saying right there is, if you're at that point, or you're even in that situation where you need to partner with somebody because you don't know what you don't know, that means that you're not doing 4 or 5 rehabs at a clip. So that means if you screw up on one rehab and you have one rehab, you are sunk. There's no grace. So if you're doing 5 rehabs and they all make 30 grand and one loses, you still made 100 to 120. But if you do one rehab and instead of making 50, you made 0, and you made 0 over 6 months, you have a major problem. So you can't take that mentality until you're 10 deals in or whatever it may be, or you're doing 3 or 4 at a clip, because not all 3 and 4 are going to go bad. But if one goes bad, you could be done. And that's how a lot of people get in and out of this business quickly.
Yeah, no, I love that. So Yurik, you about to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I have a question. You guys mentioned partner up, right? So you can partner up with another investor. You can partner up with a contractor, right? So let's just give the example of a contractor. Randy, you partner up with other people, other investors, and you do the rehab, and then once it's sold, you guys take the flip and, the profits, and you split it.
Did you just call me a contractor? How dare you?
Sorry, my mistake. I'm fellow investor. So pretty much my question is, for example, right now I'm entering a new market, right? And I want to test it out, this contractor that I'm I got from a different investor. So I'm thinking, okay, I want to flip this house. How would I structure my deal going with this person, right? He's like, okay, the run rate should be 65,000, right? If, for example, Randy, so it's like Gabe actually mentioned before, is you don't want to give money or a check until the day started, right? The day off, they're out there and they're working. So for example, right now the contract is look, the first stage is pretty much get the dumpsters, right? So even if the guys are out there, I still got to get the dumpsters. So my question is how do you structure a deal where you secure yourself as a new investor in a new area, new market, where what kind of profits would you be giving? So, for example, I found the deal and I have the money, right? I have the hard money lined up. So now I'm looking to get this contractor to be involved in essence of, to make sure that we're on time, it gets done, and like he doesn't, leave the job halfway into it.
Question. I'm going to rephrase this. So let's say you're in a new market and you found a construction guy. You have the money and you have the deal. Would you partner up with the GC on the first deal ever together?
That's exactly what I was going to answer, man. You read it.
Yeah.
Never would I do that on somebody that you don't know. Remember, I said it's going to take you 3 deals just to see if you guys are a match with each other. I would not partner with that contractor, because what will happen when you partner? You're going to miss so many details, like who makes the decision on the material. Is the contractor making a profit as he's working, or is he doing it at cost? Now, as the investor, you're going to be concerned, am I really getting his real at cost numbers? The next problem is going to be, who's going to decide on the purchase price? Now, when you get the purchase price, who's going to agree on the price that you guys accept, because you're both into it now? Right. That could be a nightmare, and I would not do anything like that. At that point, you want to find, if you're in a new market, find an agent that you can verify has worked with other builders, and try to make her like your boot in your grounds, and not to make sure that she's a partner per se, but have somebody watch over it. But more importantly, try to find if she has a project manager or somebody in Indiana that can be that person, but definitely not the contractor.
Got it.
After maybe.
Gabe,
I'm at the point with my guy now where I want to make him a partner, but we've been 5 years, 100 rehabs plus. He's earned it.
Gabe, what are your thoughts on partnering up with the construction, with the laborers, with the workers, with the helpers, and stuff like that?
I think of the flow, right? It's the 4 Fs: find, fund, fix, flip. Like, if you control each of the Fs, you control the whole project. If you find and fund the deal, you control 50% of the project. If they know how to fix the deal, they control 25% of the project. You guys agree to outsource the flip to an agent. Like, so there's a lot of different ways of looking at it. Again, like Randy's point is well taken. It's got to be somebody who's like a little bit further along in their journey. Otherwise, they don't command 25% of a deal. Like, they command 15% of a deal, something like that. So these things are fluid, but like, you control the finance, you got the find and fund, you have the deal, right? Then finding a partner, if that's the route you go and you want to give them a piece of upside, a piece of equity for running the project tight, bring it in on time and on budget, and we're going to bonus you. You could do it that way. I mean, on the flip side, again, Randy's point, very well taken. Like, outsource that. You need to fire yourself as an agent. Everybody listening who got your license thinking you were going to list your rehabs, like, that's not why you got your license. You got your license so you could do your research, so you didn't have to wait on agents to get access to properties. Now you need to find agent partners who are better than it, like better than you at it, which frankly is any agent who's been around for a while, because you're an investor, you're not an agent. So like, quickly look to fire yourself as agent, as admin, as project manager, like I said earlier. So, but yeah, it's very fluid. It really does depend on the experience level, the project. But that's what negotiation is. That's the business we're in. We negotiate.
Okay, that's funny. I'm an agent. I have never once listed my own rehabs because that's not my lane. I hate being the agent because it got too many buttons to touch, and it's going to detract from what I'm currently doing. So when you're looking at your rehabs, some guys that will overpay and beat me is because they're going to say, well, I can save the 6% because I'm going to list the house as myself as the agent. And what they're doing is they're devaluing themselves as an asset.
Yeah.
What they're essentially saying is, I'm going to pay 6% more on this house because I'm going to be the agent on the deal. But when I'm the agent, I'm not going to pay myself because I don't respect myself. That's the wrong attitude. So hire other agents, because the other thing too is, yes, I am an agent. Believe it or not, I do not even scour the MLS for deals. But if I give my rehab to other agents, that's the agent that's going to be doing that for me, because I know that I'm not going to list it. So now I'm building my team, but that profit has been built in from day one. The hard money lenders are going to assume that you're going to hire a realtor other than yourself. The really cheap guys will do it themselves. Like, if you do one flip a year, all right, be your own agent, because you don't have a business. You have a self-employed hobby. You don't have a business, and that's okay to do it that way. So I just want to clarify.
Yeah,
that makes sense. Thank you.
I don't want to beat this point to death, but there's so much packed into this that we could spend an hour just on this. Liability. You start scaling up, start building $1 million houses, try selling them yourself. See if you don't open yourself up to a lawsuit. Like, people of means are a different kind of client altogether. So you better not be selling your own stuff as you creep up into those higher price points. You can get away with it with a first-time home buyer at $350 or something like that, but I quickly realized, hey, like you're opening yourself up to a lot of liability. And back to my original point and what Randy just said, like you're not going to be good at it. Like your time is better spent on the things that you are good at. Agents who have been doing this a long time, that's their lane. They're going to crush it. They're going to do it infinitely better than you. If I later on, I'll share a website, our product, like mind blowing. Like there's no way I would have thought to do this. And
I got to see it. I got to see it.
Yeah.
I'm excited.
All right, guys, let's transition here. I have like another 25, 30 minutes with you before we open up for Q&A for the audience. Guys in the audience, what?
We need more time, man.
More time.
We're jamming. I'm good. Let's stay on.
Guys, for whatever questions you guys have for Randy and Gabe over anything, just get ready to drop them in the comment section. But I want to transition here to, I think, the category that is probably more important than anything, and that is the quality of people, right? And so when it comes to the construction, we heard earlier, you want to have the A players, you want to go to the supply houses, you want to get referrals, and from the referrals from the supply houses, you can reach out to these guys and start to build that relationship. But I'm curious to know, what is your guys' perspective on the process that it takes to build the trust? Because I feel like there's a lot, including myself, like there's that time frame to where you don't want to hire them to where you need to hire them, and then like you got the project starting. And so like I don't know if you guys have like a philosophy or anything over like just that whole process from, hey, we just first met to we're finally working on a project together and we're starting to build that relationship. Would you guys be open to talking about that?
Yeah, man. I think this goes back to when we spoke a couple of days back on like conscientiousness. And that's really what it's about for me. Like, I want to feel this person. Like, it's about EQ. Like, we're all humans. We know what feels like a truth when you're speaking to someone. And so if there's like, if we're vibing, right, if our energies are in sync, if like we think and speak and act accordingly, like if I sense that you are conscientious and that it is your intention to do good work as opposed to just serve yourself, are you a seek to serve? Are you a go-giver? If I get those kinds of energies and vibes from you, again, this is EQ. This is stuff that you develop as an adult. Children early on are like inherently, they can do this, right? You see kids playing, right? Little children playing, they do this naturally. It's us over time getting like desensitized and it's a lot of that noise that like bogs us down that like makes it hard for us to sense that about a person. But like, I know we're going esoteric here, but the reality of it is like, you're going to feel that about someone. It's like that's why Randy and I got along as well as we did, as early on as we did. Like we spoke on a panel together and we just jived. Like, I know that he's a seek to serve. We are like servants first. And when you find other servants, you're going to know like, these are my people. So I know it's not the answer like that anyone can really bank on here, but like you just know when you meet good people.
Spot on. Randy?
I don't know, man. I said it before. I was like, yeah, everything he says, I mean, I'm just listening. You do know when someone's bullshitting you. You do know that contractor when you just start talking to them. You know, if they're trying to be all huffing and puffing their chest and they're trying to over talk you and like play the authoritative role, like I know more than you. That's arrogance that's really not needed, because if you have that contractor that does good work, he doesn't even have to open up his mouth. He's like, you could come check my jobs because you're gonna see what I do. Whatever I say doesn't mean shit. What I do is what matters, because I could tell you a million things. I could tell you I do, $1 million home at levels additions all day long, and no, I haven't done one in like 3 years.
Some people talk a lot, but they say very little. Like they just fill air with a thing, but it doesn't read like a truth to you.
You're good.
That doesn't feel right. Like, what are you saying? Like, you just talked nonstop for 20 minutes, and I don't understand. Like, none of that resonated with me. I don't think you said anything.
Right. Yeah. So just get to the point, be honest about it, and open. And
here's another thing. I think we hit on this the other day, and it's not my stuff. I don't want to steal Ray Dalio's thunder, but it's really about like believability, like make believability weighted decisions. Is the person you're talking to believable, like as a tradesman? And believable is defined as having done a thing 3 times successfully. And then the other piece of it is being able to articulate to you how they did it in a way that you can either understand or replicate. That's how you define someone as believable. So is your tradesman believable? Like, has he done the thing you're asking him to do on this project 3 times? Can he show you that he's done it? And then can he articulate to you in a way that you can process how he does it? Not that you want to do it for him. Like, I don't need to know at that level, but just be able to tell me how you do what you do in a way that I understand. And let me see that you did it 3 times, which is great with Randy's thing about like, see the job before, during, and after. There's your 3 times. Like, let me see your finished project. Let me see you taking one to completion. And let me see you, I mean, we're looking at one together here. So like, is he believable? Yeah, he feels believable. And like, we're going to get it wrong every once in a while. Like, that's human nature. But for the most part, you should be getting it right.
Yeah, I think the guy that me and Elijah went to go meet, it seemed like he was over talking himself. And I on a personal level, I didn't jive with him. But there was one comment that he made, and me and Elijah talked about it in the car. I'm like, I would never do business with this guy because of that one thing he said. Like, I lost a lot of respect. Like, he didn't even know what he said. And Elijah, you know what I mean. I'm not going to repeat it. But I was like, when I lose respect for someone, it's very hard to get it back. So I was like, we were just having the conversation, but the guy's true colors came out, and I'm like, this is not the guy. This is the one where beer cans are going to be on the on the job site. I was like, dude, I got a 0 tolerance for that stuff.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, is going to segment into one of the other questions because, it says, how do you fire somebody? Like, we didn't even talk about that because that's an odd one.
I was getting there, Randy. Listen. All right. Come on. Bring it on.
All right, guys. So, one of the things is that, drugs or alcohol is a major issue. The reality is in this industry, it's going to happen because, if we want to just like stereotype, anybody can be a contractor. If you guys don't know, to be a contractor, it is a check and it is an application. There's no test. There's no true false. It's a matter of, I have a company. Here's my insurance. Here's the fee to the state. Boom, contractor. So people say I'm a licensed contractor. That doesn't mean anything. I could take an unlicensed guy who can be 10 times better than the licensed guy. Unfortunately, you just need the license. But if you do have guys that are drinking on the job site, because again, the stereotype is, a lot of guys to drop out of high school, they don't know what they're doing in life, and they got to figure something out. And they're like, "Oh, I'm good with my hands," and they become a contractor. That's a big part, and those are those C and D players. Unfortunately, they do make up a good percentage of the industry. But you have to fire somebody. How do you do that? I've only had that experience twice, but that was like 12 years ago because I have had my A players for 7 years. So I don't even remember how I fired him. I think I just said, get the hell off the job. I don't think I did a lien waiver release, which when you're firing somebody, I'm not going to pull a document up because we are just limited on time. I will give you guys all this stuff. But what you need to have somebody sign what's called a lien waiver release. It's basically, for a nutshell, it's going to say, hey, this is your final check. I'm giving this to you. You accept this as a final check. And in there, it also states that you have paid any of your subs so that the subs can't say they didn't get paid. The reality is a subcontractor can say he still gets paid. And if it gets to a court situation, then so be it. But at least I have it from my main contractor that he says that and certifies that he has now been paid for whatever we agree upon, and he's paid his subs. The biggest mistake when you have to fire somebody, though, is when you don't get granular, and I like stealing Gabe's word there, because you're always going to get into an issue of, well, how much of the job did you get done? I don't know, 50%. What does that mean? Did you put the sink in or did you put the faucet in? What are you getting paid for it? So if you guys just do a contract and says, hey, I'm going to do this rehab for $80,000, and in the middle it goes bad, who's to say he's not owed 40, 60, 70, 30? That's going to be for arbitration. That's a nightmare right there. So you really need to document, and that's when you need to really be specific and not be so broad. Like, itemize the plumbing, itemize the masonry, itemize the roof, and itemize what you can. So if there is a problem, it's a very checkbox: done or not done. Paid you.
Right.
Paid you. You do this, yeah. The roof, you're not getting paid. That's
that's such an awesome point. So let's transition here. Like, do you guys have an experience that you could share of like maybe hiring a trade and it went bad and how you handled it, or somewhere along those lines?
Gabe knows his coming. I want to hear his story. If you guys don't know, Gabe used to do still does like what's it called, road rants and
the build.
The build. Oh, I love the build. Gabe, there's that story about a guy with he dumped a bunch of trees in your yard.
Yeah.
Did you have to fire that guy?
I haven't heard this story. I want to hear it. I want to hear
Yeah.
it.
I did a video on it. It's so cool. It's like the title was awesome. What's the title? Go for it, Gabe.
It's actually episode 6 of the build on YouTube, and we had our regular tree guy wasn't around. He was jammed up, which tree guys tend to do, right? Like they get so backed up sometimes. So we had our A player, our B plus. Like I went down the line, and I was like, I need to get this stuff done, and I couldn't get my regular guys. And we always have like 3 trades, 3 contractors for each trade. In this case, I had to go to my 4th, or he wasn't even my 4th. I had to go to somebody I didn't know. So we get the trees cut. We're getting a property ready for photography and sale, like to list. And there's ground cover. And like, it's very clear. Our agreement was that we were leaving level lot. Like ground cover is that stuff that looks almost like ivy. That's like a pain in the ass that nobody wants to deal with, because by hand, you can't get it up. You have to scrape it with a machine. And this guy and his crew didn't have a machine. And so they were tapping out. And I said, hey, listen, like this needs to get done. Like we're in agreement that I need to be able to seed and hay. I can't do that with this ground cover. You got to get rid of this. And so they disagreed. Like they left the job. I said, listen, I'm not paying for unfinished work. And then it became about pay me now. Then it became combative, and it was about pay me now because I'm done. And I was like, no, you're not. I'm going to go to lunch. And when I come back, if that's done, then you're done. Right. And so I came back and they were gone. And then overnight they had gone and cut some massive tree somewhere else and brought all the tree, like the cuttings, and actually with their like crane had dropped them over the construction fencing into the property, like into the driveway.
Oh my God.
And so we happened to be driving by recording the following day. This happened overnight. It happened to be a town where it's a super small town, and folks are like really good about watching over each other's properties. So I didn't know any of this took place overnight. I just assumed this guy was really fired up, and the next day we'd square away, like we'd sort it out. But no, he chose to do that. A bunch of townspeople caught him, took pictures, reported it. The cops came the next day when I got there. The cops were there. They were already writing up the report. So yeah, I don't even really consider that like having fired anyone. Like I haven't truly fired a contractor in years. That guy just, like a lot of them do, that guy self-selected out. He fired himself. He self-selected out because like the agreement, like who's leaving a job half done like that? Like, and he may have been having a bad day. That's very much possible. Like, I don't know what was going on in his world that day, but like him and his team are there. You're not just going to leave, like finish the job per the agreement, or say, hey, this is outside of the scope. I didn't know, we had a miscommunication. That's going to be an extra $100, $200, whatever. But don't just like bail. And so he bailed and then came back overnight, and he was frustrated. And again, I don't know what was going on in his world. I have a recording of me calling him, trying to get him to come back and pick it up, and he refused. So then I had to go back to my original tree guy when he freed up and have it removed. So anyway, that's a good one. It's on video if you guys want to watch it. Episode 6 of the build on YouTube.
like and subscribe. Wow.
Yeah,
definitely.
That's a crazy story, man. So I'm curious because I remember, Randy, when I first met you, you said that there was like a time frame for how long a relationship will last. And so I'm curious for you guys, like, you know, you guys have Rockstar Cruise. You guys have been working with them for 5 years. We, of course, went over how you guys would, if you guys were to restart, you know, how would you start building that over again? So we appreciate that value. But, you know, do you believe that there could become a day where, you know, you are forced to find a new crew, whether that's through expansion or whether that's through just for whatever reason, you know, needing to do so?
I think that, you know, that does happen. Like, I always use like it's like a 3-10 rule. I always say you won't know you have a good contractor, and you won't know if he likes working with you until you've hit about 3 deals, because that's when all the true colors come out. First deal doesn't count. It's like your first date. It's always great. First date's always great. But, you know, contractor shelf life is somewhere between that 10 to 12 kind of range, and they start to bow out. And the reason they do that is because a lot of investors who penny pinch, they self-sabotage is what has happened. Because investors think mindset, I'm an investor, so okay, I need to make as much money as I need. No, not really. As an investor, your job is to build a business, It's not focused on the dollar. You're focused on the wrong thing. So you screwed yourself from the beginning. When you're as an investor, you got to realize I need to build a culture. I need to build a business. I need to build a brand. I need to build something where people like to come and work. If you try to milk everybody for every little penny, and there's no bonuses or there's nothing extra, all you are is a means to an end. And that means they need a job to get paid. That's you right now. My guys will work with me, and sometimes they make less than they thought they would. But on other jobs, sometimes they make more. That's why at the end of the year, for my project manager guy, I always try to give him like 5,000 or 7,000. Why? For all those little extra things you've done all throughout the year, you know, the one job you wish you made a little bit more. Dude, here's your Christmas money. Every year I do that for him. You know, I do whatever I possibly can. Because when a deal closes, I'm like, man, I made a lot of money on this deal. But that's only because of my team. I didn't do shit.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't pick up the hammer. Okay, I put the funding together. I got the deal. But, you know, they got it done. So you need to appreciate the team you're working with. And when you do that, that 10 deal, 12 deal contractor shelf life, that goes out the window because now they want to work with you. And what Gabe was saying before, you know, like I need my contractor just as much as he needs me.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, he needs me more because, you know, he might be 70% of my business, but I'm 100% of his. And I let him know that honestly. I'm like, Carl's like, I'm never going to get rid of you because my business would take such a big hit. So I was like, we may not be official partners, but I was like, I look at you as family and take care of you. And the day after we had that conversation, our dynamic has completely changed because I was talking to him about finding new contractors and I needed his help. In his mind, he was thinking, oh, this guy wants to replace me. And I'm like, but no. He started out being the guy that would be doing the painting and the spackling. And I told him, Carl, you cannot be working on my job sites anymore. He thought he was getting fired. I was like, no. You need to manage your job site because I need you to manage 3. Now that we're doing a lot, I was like, now, Carlos, I need you to not manage a job site. I need you to manage 3 other contractors who they do 3 job sites. And now he sees, oh, this whole time I've been elevating him. I haven't seen him work in, I don't know, a year and a half, maybe except for kitchen cabinets. He still does that because that's an important layout. But other than that, what he realizes, I'm trying to elevate him. When you elevate your team and you elevate your crew and you make sure they get paid before you get paid, 7 years running with this guy.
Priceless.
And we don't argue about anything. 0.
That's
so
so
powerful.
Wow.
I mean, if anybody listening, like go back, that is super gold, man. Like if you have people that work with you, don't say they work for you, they work with you. Your sole responsibility now is leading. You need to lead, manage, and hold accountable. That's it. Like that becomes your number one priority. I say I have to find and fund deals. Like really my number one priority above all is leading, managing, and holding the team accountable. And then telling the project manager the same thing. Like, listen, Carlos, you need to LMA. You need to lead, manage, and hold the subs accountable. Like that became your number one responsibility the day you started hiring people because now you're the leader. So again, solid.
You know, here's another great tip. And I tell you, this will transform. This one little thing it's going to cost you guys $100. All
right. What's your PayPal? What's your PayPal? Oh, Jesus.
No, you don't pay me, but watch it. For $100, this will transform as long as you're not an ass. So it's like, as long as you're still a good human being and you're treating your contractor with respect, you're not yelling at them. A lot of contractors back in the day used to be, hey, buy your guys lunch, right? Everybody says, oh, buy your guys lunch. My guys love Chinese food. Chinese special are $5 each. There's 5 guys on the job site. That's $25. Adams and Soda got 30, 40. Oh, half what I did. But I was like, here's the difference. You don't just buy them lunch. You buy them lunch and you sit down and you eat with them. You make some jokes. No work. Good half an hour. You are now where they say you're now the El Jefe Grande, like they call me. Now I'm just Randy, or I'm like I'm Blanquito. Whatever they want to call me, I don't care. I don't know what it means. I just laugh at it because I got to be able to laugh at myself. It shows that guys. I'm just
Blanquito, Gabe. What does Blanquito mean? What does Blanquito mean, Gabe? I need to know.
White guy.
White boy. Yeah. What's up, white boy?
Yeah, you got a problem if they start calling you mariposa. That's when you're in trouble.
So I don't care that they do it because they do it in joke. Like it's not a race thing. It's really not. It's sort of like, hey, Blanquito, Jefe Grande, whatever. But you sit down but what you're doing is you're connecting with them on such a granular level. And you're talking about a soccer game that we're watching. It's like, I love soccer, and I see they're watching the video. So I hover over their shoulder, and I'm like, ooh, ooh, ooh. And before you know it, you don't become the boss anymore. You just become, oh, hey, Randy's here. When you do that, so many things happen. Oh, well, let's make this fireplace look nice. Why? Oh, Randy loves these things. Like, he's going to love it. We're going to surprise him when he comes in. I don't get a change order. That fireplace just cost me $1,000, but I don't get a change order. But they now respect you. When you do that, your business will change.
As you're scaling, that was a game changer for us when it became a project manager and not me. So when I kind of delegated and elevated, I made it very clear that he's stepping in. And that was how he built rapport with guys that had been working with me for years, because they get accustomed to you, right? They're still trying to text you. They're still expecting to see you. So how do you facilitate that transition, make it smooth? It was bringing coffee and it was having lunch with them, not just dropping it, but ordering it and being there. That was immediately impactful for my project managers each time, anytime I've brought on a new PM.
Be present in the moment, people.
All right, guys. I have one final question, and then I want to open up for you guys. So, guys, whatever questions you guys have, we didn't go over deal flow with these guys. I mean, we can get into that too a little bit, because we really have like 25 minutes with them. But I was just curious, when it comes to the fix and flip side of things right now, because I know there's actually like one of the Peter, he's like, I have 30 years experience in the construction. So a lot of experienced people watching this, especially on the replay. But for you guys right now, when it comes to scaling or delegating and elevating, how does that look like for you? And like, where do you see kind of your business evolving to over the next, 6 months to a year to 2 years out? And what do you see as your primary role with kind of your operations? So I'm just curious to hear that.
I'll start. So for us, again, traction, like it's the business Bible. So I very much subscribe to the model. I know I've proofed it and I've seen it done. Like, you can run a super lean organization with a team of 4, right? It's you acting as the visionary and or the integrator, like CEO, COO. You can be both early on, or over time you can elevate and delegate and bring someone else in as the COO. But then your direct reports are like a head of administration and finance, like an executive assistant, an office manager, an admin, a project manager who runs operations in the field, and then someone for marketing, a marketing manager. So that's a 4-person team, easily like capable of doing $10 million a year. Like, and when you look at, they call it the phytogeny of business. When you look at how many organizations scale to 10 million bucks with 4 people, it's like unheard of. And we've seen it. Like, we know it's possible. It's just 4 A players running lean can get a lot done. You don't need 24 people to do that kind of volume. And frankly, who wants that many headaches? Anyway, keep your direct reports lean, make sure your team's lean, be a gazelle, do more with less.
So for you, it's all about staying lean and just figuring out ways to elevate more and elevate more.
If we were so for me, I know that at some point everybody's maxed out, and the next logical jump, it's not going to be, it's not going to be linear. It's going to be exponential. So like, I know that we and others can do a lot with a super lean group of 4 or 5, right? Visionary, integrator, finance, ops, marketing. Like, just look at it that way, that tree, that's it. You can get a lot done there. You want to scale from that point, like you're going from 10 million to 50 million. That's a big business. Now things are not, you're not just jumping a couple of employees. Like, you better expect to double and triple your headcount, because you're on a rocket ship. So that's, and that could be done wrong. You can go look up Zenefits if you want to see the company's Zenefits, how it was done wrong, like the ultimate learning lesson on how not to scale too fast, right? Like, so I learned a lot from that. I learned a lot from Tony Hsieh, who's since passed away, at Zappos, and the things that he's done to scale organizations. DLP, which is a lending partner who started in Pennsylvania, is now scaled all along the East Coast down to Florida. Look at how he's built a business, 400 people doing $100 and something million a year, like, but still lean, still relatively lean, even with that many people. So anyway, that's I'm a big advocate and proponent for traction.
No, I love that. And before we transition here to Randy, do you see yourself staying in like the $600 to $700 to $800,000 colonials or new construction builds, or like do you see yourself more transitioning into these commercial complexes, especially with everything that's going on in the markets right now?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're already transitioning. You don't necessarily have to do more of what you did to get where you are to get where you want to go. A lot of people think that you do, and it's like, well, I did 4 last year, I'm gonna do 8 this year. I did 8 last year, I'm gonna do 16 this year. Well, like that's true to an extent. You stay in your lane, you keep doing what's working, but you have to take the blinders off if you want to grow. And so for us, that looked like evolving, taking our core competency, like our ability to add value to residential, and transitioning it over to commercial. And to our point earlier about JVs, you better believe I went and found partners that are doing it at a different level. I didn't jump into converting a schoolhouse into apartments with no help, right? Like I know what I don't know now. I know that there's people that are doing this at the level I want to do it. They're believable in that they've done it multiple times and they can explain to me how they did it. And now I'm aligning with them. And we're going to go further, faster together. And we'll still stay lean. Like I said, the next jump is really about awareness. And it's like, hey, do I really want to scale? Do I want 100 people? And I'll have to make that decision at some point. Right now, my instinct is no. Like, I'm happy doing what we're doing at the size and scope and scale that we're doing it. But again, like that's everybody's journey is a little bit different.
I love it. Thank you, Gabe. Randy, what about for you?
All right, I mean, if I'm looking, kind of almost forgot the question, but it's almost like 2 to 5 years out, where like almost where do I see myself? Like where is business? We were talking about it a little earlier, and it's one of the first lessons I learned from Nick, and I didn't understand it in the beginning, but it's like, fire yourself. Like that's like an alien concept. And, it was talking about it a little bit earlier, and that's kind of where I'm at the point now. So not only with my fix and flip business, I also have a preservation company. So that works on a lot of the vacant bank owned properties. So we do whatever repairs, and sometimes it's just a lock change, sometimes a boiler, roof. It might be a full rehab. So we do those for institutions because it's a vacant house. I don't like to work on occupied properties. If I do, it's because I'm doing somebody a favor. But, where I need to be at is to remove myself from the position that I'm in currently right now, which is why I was trying to say is like, I'm trying to transition my main general contractor now into almost like a partnership role, because 1, he's earned it. 2, he's been around a long time, but I can also trust him. And I literally trust him with the code to my house. He can go in, hey, Carl's, go to my house. Here's the code. That I have that kind of relationship with him.
Is there any reason why? Is there any reason why I haven't got the code yet? I'm just curious.
That's because I don't trust you.
You might throw a banger in there. Might come home with some crazy party.
All right, if you need to come to my house, I'll hook you up. It's all good. But at the end of the day, it's like I need to transition him more into the role of where I'm at, so that he can manage those 3 other contractors. Because the reality is, I will get in my own way. So if I want to be that person that's always in charge, I'm doing like 4 different things right now. If I want to scale my company, I will be my own failure. So I need to empower and elevate him, like Gabe's saying, elevate him to that position. He will make more money. I will make less per deal, but we'll be doing more volume, which means I will actually net more. And then I'll get back some of that time that I want to do for some other ventures. I've done that in the preservation business. I used to do everything myself. I mean, I have my virtual assistants that really run 95. My preservation is like 95% autopilot. I answer a couple emails from the agents just to kind of answer their stupid questions sometimes, but sometimes they need some help, but they know they can still reach out to me. I'm here, but that's really all automated. So I need to do that on my flip side. So wow. 2 to 5 years, that's where I said somebody that will be managing all those jobs for me. And basically all I need to know is, hey, Randy, we want to close on this deal? Here's why we should do this. Here's why we shouldn't. Yeah, I need to be in that part. So that's where I'm trying to be at.
One more thing on leadership. I don't want to go too deep, like on a tangent, but since we brought up leadership and we're talking about it again, like leadership's so powerful. It is genuinely your number one responsibility is to lead, manage, and hold people accountable. If you understand that like they don't work for you, you work for them. It's your job to empower them to succeed. If that resonates with you, like you got it. If it doesn't, you have to step back and think about that. Like you don't They don't work for you. You work for them. And the second you understand that, you will empower people to succeed beyond belief. The other thing too is like, it's selfish of you to hold the reins, for you not to let them shine, not to let them operate in their unique ability, their gift. You're doing them a disservice. Get out of their way, right? Like me as a leader, my job is to ever and always block the noise so they can drive, and then like fire myself, get out of their way so they can elevate. That's heavy like leadership stuff, but like, I think that'll resonate with a lot of folks. Think about that. I often say that to people, like they don't work for you, you work for them. And how they react to that statement tells me a lot about them as a leader. Not that they're not good leaders, just that they don't necessarily understand and know that, and they haven't embodied that. Like, so anyway, I know that's not what we're talking about here, but
no, that's great.
That.
I needed to hear that. I love this information. You just over here nurturing my little ears, and I love it.
Gabe,
All right.
Besides experience,
real quick, Yerrick, Yerrick, please have your question. Guys, post your questions down below. Let's get them answered. Go ahead, Yerrick.
Yeah, so Gabe, besides like experience and like learning about leadership, what else is there any books or anybody you follow specifically that you would suggest kind of like learning from, or from who?
You know, I think that statement, like none of this is my own stuff. So I'll be honest, right? Like there's very few original ideas that come about, right? Unless you're Elon. Yeah. Like people aren't having a lot of original thoughts these days. There aren't that many thinkers out there. I try and align myself with a lot of them and listen to their material. I mean, I think the concept of you work for them, not they work for you, is a Gary Vee thing. The thing about getting out of their way and not being selfish, like I think that might be like an Ed Milet thing. I don't remember where I hear these things a lot of times, but I just know they feel like truths to me. And I resonate, right? I embody them, and I just say, hey, like that's how good leaders lead. And there's so many. There's so many, like Tom Bilyeu, Ed Milet, Tony Robbins, Joe Dispenza. Like if you're out there and you're listening to these guys and you're consuming their stuff, you're gonna know like what feels right, what is a truth.
I mean, and also if you just hop in the cold shower, you're gonna get these truths as well, you know?
Oh yeah, that stuff will hit you like a ton of bricks.
The old cold shower and the turmeric juice every time, you know?
What about you, Randy? What do you suggest when it comes to like leadership and managing your crew, and again for newbies who will come in and managing, over managing, micromanaging?
Yeah. I think it's important just to understand the distinctions here. Is like, if I'm assuming that I'm talking to somebody that might be new, you got to understand that, yes, we are in a different position because there's going to be a lot of failures and there's going to be a lot of experiences. So it is easy for me, Gabe, to come out here and say, hey, this is where we're currently at. This is what we're doing. But let me tell you, the journey that Gabe had to go through, the journey that I had to go through, if I were to say that I never wanted to quit, is a far from a lie. I probably want to quit like 100 different times. But you got to hold it together. Where Gabe was also talking about being the leader on like that job site. That's just not from a construction perspective. I mean, that goes to like your family life. If any of you guys have kids, like, whatever you're doing, your kids are watching. So you need to lead by example. But that's why I'm very big on, like getting out of the way, allow the people on the job sites to do their own deal, or, whatever they're working on. I always make it clear in the beginning, like mistakes do not bother me. If you're going to make a mistake and we're going to mess something up, it will not faze me. It's going to cost me money. So like one time, one of the guys was getting like upset or whatever because they broke a window. And I'm like, all right, you broke a window. Yeah, that sucks. And we talked about it, like, okay, guys, when you're doing the siding, like you can't have a tool belt with a hammer swinging on the side because you're right. That's what broke it. But I was like, you know what? I didn't charge him for the window. The window is going to be like $175 because $175 when I'm trying to make 40 or 50 is a drop in the bucket. $175 was that guy's whole payday. And he's going to have to go back to explain to the family, hey, why are we short this week? So like, you got to pick and choose your battles. But I was like, you have a normal conversation. Don't raise your voice. So learn from it. Now, if it happens again or a third time, well, that's a little different. So I'm always tolerant of mistakes on the first time. But as long as you don't repeat the mistakes and we learn the lesson, we talk it out. I usually eat a lot of, I call them like shit sandwiches. It is what it is.
Hey, one last thing on leadership, since you asked the question, the granddaddy of leadership, John Maxwell, like his mini library. How did I forget? Like it's his birthday today. How did I forget?
Oh, happy birthday, John.
So, I mean, you want to dig into leadership? Like he's the granddaddy of it.
Nice, awesome, thank you.
Love it. All right,
And
we got
Elijah,
some-
before we go, I know we do have that limited time. I'm just going to reiterate because I think this is the last time I'm speaking. But we will. So for everybody out there, it's like if you guys are interested, I guess maybe Elijah will post my email. I will figure out that I'll give you guys the independent contractor agreement.
Randy, you want the New Jersey Sell Now at Gmail? Is that one fine or no?
Yeah, that one or do RFK construction. I have like 8 different.
The old private email. Okay, not bad,
Yeah.
Randy.
I'll give you guys the lien waiver. You guys always get that signed from your contractor. You'll do the indemnification. Basically, it's a hold harmless. They have their insurance. I feel like I'm selling something like a webinar.
Yeah, come on, man. Come on.
You're giving too much free, man. You're giving too much free.
Yeah. No, I'll give you guys a payment schedule. I'll send you guys over a couple videos with that scope of the square footage chart, so you guys can visually look at the chart and say, what does this kind of $40,000 40 square foot rehab look like? I'll send you guys a couple of those links, and it's only $99 if you act now.
Wait, there's more.
Yeah, but wait. So yeah, I guess you guys just reach out if you guys want that stuff.
Awesome.
Give me a little bit of time because I'm going to get bombarded with emails, so it can get lost. So just give me some time to get back to you.
All right, guys. We got like another 5-6 minutes with these guys, so let's go through some of these questions here. They can be over anything too, okay, guys? So whatever questions you have, like let's ask them. Both these guys can rip and run with them. What if you have signed an LOI?
Letter of intent.
What if you? No, I know what that is, dude.
Oh, you stopped that.
No, because I understand the question. What if you have signed okay, I got it. What if you have signed an LOI off by both sides, specifically stating all other offers or backup offers? Can other buyers swoop in to buy the property? Wow. And so if you're in attorney review, can other buyers come in and can the seller leave? And
seller can leave whenever they want. Seller can leave in attorney review, after attorney review. Like this is
okay. I will say this. If you guys are in attorney review, and let's assume for this question, you have rehabbed the house, you're in attorney review, you've already accepted their offer, you're just working out the terms, and another offer comes in, stick with the offer that you guys accepted. Number one, it's like you pulling the rug underneath somebody. Don't do that. You say, oh, I could have made 10 grand more or 5 grand more. Do it on the next one. Raise your price. But I hate taking away a deal from somebody. Once I shake my hand, even though I don't have the contract, I told you you're going to be able to get the house unless you back out. Do the right thing. Nobody wants that.
Is this question on the buy side or the sell side? Because on the sell side,
I mean, it sounds like he's trying to buy it, and the seller is in essence might be backing out because there's other offers coming in.
On either side, to Randy's point, you shook a hand, whether you physically shook a hand or not. I get it. It's COVID. Like we're not shaking hands these days, but like, listen, like you made a deal. So you're in attorney review for a reason. See it through. We've only ever retraded once, and that's when COVID hit in February and March. In years of all the offers I've ever written, I retraded one time, and it was during that window. And I had to go to them and say, listen, I've literally never done this in the past, but the world has never seen this. And what they're anticipating is a 10% market correction. We're already starting to see signs of that. So I'll honor my commitment to buy your home, but I have to do it at 10% less than we agreed to. And you know what they said? Yep. Perfect.
I think then I'll try to answer the question the way that I'm reading then. If for the technical answers, can the other buyer swoop in to buy the property while in the attorney review process? The answer is yes. Even though you have an agreement, and you don't have a legal binding contract until you're out of that attorney review. Because once attorney review says, hey, I disagree, that attorney review period, just so you guys know, it can last indefinitely until the attorney review closes. It's not 3 days. Yep. It's 3 days for your attorney to object to it. But once they object to it, anybody else can theoretically come in. Most agents don't do it because it's not the right thing. But technically speaking, yes. You can.
The backup offer note, right, suggests that any other offers will only be backup offers. But if you're dealing with somebody who's like, what their intentions is to kill this deal, they'll kill the deal. Like backup offers or not, they'll kill the deal. They'll find a reason. There's always a clause. Attorneys have a long list of stuff. Scott could probably talk to this better than we can. He's got a list of 100 things in his back pocket he can use to kill a deal for you or against you.
Right. All right. Todd asks, find, fund, fix, and flip. 25% for each is a general rule of thumb if you want to is 25% each a general rule of thumb if you want to JV with a mentor investor?
I used that because it was a really easy and palatable way to chop up what is otherwise a really complex scenario. Like there are going to be a lot of moving parts. That's why I said, hey, listen, like this is the negotiations business. But hey, I look at deals as find, fund, fix, and flip. If you control one of the F's, you control a quarter of the deal. And then we start from there. I think that's a great place to start a dialogue. You've never run a project. Well, now you're certainly not going to get 25%. So I think those are, you know, it's just like we said, it's multiples. There are rules of thumb where you start a conversation.
Yeah, I use the same things. Like if somebody was going to fund my project, come, you know, partner, cash, whatever, they'll get 25% because they're funding it. But if you're having somebody come in with the funds because they're taking one of those F spots, but they're also coming in as a mentor, like you're probably not going to get that same role, that same split. So if you are one of the Fs and you're bringing a mentor in, that mentor might get one of those 25% spots, but maybe he's going to get half of your 25% because, you know, he's got to help a little bit. So the 25% rule I use as well, but if you're adding the mentor in, it's got to be a little bit extra as well.
Right. The guy said LOI is signed with the clause restricting all other offers as backup offers. So they have an LOI submitted, but there's still an attorney review right now. However, in the LOI, it says that they're, in essence, are not allowing backup offers. So can another buyer still come in, even though the LOI?
Specific question.
Where's Scott? We need Scott. We need Scott, yo.
Well, here's Scott's answer. Ready, guys? Well, it depends what's written in the contract, which is going to be the right answer. You know, what is the actual verbiage? Based on what you're saying right there, I would say no, they couldn't be. But the other thing you got to really think about is how much are you going to fight for that?
Yeah.
Are you going to take in the quarter over that? You're going to say, screw it, I'm going to get another deal. Like, you're a jerk. I'll never do business with you again. That's probably the answer. But, I mean, unless you have a good $300,000 that you like, no way do I want to let this deal go.
Right.
But 10 grand to get an attorney to fight for that. How much is it worth your time?
That's an attorney question. I mean, that's his or her attorney should be like all in on that and be telling them and advising accordingly.
Contact Scott. Scott can help you with that. All right, Randy, what category would doing an unfinished basement usually fall under?
See, definitely not a light.
Yeah,
definitely not a light. So remember, like the light is the carpet and the paint kind of thing. Even if your basement is finished, like maybe you're putting down some vinyl plank flooring down there. But I mean, it would definitely be in the mid to the heavy, especially if also different. There's a difference if your basement already finished and you want to redo the sheetrock or spruce it up, or is it a completely unfinished basement? You need to frame it out. If you frame it out, I am always doing a French drain, no matter what. Tried doing that like 3 times and it backfired all 3 times. Now it's just the standard operating procedure. If it's basement, French drain it. My rule of thumb on that is number 1 is what are all the other comps in the area? Are all the other comps have finished basements? If they all do, guess what you better have? A finished basement. If you got a really good deal and you want to outshine all the other properties and the market's starting to take that little correction like Gabe was talking about, nobody else has a finished basement. Even in a market correction, that basement will be the kids' playroom. But I think for me, when I'm walking into a house, if I walk down there and I use the word the dungeon, if I feel like I just walked into a dungeon, I'm probably going to finish it, or at a minimum, it's always going to get painted, the walls, even the ceiling, and then the floor. Like it needs to be clean. So if somebody's going to walk down and do laundry, are they scared to go to the basement? That's how I decide.
It's a good way to do it. All right, gentlemen, this has been a groovy experience. I appreciate your time, your energy. Just know, I know you can't see my heart right now, but it's actually beating. Pretty sure you guys can feel that, you know?
We feel the love. We feel the love.
We feel the love, man. Guys, drop in the comment section. Did you guys have some fun with Randy and Gabe today? Put it in the comment section. Show me some love, baby. Show me some love. All right, but yeah, no, in all seriousness, I truly appreciate you guys' time. We learned so much. The energy has been amazing. And Gabe, we definitely got to do a cold plunge, man. Now that I know that you're into it.
Cold plunge is it's invigorating. And everybody could use some cold plunge in their life.
That's for sure. That's for sure.
Speaking of the love, and like to Randy's point about giving away some of these docs, because we were texting offline about like this stuff, and I always offer the Flip Tip book. I want to encourage people to go get that, and like that's free. Like it's there. Yeah.
Wait a second.
Who's that guy?
There it is.
Yeah. So go get that. I want to encourage people to go get that, and then once you get that there, email me that you've got it, and then I will share the link to these docs. So our rehab milestone template, our trade tracker doc. I mean, the Flip Tip book, which you see over my shoulder, is 3 years of mistakes that I captured, curated, and put into a book to help people avoid making the same ones. Go there, download it, and then just email info at the Silva Group with the book. Just let us know you got the book, send that email, and then I'll reply back with these trade tracker and milestone templates that are going to be a great parallel to the stuff that Randy's going to share.
So just to be clear, guys, I just put the Flip Tip book information in the comment section. It's also pinned up, so make sure you take a screenshot and post it all over your social media and tag all of us. And Gabe's got it right there in the physical, baby.
Oh, look at those
3 years of mistakes, man. Three years. Couple of $100,000 worth of things I did wrong captured here, so you guys don't have to.
For free, baby. Free copy. All right. So that's in the comment section. Make sure you guys take advantage of that. Make sure you guys reach out to Randy as well. Guys, make sure you guys get involved. That's it. That's the number one thing I could say today is get involved some way, some shape, some form, because there's too many people that get started in this and they give up too soon. They literally give up too soon. And if you could just start building that momentum, whether that's reading the Flip Tip book or looking at some of the spreadsheets and staying in touch with the webinars and the community and grow with us, because it does us no good for all of us, for us to win if you guys aren't winning. So let's get you guys on track. Let's get you guys involved. This is us providing value as much as we can. So get involved, reach out to these awesome cats, these little lions, these cheetahs that roam in the New Jersey markets. All right. And gentlemen, we appreciate you guys. If I have anyone that reaches out and needs your guys' information, I'll definitely be sharing it. So thank you guys. And we'll see you guys real soon.
Seeing you guys.
Thank you guys.
You got Jabbar up next. I love this one. I'm sticking
Jabbar's
around.
up next. Oh, yeah. Baby. Rattle your horses. Here we go. Gabe, what's your email? Is it which email, Gabe? People are asking.
That's the one. The info at email is the email that the book is going to come from. So you're going to get the book download from info at desilvagroup.com. Reply there. Like just reply there. Let me know you want the worksheets. I'll send you the worksheets.
All right. So the email is info at desilvagroup.com.
desilvagroupinc.com. But if they go get the Flip Tip book, it's going to come from that email. So they're going to get that email, and then they'll have email to my office, and that's where we'll share those resources from. So just reply back. In fact, reply back with like your BHAG. Like I want to know what people are up to. Your big, hairy, audacious goal for 2021. Reply back when I send you the book. Send me that so I know what you guys are working on.
Say that acronym again.
That was sick.
Yeah. Say it again. BHAG. What?
BHAG, your big, hairy, audacious goal. Like to Elijah's point, like we don't want to win in silos. Like we want to win as a team. So I want to see what people are up to. What's your BHAG for 2021? Reply back when I send you the book with that, so I know what you're working on, so we can all win in as a collective, right? Nobody wants to win in a silo. It's lonely being by yourself.
Wow, love it.
Facts. Getting real life facts. Gentlemen, appreciate you guys' time. Hope you guys have a splendid rest of the evening. And guys, reach out. We'll put the emails. Everything's in the comment section. If you need anything, just reach out to me and I can get it to you. All right. We love you guys, and we will see you guys, real soon.
Gabe,
Peace,
Randy.
Randy.
Thank you guys.
Peace, Gabe.
Peace. Be good.
Gabe.
Take care, guys.
All right, Eric.
Woo! That was
2 hours, baby. First of all, we've been going for 7 hours with the crew. This is 7 hours straight. Oh, my boy Gabriel's in here. Let's bring in Gabe. What's up, Gabe?
How's it going?
We got the Gabes back to back. Major powerhouses all day. Let's run it.
Oh man, let's do it, dude. How's the day been so far?
Dude, we've been going for 7 hours. We have had literally a committed tribe on this call the whole time. The comment section has been blowing up. People just all good energy. You know, that's all I can say. Just good energy today, man. How are you today, brother?
Good, man. Good. Just coming to you live from our office down here in New Brunswick. So
yeah,
figured I'd just be here. The Wi-Fi is amazing. We got the board up here if anything's good. So Can't complain.
Yeah, we're here. What let me call Jabbar real quick. So excuse me for like 60
Yeah,
seconds.
Oh, he's late.
do your thing.
I know, right?
Late. How rude. How rude of him. I don't even know the guy.
Wait, you don't know Jabbar? I'm surprised.
No,
you
never
guys-
met the guy. No.
Oh wow, that's interesting.
Yeah,
Hey,
look at
Paul.
that.
Pleasure
He's a
meeting you, brother.
talker.
Say it again.
Hey,
He's
pleasure
a
meeting you.
talker.
I mentioned you before. How's everything? Can you tell us a
Good,
little bit
man.
about yourself and what exactly that
Hold on,
you
yo,
specialize-
Yerk,
Not
hold
yet,
on, don't
not yet,
yo,
we're ready.
chill,
I gotta run because Elijah, I gotta
Jabbar,
run
where you
actually
at?
myself. But Gabe, pleasure meeting
You
you.
in the house? You know we got a show right now,
Every
bro.
time.
All right, well, y'all should tell me. I know I'll be
What do
out
you mean
there.
we should tell you? Did Nick not tell you?
Listen, I looked at my text message email. I ain't see shit. And not email,
Yeah.
my text messages.
Elijah, I gotta run.
You gotta run, Yerk.
Gotta run. Yeah.
All right, Yerk. I'll see you later, bro.
Gabe, pleasure
All right.
meeting you.
Right now
Later,
for
guys.
an hour.
Maybe next time you are.
7:05, bro.
Definitely. It's been 7 hours.
You coming on?
I'm tapping out, man.
All right, pull
I'm
it
just
up.
done.
Pull it
I
up.
haven't ate all day.
Okay.
Thank you guys. Be good, man.
Come on, dude. What is this, bro? We're just gonna run this, bro. It's
Yeah,
the best way. See, this is why I'm always asked, right? Because after doing a lot of these events, after doing a lot of public speaking in general, people are always like, how much do you plan? I'm like, what do you plan for? I don't know what to plan for because I don't know what the heck's about to happen, yo. So much spontaneous love, man. So much spontaneous love. All right, let me send this guy this link and let's get this bad boy rolling here. All right.
Do you want to start or do you want to wait for him? We can talk about random stuff for 2 or 3 minutes.
I mean, I know you just came back from a trip. If you want to speak on that a little bit.
A trip?
Yeah, weren't you
that
just
was
like
last month? I was in Miami last month, and I got COVID while I was there.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. Oh wait, you got COVID while you were there?
I got COVID while I was there. Yep.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Wait, so I mean, you recovered. You look healthy.
Oh yeah, I recovered. Fortunately, I'm like you, man. I'm not like you, but in the sense that like all the like natural shit, but I'm like kind of a health nut. Like I eat relatively healthy. I work out, so fortunately, I'm just healthy enough that I was, COVID didn't hit me too bad. But like I could definitely see like from my experience how if you're not healthy or if you're old, if you have underlying conditions, it could mess you up pretty bad.
No, for sure, man. That's such a good point, and it all can be. I don't want to speak on that too much right now.
Yeah, we'll keep the politics.
Right. Jabbar, work with Bar. Let's see. I just emailed it to him. We call this fool. Make sure he's got it. By the way, guys, whenever I say fool, it's all love. You guys know that. Is there Hey, I just emailed you the link. Let me know if you got it.
Hold on.
Gabe, people are gonna want your guys' like information. I'm sure they're gonna want to get added to your guys' buyers list and stuff like that. So, do you want to like send me in the private chat?
Yeah, actually, let me send you the link to our website. If anybody wants to check it out on the website, they can.
Where'd you send it to?
I sent it to Jabbar at workwithbar.com.
Got it. Hold on.
It's the freshest link you got, man. It's the freshest email you got.
I got it.
Yeah, better make sure, dog.
All right, what do you want me to do? Just tell them to go to workwithbar.com. That's fine. Hold on.
All right, Gabe, you sent the private chat that link there.
Yep.
Perfect. All right, Jabbar's coming in. Let's get this show started, baby. Come on. Woo, 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 woo. Man, my people are still on here, man. I love y'all. So much energy, baby. Come on. Right here, this one, yeah? The one posted up. Ooh. Hide it right now. It's coming up. It'll be up in a second. Where's Jabbar at? He said he was in. I don't see him. Oh, that's you, bro. I'm like, where's this noise coming from, man? All right, I'm gonna give Jabbar like literally 2 minutes. I gotta have respect for my guy Jabbar. Gotta have respect for him. He's not in here. You know what? We're just gonna let me give
It starts like
Jabbar.
an intro topic or whatever. Just give the people something.
Well, first of all, I think the people are getting a lot of something just seeing all this. Ooh, they're saying, Elijah, you got this. We love you. We love you. Francesca, I appreciate you. I see all the emails. I will get to everyone. I promise. Elbow cough. Randy Kuhn. Randy will get back to all of you. And if he doesn't, let me know because I'll make sure he does. All right. All right, man. We're going to get to – oh, here we go. Here we go. Just when I was about to get started. That's how the universe works, baby. Jabbar, say what's up.
What's going on? Y'all can hear me?
Loud and clear.
Awesome.
Jabbar, Gabe, this is your guys' first time interacting. We got like the king of Philly and we got the kings of, several markets with Gabe in them. So this is your guys' first time interacting, yeah?
Yeah, nice to meet you, man.
Yeah, definitely. I was in a 34,000 square foot warehouse in Opportunity Zone, and I was in an Opportunity Zone class teaching it and talking about Opportunity Zone. So I was just like, shit. But, I'm always ready to go. It's freezing.
Well, we appreciate you for taking the time out. And the only reason that it's not freezing is because you hot, Gabe hot, we all hot, and the world is ready for this information. Guys, today has been over 7 hours of fix and flip. And the people are wanting, man. We've covered everything other than how to find the deals, right? The contracting aspect, the legality aspect of everything, and literally everything in between and above and below, other than how to find the deals. Well, guess what? I got two people on this call right now. All right. My man Gabe and Jabbar. These two have fine-tuned, all right, like a fresh piece of fruit. Okay, these two have fine-tuned the acquisition process when it comes to finding deals, and they specialize in selling this inventory to investors like us that are watching on here now. So, guys, make sure you're ready. Make sure you're ready for this energy. This is the last show of the day, so we're gonna finish this strong when it comes to finding deals, and we're just going to get to hear that process. So I'm super excited. You two gentlemen, it's an honor for me to be on here with you. I'm excited. There is a little feedback. Who is that from? Let me see. Check. I think that is from Gabe a little bit. Check. Yeah, I think that is. Okay, that's not a problem. I'll just make sure to mute it when I speak. Okay.
Hold on, let me close the door.
Yeah, see if you can close the door. See that might help.
I can hear you. You're good.
All right, guys. So let's finish this bad boy strong. Let's get into introductions here. I'm going to have my man Jabbar start this off. Jabbar, say what's up to the audience. Give us your 60-second introduction. And as soon as you finish that, nope, we got workwithbar.com. Yep. Give your audience a nice warm introduction, please, Jabbar.
Hey, my name's Jabbar Farah. I've been doing real estate since 1996. I worked at New Age. Most people around the world will know what New Age is. They're around Politan Village. I was a property manager for 2 years, got my license in 2000. I bought 4 houses a month for almost a year. When I was doing real estate at Coldwell Banker, I worked for Drew DeMarco at Coldwell Banker, who's buying 7 houses a week I think I was with him for 5 years. So when it came to being a beast and working with monsters, I've done that my whole life. I built up a crazy buyer list over the time frame because I didn't want to be working with retail buyers because they're emotional. Investors are very easy to deal with. The numbers in and numbers out, and they give you their offer. And I've been doing this every day. I tell people it's a great day to be an investor and to be a wholesaler or be someone in the real estate market. I haven't had a job since 2006, and I call my own shots. Where I work, what I do, no one tells me what to do. And I always tell people I ain't got no job. I got a lifestyle, and a lifestyle in real estate is freedom. Making your choices, how hard you want to work, how hard you don't want to work. And, I always tell people there's no days off, but what you can do is you can delegate and leverage. And that's what I like to do is leverage my investors, leverage my buyers, my sellers, and my team. So I got a hell of a team. I got over 400 members and part of Better Than Success. I got Elijah and his group that is always there for me when I need to make a call. And I just been doing this so long that I have common sense. Most people don't. And I'm sorry to say, people don't understand, numbers and investing. And that's what I've always helped people to understand, that things cost to get your number. Most people do is they say, oh, it's worth 200,000. And they don't run the numbers and say, hey, well, how much money you have to put in to get it to that 200,000? not just it's 200,000, but it costs to get it. And I've been through it all. I've lost a lot of properties in 2008, 2009, and I've gained from the knowledge of losing those properties and understanding, the cost of the actual work. So, that's me in a nutshell, man. I'm just one of the guys that I'm always out there constantly grinding. I'm in the streets to see what's going on and taking knowledge and understanding that prices are going up for materials. People costs are going up to do properties. And because I'm always around it and in it, that I can always tell you like, oh, this is going to cost you this is going to cost you that. And it gives me my advantage. My competitive advantage is that I do the work and been in it for so long.
Man, you guys want to know about the Philadelphia markets? Jabbar is the guy to talk to. He's the guy to interact with. So, Jabbar, we're excited to have you on here, and thank you for that nice, warm introduction, baby. And we're going to slide this. Wait, make sure my slides are right. We're going to slide this over to my man, Gabe. Man, they have been building and fine-tuning their process when it comes to acquisitions and just being, overall great people in specifically in New Jersey markets. I know you guys are in several other markets, Gabe, but please give our audience a nice, warm introduction to who you are and what you guys are all about, Gabe. You're muted. Wait, Gabe, you're muted. Let me unmute you. All right, Gabe. Let me hear something.
Come on, man.
All right, you're good. You're good. Let's get this intro, baby. Let's get this intro.
So, as I was saying, nobody heard me because you muted me. But I do appreciate the kind words. Unlike Jabbar, I've not been in real estate for
since 1996. You haven't been around since 1996, Gabe. Come on.
1996. No, but for real, man. I mean, we've been me and my partners have been wholesaling since approximately the beginning of 2018. We did our first deal probably about 6 months after that. It's just been a slow grind to now. We're the biggest wholesaler in New Jersey. We're pretty much marketing all throughout the state, especially North and Central Jersey. We're also in other markets that we're not quite having as big of a percentage of the market share, but we're also in the Atlanta market. We're in the Tampa, Florida market. We're entering the North Carolina market in the Raleigh-Durham area. So, like you said, acquisitions is very, very important. Obviously, if you're wholesaling, you need to find deals. You need to have a system that consistently gets you deals, and you need to have several marketing channels that will get you those deals, right? Because one time of the year, 1 month, direct mail might be really good, but there might be another time when it's drying up, and that's when you need cold callers, and that's when you need to have texting in place. Because if you really want to have something that's scalable and something that's consistent, and where you're really doing the numbers that you want to do every month, and you're reverse engineering, however much revenue you want to do, then you really need to be in multiple markets with multiple revenue streams and multiple marketing channels. And we've just been blessed to have a team that's just helped us grow so fast over the course of 3 years. So that's pretty much our story in a nutshell.
No, that's awesome, and I'm ready to dive in. I gotta work on this feedback. All right. I'm ready to dive in. Guys, let's put the seatbelts on. Get your thinking caps off. We all action right now, okay? We are all action. We're going to finish this bad boy strong. So for you two gentlemen, I have a question, and that is for anyone who's on this call, right, and they're an investor, right? We got fix and flip investors on this call, and I'm curious, what does a fix and flip investor need to be? What's a criteria that us as investors need to be when we're reaching out to you guys? What kind of deals do you guys have, and how's that conversation with the investor before you guys are presenting any deals? Because I know you guys are constantly getting deals. So what kind of investor do you guys like to look at? What's the qualification process like? Let's dive into that a little bit, and we're going to start off with my man, Gabe. Let's run it with Gabe first. Here we go. Boom.
Yeah, I mean, I think that no other wholesaler that I know qualifies their buyers more than our company. Like, if somebody wants to buy a deal from us, we're not just saying, "Oh, I'll send you the contract," and then hoping that person is legitimate. We're doing quite a few things to make sure that we're assigning the deal to the right person. So, I would say that if you're not one of our VIP people who we've already worked with and you want to build that relationship, we're a very relationship-driven company. Obviously just being very responsive, showing us that you're serious about the deal, having a proof of funds, being cooperative to the certain things that we need. We're not a traditional broker, right? We're doing a contract assignment. So, just knowing what that is and, what's typically involved in terms of putting down a deposit and, being assigned a contract and, how it works with the attorney review in New Jersey and, just all that other stuff. It's pretty easy for us to tell if somebody's serious about a deal or not. And, right now we're just in a time in the market where it's very hard to get deals. And, if we have a good deal, there's a lot of people who want to buy it. And obviously the faster and the more serious you can be, especially if you're using cash, that'll get you the deal 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, well, hit the nose on the head there. So one of the qualities that you are looking for from a buyer, of course, is cash. Second thing is how quick are they willing to execute when it comes to deposits, right? And I'm just curious, and I want to speak to a few different components here. And I also, Jabbar, we're going to be hearing from you a lot, when it comes to people working with you. And the reason that I'm starting off with this, and we're going to reverse engineer this in terms of how these guys are getting so much deals. All right, guys. So stay in tune. But when it comes to collecting deposits and just really the overall qualification process, why is it so important for us as buyers to put up deposits? What does this say to you guys, as the guys that are hustling to get these deals and then to advertise it? Let's go back to Gabe here.
Yeah, I mean, with no deposit, there's no deal, right? I mean, what's there stopping you from the day before closing to say, I decided I don't like the deal anymore. I don't want to. Good luck to you finding somebody else. Typically the way that it works with us is in order for us to lock up the deal as the wholesaler, we need to put a deposit down with the seller, right? So if I have skin in the game, that skin in the game is dependent on you as the buyer closing. So if there's no deposit for you as the buyer and no real motivation for you to close or, have any kind of repercussions, then how do I know you're going to close? How do I know you're not going to, if you're using hard money, you're going to get an appraisal and the appraisal doesn't come back as high as you wanted. You say, oh, you know what? I don't want the deal anymore. How do I know that you're not going to, back out of the deal essentially? So it's a token of just saying like, hey, I'm serious about this deal. I'm going to close on this deal. And pretty much all the time with wholesale deals, it's a totally non-refundable deposit. It's an as-is sale. We put contingencies in the contract for things like soil contamination, major structural defects. So it's not like we're trying to put you in a situation where we're trying to screw you in the case that something unexpected comes up, but we do need to know that you're serious.
I love it. That's such a quality. Why is this echo here? I love you guys, but we gotta figure out this echo. Okay. But no, yeah, Gabe hit it right on the spot there when it comes to, us as buyers, like we have to be willing to kind of, in essence, put your money where your mouth is. And one of the things that you guys require if someone's interested in purchasing a deal from you, is the deposit. And so in order to put up a deposit, let's do a quick little, let's get into the intro. Let's get into Jabbar a little bit, and then I'm going to bring it back, and we're going to be ciphering in all over kind of the sourcing deals, the qualification of buyers, et cetera, et cetera. So Jabbar, say what's up. Let me unmute you. You good, Jabbar? You can hear us?
Yeah, I'm good.
Check.
Yeah.
Boom, baby. Say what's good, Jabbar.
What's good, Jabbar?
Do the happy dance, Jabbar. Do the happy dance, Jabbar. Nah, just kidding, yo.
I'm just messing around. So for me, one of the things, being in the business so long, I actually know all the buyers. So whether they're from New York, New Jersey, Philly, typically when someone sends me a deal or I have a deal, I know who to send it is because my buyers know how I am. You have to know where you invest. A lot of times people make the mistake and say, oh, I'm an investor. The first question I say is, well, what makes you an investor and how? Oh, well, I invest in properties. Where? What's your zip code? And I tell people, you need to know, as starting in real estate, what zip codes, what a 3-bedroom, 1-bath goes for. How much the average square foot home in Philadelphia is, which is like 1,000 square feet to 1,200 square feet. How much are you going to be charged by a contractor to do the work? Do you have a team together? And when people call me up and say, "Oh, I just got started in real estate," 9 times out of 10, I'm not sending them a property that needs a total rehab. I'm sending them a grandma house or a property that already has a tenant in there. And I'll tell them the best advice I can give you is to get a house that's already a turnkey property and go from there. Because I know investors who, all right, Jabbar, 3 bedrooms, a bath, 1,200 square feet, 50 grand, I'll take it. So I already know people send me deals. I already know who I'm gonna send it to before they get off the phone. And when I call somebody for our properties, I'm calling because I got someone to buy it and we can close in less than 2 weeks when title come back. So I pre-qualify investors by knowing all the investors who have cash and can close. 9 times out of 10, most people get a property, then they start knowing about investors. What I did was called reverse wholesaling, where I got the investors. I know what areas they buy in, whether they buy from Jersey, whether they buy in Philly, whether they buy in New York. And I'm on everyone's buyers list and sellers list. And I created a lot of sellers lists and buyers lists for people by teaching people real estate for so long. So some of your favorite people that you look up to, at one point in time, they asked me questions. I answered their questions. They became who they are, whether they're building houses from the ground up, doing 27 unit apartment buildings, or they're doing $10 million or $2 million projects. Because at the time, it wasn't that many people who looked like me or hustled like me. I make a lot of phone calls every day, normally to investors, seeing what they're working on, what they're looking for, are their projects started or finished, and it comes about follow-up. So when someone has tell me they want to be an investor or they want to be a buyer, 9 times out of 10, I say, "What's the last project you worked on?" And they'll say, "Well, none." All right, you go into this bucket. They say, "Oh, I'm working on one now." Where? Or what area do you want? This zip code. Okay, great. There's an investor that's on the internet now that I know all she does is buy in the Northeast. So if someone sends me a property in the Northeast, I push it to her first, let her give me an offer. So I know kind of generally if you're not, if the offer of the property is being offered is too much, she'll say, "Jabbar, the number should really be 90. And I'm like, "Yeah, they asking 110, that's too much." You know what I mean? And knowing as an investor or a buyer or someone who wants to get into space, knowing your numbers is very important. And when you don't know your numbers and you're asking me about the numbers, then you're opening yourself up to other people taking advantage of you, because not all wholesalers are created equal. Most of these guys, all they care about is if I can make 50 grand off you. And I tell them, look, the number makes sense to 20. Give your investor enough space that if something goes wrong, they're not fucked at the end and they're not going to come back to you. You're going to be like, "Hey, listen, the sewer line from the front of the street to the back cost me $4,200. That wasn't in our calculations because they didn't check it and you didn't check it." I think of those things because I've been there, done that. I've been through a $4,200 to this line being changed. I've been through wholesalers selling me a property and a tree growing out the back, and they never took a picture of the tree growing out the back of the house. And they're like, "Oh man, I didn't know about the tree." Like, you had the house for 30 days. You didn't go take a picture of the back wall. You didn't take a picture of the foundation in the basement or the plumbing system or the water that was coming into the basement. No, they'll take a picture of the whole top stairs and nothing in the basement and say, "Oh man, it's a great property. It's great." And then you get the property with the tenant and say, "Oh yeah, the basement's flooded with 2 feet of water." So I'm a kind of different animal when it comes to that. When I call people or they call me, they in general, they're already seasoned investors. Or if they're a newbie investor, they know that I'm not just going to send them any property in the text blast. I was talking to Ken Weinstein yesterday. He said, "Jabbar, you must have me on a text blast." I said, "No, I text everybody by hand." So the 25 to 100 people I text a day is by hand for any of you guys that are watching, because y'all go, "Jabbar said good morning. He sent me this." No, I do it by hand. I don't do anything by automation, not just yet, because at the end of the day, I'm very personable with my investors. I know what they like. I know your style. I want to get to know you, and you better be on my ass because you want deals, not me on yours, because you want to get on my good side. So when I get a deal, I think about you and I go, "Oh man, this property's going to make somebody 100 grand. I'll call you." And I tell people, as investors or getting in this business, you want to be annoying. I don't understand this whole, "Well, I called you last week" shit. I call people every day, text them every day, 3 times a day. I might call you fucking 5 times a day. If you really want to make money in this business and be able to kick back and do what you want to do, you got to be aggressive and then meet people and show them how much you want it. Not just talk the game and go, "Oh, I got work on Monday. Oh, I called him at 11 and he didn't respond back to me." Well, when you're dealing with sellers, you could get they won't respond back to you. But go ahead, man. My bad. I'm sorry. Go.
No, you're good. All right. Sorry about
And
that,
deposits
guys.
are important because when we talk to sellers, you got to put a deposit down. If you do not put a deposit down, you do not have a deal. I don't understand this training where the people say, "Oh, I put 0 down." That does not work. Or I put $100 down. I mean, it doesn't matter if you put 100 or 1,000, But at the end of the day, your deposit tells the investor and the seller how serious you are about that deal. And you don't want a realtor or someone coming behind you saying, well, how much deposit to give you? Oh, they gave me $10. I've had people tell me that all the time. Oh, man, I gave her $10. And I'm like, seriously? Because what you have to do when you get a deal, get your deal against other wholesalers, against other realtors, against other investors, against other people in their ear. As a seller's cousin, uncle, sister, brother, whoever comes out and says, well, Dan, Gabriel only gave you $10. And Gabe's, bragging to everybody, oh, I just gave the seller $10. And she's calling her lawyer who's saying, yeah, nah, we rejecting your deal. This is over. This is not going to happen. And if it's an important deal to you, you put a deposit down, you're going to record it with the city that you have a deposit on that property, especially these hot areas like for us, South Philly, Brewery Town, Strawberry Mansion, Sharswood. You need to record it. And people are like, oh, Jabari cost $75 to record the contract. So what? It's $75 that you got to spend, because if the seller says I'm selling to someone else because they offered me more and they gave me $1,000 deposit, and you're going to lose out because you didn't record the deal. You didn't basically record that you have a contract with the seller or consideration. You know what I mean? And I say proper consideration, because consideration could be $1.
All right, Jabbar, let me keep it on track here.
I'm sorry.
So a few very important keys that I think I want to hit on for us as buyers, right? And so we just went through an amazing kind of scenario today of how to analyze renovations, okay? How to kind of qualify, right? To find, we didn't qualify to find deals, but we qualified how to, right, find contractors to be on our team, but we never really qualified how to find quality deals. And so for you guys, knowing that you specialize in the space of finding quality deals, what would you guys say is the start to finding quality deals? Let's start there. And we are going to bring this back to, actually, hold on. Forgive me. Let me rephrase that, because I know Gabe specializes in literally quality buyers, right, Gabe? Your big thing is like, how can we sell the inventory that you guys have? Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one of the things we specialize in. We move a lot of inventory. We're moving, 3 to 5 deals a week, usually on average. So, you have to have a scalable system that, you can move a lot of deals. I'd love to move all the deals to my friends. And, if I have a great deal, I'm typically bringing it to one of my VIP buyers who I've done deals with, like Jabbar is saying. But, unfortunately, it's just a situation where we just can't do that all the time. So we need to have, a scalable system of texting all of our buyers and emailing all of our buyers and letting as many people know about the deal. Maybe it's because I've only been in the game for, a tenth of the time that Jabbar has been in the game. So, maybe he just has a much bigger network of people. But, for a new wholesaler, I would definitely recommend if you have a deal, then, get it out to as many people as possible, because, you never know who's going to buy. You never know who's going to be legit. But in terms of on the marketing side, how to get the best deals, I think you were talking about earlier. And, whatever marketing channel you're doing, whether you're cold calling, whether you're texting, whether you're doing direct mail, the money is really in the follow-up. We've never, I'm not going to say never, but almost none of the really big deals or the really profitable deals that we get is just like, oh, we call the seller. The first time you talk to them, they say, let's make a deal. You send them a contract, and that day you're signing it and you're locking up the best deal of your life. Almost every deal that we've ever done takes follow-up, weeks, months, even longer. I mean, just to give you guys an example, we did a wholesale deal last year where we netted $97,000 on the deal. We signed the contract to a guy, and that deal took 2 years of follow-up. 2 years of following up with the seller, keeping in touch with them. So, deals don't come easy, especially in a market like this.
Whoa, hold on. Did you just say deals don't come easy? 2 years of follow-up? Keep it coming, baby. Keep it coming, baby.
Yeah. So, there's a lot of people who are doing deals, a lot of people who are marketing for deals. If you're reaching out to a seller, I can guarantee you there's at least 5 other investors who are trying to get that deal. So, obviously you need to make sure that you're following up, like I said, and salesmanship is key. You know, we have a full-time acquisitions manager in our office. We actually have 2 of them, and both of them have sales backgrounds, because when it comes to, you know, maybe there's 5 people offering them the same price, you know, they're going to go with the guy that is the most personable. They're going to go with the guy that they feel comfortable with. And, you know, if you just sound like some sleazy investor on the phone, and good luck.
No, that's spot on there. So let's, Jabbar, what's kind of 1 to 2 things that you say are most important, right, when it comes to finding deals in today's market?
Well, one of the most important things now is 1 or 2. So let me think. How are you going to track your leads? A lot of people are doing this and there's no tracking. So for me, I'm old school. I don't really, I kind of like have my phone and my text, because people tell me, Jabbar, I need this, I need that. You literally just need your phone and a notepad. I write all my properties in that. But there's so many systems out there that I've bought that now I have PropStream, you have Real eFlow, you have Carrot websites, you have there's so many new systems that I'm invested in all the systems. I actually spend probably maybe 1,000 hours a month on systems. But I've realized the best system is the 6 inches between my forehead. You know what I mean? My head. But if I was going to say anything, it would be say something where, how do I send postcards out to people? And when people call in, how am I getting that out? So I'd have an acquisition manager. You have an acquisition manager. You have disposition. You also have assistants. You can have VAs. You can have a whole system set up in certain software. I'm trying to think of a software that does it all. There's really none right now. I think I'm working with one that might come close, but you have to have CallRail. So this use CallRail as a tracking system. So a phone number that when someone calls in, it pops up and they'll say a whisper message that tells you this is from 19144, the let's say vacant houses, or absentee landlords, or people who just, you know, God forbid, you know, you lose your grandmother, they get a message and it will call you back and say, this is from that list, pre-foreclosures. So you know what's going on, and you can say, okay, Anna from this pre-foreclosure is calling me because I sent this out. And each postcard should have a different phone number on there. A lot of these guys just blast out 10,000 postcards and just cross their fingers and go, oh, it's going to work, it's going to work. But depending on what number you put on that postcard should then tell you, like, all right, this person's from this list that I used that I got from PropStream, or this list is from what's list source? There we go. That's the word. List source. You know what I mean? You need to know where your deals are coming from, what marketing material you were using, and then track that to see what you should put more of your money into. Was it from Facebook? Was it YouTube? Was it from PPV or PPC, pay per click, pay per video? Whether it's from Google ads, you know, what's the cost, and then know your costs and track all of that. And there's a lot of systems out there that does that tracking for you, but you got to find what's comfortable for you and what's in your budget. Start from that. So for me, the most important thing is have a budget, and within that budget, decide where you're going to put most of your money in. Text blasting. Are you going to blast a bunch of people from a list that you got, or are you going to call a bunch of people and just get on the phone? The easiest cost productive thing is just to call people on the phone, because a lot of people are home because of COVID, and just start calling numbers, or have VAs that you're paying, let's say $4 an hour. Get 2 VAs and say, hey, I need you to call these 100 people every day. Here's my KPI. And KPIs are very important. Key production indicators. Basically, what's making you money? What do you need to do every day to get to that certain amount of deals you want back, and tracking. So my most important thing is tracking, having a budget, and then going deep into what is going to get you to the money the fastest, whether it's text, postcards, videos, ads, phone calls, just talking to people, and then watch people. So if I have 2 VAs and they're calling the same list, or they're calling a list, I want to know which VA is giving me a better response, and then I'm firing the other VA, because I said, you made 100 calls, this one made 100 calls, one came back with 10 deals, one came back with 1 deal. I'm letting one go, and then I'm going to hire another VA. There's a lot of people. You got to hire fast, hire slow, fire fast, and make sure that you're checking your systems. Don't just say, oh, this system works. You call the phone number. You test the system and say, hey, is this 1-800 cash offer? And they'll say, yeah, this is 1-800 cash offer. And go through your systems. A lot of people set systems up. And I remember somebody who was doing about $25,000 a month. And then when we looked through his system, we found out that he was missing about 10 to 15,000, because one of the systems didn't connect. He was paying for leads for something that there was the phone number was bad because I don't know if he didn't pay or whatever it was. It was a Google number. Stop using Google numbers. If you want to be professional, you got to get off this Google number shit. Go get CallRail. It's $30 a month and have different friggin' numbers. I tell people all the time because I had a Google number when I first started out. And then one day the shit didn't work. And someone was like, yeah, Jabbar, I called this number and it didn't work. And then Google's hit me up and said, oh, you were supposed to only have it for 2 years. I had the shit for like running it over and over again.
Yeah.
So, professionally, I just think that you got to start learning about systems and then having the right people in place because some people are good salesperson. Some people are good on the phone with people. And some people need to be in the background doing the paperwork. So know your team, know your strengths, and then work towards those.
Yeah, I think what Jabbar said about tracking your KPIs and how important it is can't stress that enough, man. And this is how we run our company, and this is how every major corporation, Fortune 500 company works, right? Is they reverse engineer their revenue, right? They say, we want to do this much revenue, whatever it is, $1 million, $10 million, $20 billion. And they look at their different marketing channels and they say, this one, based off of our KPIs gives us this ROI. That one gives us that ROI. And they basically say, okay, we need to spend this much money on that, this much money on this much money on whatever. And because those KPIs, exactly how much marketing you need to do in order to get the amount of revenue that you're seeking. So if you really want to have an organization that does the amount of money that you want it to do, which I think everybody in this group wants, then having a productive system for tracking your KPIs you can't do it without it.
No, that's spot on. So okay. So Jabbar hit on some really good points, right? Let's bring it back here to Gabe. Gabe, I'm curious, for us as investors, right? Fix and flip investors, we're trying to find deals. We're trying to look at contractors, et cetera, et cetera.
We're looking for deals. You're looking at contractors.
No, I just I want to take a minute, okay? Some of you guys are like, what's going on?
Even I was like, what's going on?
Yeah. I know this is an interesting experience for me at this time. And I think that's because I have no idea what the hell I'm doing at this moment. All right. And that is because I think I had a huge expectation on how this moment was going to be. And that has been completely shattered. So I just want to say thank you guys for being here in this moment with me. Thank you guys for riding it through sticking this through. And let's just take kind of a moment and restart this. All right. I'm good. So when it comes to finding deals, right? When it comes to finding deals, I want to kind of get this back on track here. Let's go back to Gabe. Gabe, what would you say is one of the most important things that we need to know? Okay. What is the most important thing that you guys are doing right now in this moment to find deals in today's market? Let's start there.
The most important thing that we're doing, to be honest with you, the market is really, really crazy right now. Prices are at all-time highs. Rather than looking at, 6-month comp sales, 12-month comp sales, we're actually looking at under contracts. So like if I have a comp, because it's just so competitive with the offers right now. We have to offer more than we've ever had to offer to get deals. We actually lost a deal last week because we had a verbal agreement with the seller and then somebody came and offered him $20,000 more. And I think that the price that they offered was ridiculous, but hey, whatever. You really need to be competitive. I'm looking at under contracts for my comps now. I'm not even looking at sold 6 months ago. Something that sold 6 months ago is irrelevant now.
Wow.
And coming up on this spring market, shit is going to be crazy. Shit is just going to be so crazy. And I know Wholesalers will say this all the time because they'll be like, oh, the market's going up, whatever. You should pay more for this house than you want to. Obviously you want to make sure that the numbers on a deal are good. And I'm not saying overpay. I'm not saying, to buy deals that don't make sense. You should always buy deals that make sense. And we do our best to make sure that every deal makes sense. But, it's just so competitive that, buying deals at that 70% of the ARV minus the repairs, you're not going to have anything and you're going to be sitting on your ass waiting for the deal. So I would just say that, be reasonable with your expectations. Look at the under contract sales, see like what the most recent as possible, or maybe look at solds and go like 3 months. But, you really have to like do whatever you can to stretch the numbers. And that's what we've done. We've actually called every seller in the last week that we've made them an offer and we were within $20,000 of what they wanted.
Yeah.
And calling them and we're seeing if they're still interested in selling, and we're reevaluating the deal to just see if there's like any way that we can push the numbers up, because, just especially with the spring coming up, it's it's going to be very, very crazy. With just how competitive it is in order to get deals. Looks like somebody just asked me, Gabe, what's the percentage of ARVs you guys
are looking at
recently? We don't do it by a percentage of ARVs. Typically, we do it just on net spread. If you're wholesaling, you need to talk to whoever it is that the major flippers are on your market or the people on your list. But, I find that in my market, which is northern and central New Jersey, and it's different in Atlanta, it's different in Tampa, but in north and central New Jersey, which I think a lot of the people here are in that market, I find that just for a normal deal, regular ARV, if it's a light to moderate repair job, people are typically, and lenders are looking for deals where you're going to walk out of the deal, all costs considered, net profit $40,000.
Wow, perfect.
If it's a bigger deal, like it's a full gut rehab, or it's a deal in a very high end area where the holding costs are going to be very high, or a deal where there's more risk, that typically goes up to $50,000 or more if it's a big project. And obviously, if we're talking about at a level new construction, now people are looking to make close to six figures on it, if not six figures. So obviously you want to be reasonable with your numbers. It's got to be worth your time. Doing a flip, I'm doing a couple flips right now. It's a lot of fucking work. So don't devalue your time. But if you're looking for a deal at 70% of the ARV, there's so many people trying to flip houses right now, and the market is so hot that the deals are going to be few and far between. So
yeah,
and if it's a rental property, we just make sure that the deal makes sense from some angle, from just buying it, cash flow, and just having the deal cash flow. Does it make sense? Maybe. Does it make sense as something that you can refinance and pull most or all of your own money out? Maybe. Does it make sense as something that has a lot of value add? Maybe the rents are very below market, and the projected cash flow with what you project the numbers to be in the future, whether you can either get rents up or whether you can decrease the expenses that the owners are having, especially if it's a larger multifamily. That's another thing we look at. So it really depends on the deal, Lisa. I wouldn't say that we're doing, a percentage of the ARV. That's not how we underwrite. I know that's how a lot of buyers underwrite, but I think it can be very deceiving, because there could be a deal that's 85% of the ARV that you can make great money on. But
so yeah, I'm curious for you guys, and Jabbar, let's hear your perspective on this. Would you guys say that most buyers in today's market right now, okay, are on your guys' buyers list? Let's say on your guys' buyers list, would you guys say most buyers are overpaying for projects at the moment?
Not my buyers. So I have buyers who've been buying. They'll just sit and wait. I have a guy now with $3 million sitting. He bought his own personal home for $4 and some change because the numbers make sense in the county. But I send him deals all the time, and I'll say, hey, if you take this deal for $115, it's yours. And he'll tell me, I got to see it, and then he won't pay for it, and somebody will give me $125 for it. And what I've learned is some people are just sitting on money that's burning holes in their pocket, but they're not. They have a strict set of rules that they got saved by, because you have to have options. And a lot of times when people are buying properties, they're not giving themselves options on what if it doesn't sell? Like a lot of people don't understand. There's guys who used to flip 10, 15 houses a year that are broke right now because they went into the marketplace, not in this market because we're low on inventory. But what happens if COVID's over and people are selling their houses? Right now, what's the cause of it is that people that have COVID or are scared, they're not putting their houses on the market. Normally, we'd have an influx of houses on the market. Then you have people filing their taxes. And then normally, when people are filing their taxes, they're looking to buy houses. But because most people haven't been in the market long enough to understand the actual economic factors that cause buys and sells, they don't understand why is there's less inventory. They're not even asking the question why inventory is so low. They're just going, oh, we're just going to pay more. But here's what happened with that. In 2008 and 2009, when that bubble happened, all those people that overpaid for houses, when they went to go refi to get out the deal or to lower it or sell the property, they were now competing with new construction guys who were able to drop their prices because in new construction in general, there's about $100,000 that they're trying to make after everything's said and done. So if they build it for $225, they're selling it for $450, $425. So if you're competing against them, they can lower their price so low that you, as the person who bought the property, rehabbed it, dumped $200,000 into it because you overpaid for it, you're fucked because when you go to sell it, you can't drop it as low. So now you got to go refi it. But when you go refi it, because you didn't follow the 65 or 70 rule, now you can't get all your money out and now you're stuck with the property. I've seen it over and over again. And it's not always the case because sometimes you just get someone who wants to live there. They got $200,000 and they're like, look, I just want to live here. I look at it like for every investor, there's a certain way. And as a new investor or old investor, you have to have some rules you stick by. You do not have to buy properties. There's something I've learned a long time ago. Don't let the money burn a hole in your pocket. You make a bad decision. There's thousands of deals. Go to a different market. Go to a different zip code. Go to the zip code over to the, next to the one you know. Like I'm 1914441 282636 433951. So West Philly, West Oak Lane, Mount Airy, Germantown. I got 5 that I'm always in, and I know it like the back of my hand. Most people get in this game and they don't know their area. Eventually, if you know your area, you know if you can pay more. Like Logan, I know I can pay more in Logan than everybody else because I have buyers who pay for Logan and they know how quickly they can get into a property out. If you're in the Northeast, you can't overpay for the Northeast because basically it's become more of a rental area in certain zip codes versus if you go further out in the Northeast, now they can be flipped because their sellers are more educated. They understand that my house is worth $250. I don't need to sell it for $150. I'm gonna sell it for $200. But you still got to be careful because you got to know the market shifts. People from New York are paying more for properties because New York screwed up. So that's really what's also driving the Philly market, New Jersey market, because there's rent control in New York. New York didn't have rent control, but now it has rent control. Now you can't kick someone out. There's a memorandum or memoriam on the kicking people out of their properties. So guess what else is driving prices up? The New Yorkers who are going, I can't make any money on the property.
Coming down to Philly, right?
They come to Philly. They come to Jersey. But guess what? You as the guys that live in the state, you don't want to compete with them. You either want to go to a different Atlanta, North Carolina, Maryland, Baltimore, and go buy in those areas versus trying to stay, I'm a New Jersey person or I'm a Philly person. Yo, you go where the money makes sense for you because unless you got deep pockets, when the market shifts back, you'll get fucked. And then when you get fucked, you can't call a wholesaler and say, yeah, I overpaid for this property. I need $20,000 back. It's not going to happen. Like, I listen, when I went to refi, the bank gave me this value and they said that they're only going to give me back 70% of my money. Because remember, banks have now dropped the refis down to 65% to 50% also. So they're not giving you 80% of the number value now. They're not giving you 75. They're now at 65% refi. So guess what? You're in it for $100,000 and they're only giving you $65,000 back in your money. Now what do you do with the other $35,000 and the house is sitting on the market for the next 3 to 4 months? Closings aren't as fast as they used to be, especially on the out. I'm talking about the retail.
Wait, so Jabbar, is that what you're seeing right now? Are you seeing that shift happen already?
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing it now all the time. I got people call me all the time, but for me, I have a house for sale for $37,000. I'm always talking to landlords, expired listings. I'm talking to people who have houses on the market for rent that aren't being rented and they're just empty, or people who have tenants that are not paying them and they're like, look, I just want to get rid of it. So they own the property for over 10 years because that's who I target. People who own the property for over 10 years because they've eaten out the interest and now they're into the principal because these are the things that factors on getting good deals. Ownership 10 years, land, absentee owner. They own the property. They don't live in the state. They live out of state. they're collecting rent or not collecting rent right now. And now they have a property sitting there with a mortgage of $300 a month, $500 a month, and they're not collecting $1,000 or $1,200 a month they were supposed to be collecting. And now just like, look, just get this headache off of me. I owe $30,000 on the property, or I owe 25. Take this shit with the tenant in there, and I don't care what you do with it. Okay, great. I'll take that, sir. You know what I mean? Like, that's my level of dealing with investors. Now, when you're dealing with people who don't flip houses, now you have to start dealing with people that have been in a house for 15 years, 20 years, because now there's not that big mortgage on their head, or they owe a lot. Because that's the thing about finding and sourcing your deals. You got to have a criteria that you know that you're looking for to say, all right, here's my criteria. Own the house for 10 years. They live out of state, or they live in a house, but they have 50% equity in the property. Now I can go to approach them and say, hey, I can buy a house in 3 weeks, get you into another one. And because I'm one-stop shop, I can get you a realtor to help you find the new home that you need. Because you want to move to Florida? Great. It's warm down there. I'm going to call a friend of mine in Florida, a wholesaler in Florida, or a realtor in Florida from someone I know, from Keller Williams, Remax, whatever, and say, hey, I got somebody thinking of moving down here, and start being that one-stop shop. Now you can get the person to think like, you know what, let me get rid of this house and go somewhere warmer. And now I'm not worried about getting the most for this property, because I got to overpay when I go to find a house. Because that's really what's happening, is people are not selling their houses because when they sell their house, they can't find a house to buy in their price range. Yeah, so you got to give people the options. Oh man, you got to give people options. You know what I mean? Yeah. And that's what I do.
Yeah, man. And so so let's bring it over here to Gabe, right? And I know you guys have like the full systems in place and all that stuff, but like for us as investors, for fix and flip investors, if we are interested in kind of purchasing right now from you guys, what would you kind of say is like the most, not the most important thing, but what is because Jabbar hit on the point of know your market, right? But if the markets are always knowing that the markets are changing, what would you kind of say is like the most important rule to follow right now?
Well, Jabbar said so much good stuff that one thing that he said, I think kind of probably like went right over people's heads, but he said like expand your area in which you're willing to buy deals. Like as long as you have a network of contractors and you can know the area as well, expand into the surrounding counties. Because it's just going to increase your deal pool. Let me just give you an example. I talked to a buyer a couple months ago, and he said, I want deals in Montclair. Anywhere else? He said, just Montclair. Think I ever did a deal with that guy? No. But like people who I have on our list who are like, look, I will literally buy anywhere in northern New Central New Jersey. I know the market. I have a network of contractors. I have a team in place. I do a lot of deals because, obviously we have our target market. We do most of our marketing, most of our deals in Essex County, Newark, East Orange, Bloomfield, Belleville, Irvington. We probably do more deals there than anywhere else. But, to be honest with you, I don't know where we're going to get a deal tomorrow. We're going to get a deal tomorrow, but I don't know where it's going to be. So if you're somebody who is only investing in 1 or 2 zip codes, it's going to be very, very difficult for you to find deals because
for you in North Jersey and Central Jersey, correct?
Hey, send me some deals in South Jersey, damn it. Why don't people like
I got something for you, bro. You buying Collingswood?
That's South Jersey. That's South Jersey.
I live in Mount Laurel.
You live in Mount Laurel?
And anywhere 6 miles from, really I specialize in Philly, but I have a lot of cash buyers in South, who want to buy in South Jersey. Like they'll go.
So people are coming out of Philly now, and they're coming into South Jersey, huh?
Yeah, because they're like, look, Jabbar, Philly's killing us right now and finding deals. I'm ready to go to Jersey. So, they're like, yo, let's come to Jersey. 5-4. What's it? 5-4 is this one, then 5-6, 5-8 or something like that. I forgot what it is, but South Jersey, I can definitely get deals done. I got a couple people that are just on my neck about it.
Yeah, for sure, bro. We'll have to get you in our network. So like if we have something and it fits one of your investors, we can get them into it.
And for anyone else who wanted to get into your network, because there's a lot of fix and flip investors on here, it's what do they need to do if they're interested in some of the deals that you guys have? And Jabbar, I know you're also coming across deals all the time. So yeah.
Most of the time you gotta text me, call me.
I was asking Gabe Jabbar, and then I'll come to you. Go ahead, Gabe.
Yeah, so if you want to reach out to me on Facebook or especially Instagram, you can reach out to me. But
by the way, you guys should message me your information in the private chat so I could share it with everyone. But
I got you.
267
but
975 6801. That's my cell phone number. I don't hide shit.
Jabbar, come on, dude. I can't. What do you think I am? Like Sonic or something, dude?
You know my cell phone number. I've never hid my cell phone number from anybody. Shit, I was a realtor for 13
but
years.
anyway, our website is njoffmarketproperties.com. I think Eli's already got it. He's going to put it up on the screen for you.
Yep,
but that website, you can actually sign up for our buyers list, and you can actually look at all of our inventory. So,
oh, your current inventory. Wow.
yeah, we have a full list of current, past inventory, anything, and even pending deals, like deals that we have under contract that we haven't closed on yet. You know, if it's a deal that you know you would buy, we're always. You never know what's going to happen in this market. You could reach out to us and say, hey, I would be interested in that deal. You know, if anything falls through with the buyer, let me know. But that's really the easiest way to get on our network. And once you're on that network, you'll actually receive email and text updates of all the deals that we get as they become available. So, you can get in contact with our dispositions representative, Kartik. He's amazing. If there's anything that you see that is a deal that you might be interested in, because we're always looking to grow our network. We're always looking to add value to buyers, whether that's bringing you deals, whether that's helping you get a deal financed, or really do anything, man. We're really looking to expand in 2021. It's going to be a great.
Man. Yeah,
Awesome.
we're excited to hear that live, and it's super cool just to kind of look, because I always watch all of our old videos and just to review and just to hear how the speaker's perspective was over certain things. So, guys, I put Gabe's information down below. It's in the comment chat and it's on the screen as well. So the IG as well as their website to see their current inventory. So if you guys want to look at some deals, you guys want to reach out to them. Can you guys also share Jabbar's contact info? Jabbar, what's the number, Jabbar? So I can pin it up.
Just go to workwithbar.com.
Oh yeah, come on, dude. He's got his own website. Where's it at? Where's it at?
Make sure it works, because I've been working on this shit for a while now. Last time you had to put call, but now I got it to should be working at workwithbar.com easily.
I got you, bro.
Let's just check it out.
It works. Boom.
There you go.
Come on, baby.
Boom.
All right, gentlemen. So it's now 5 o'clock. Let's finish off with this question. This is such an interesting question. What do you guys see for the next 6 months to a year? Where do you guys see the biggest opportunity lie? And for fix and flip investors, how should they best position themselves now to be ready for the opportunity that you guys see coming up?
Mm-hmm. Commercial real estate and apartment buildings are probably going to be the cheapest things coming that you'll ever see. And the interest rates are so low that if I had the money, I'd buy big shit. If you can do it. If you can't, don't get in that game. But you have to realize a lot of these commercial spaces are empty. A lot of these apartment buildings, people aren't paying. So people are trying to get out from under that heavy payment. But I'm watching a lot of commercial shit go for dirt cheap. And then what happens is they're now becoming event spaces where guys are paying you $1,500 a month, but they're renting out the event space at $500 every week, every day, every 4 hours. So a lot of that switches once COVID's really like gone, where everybody's not thinking about it again. And that happens, shit's going to be hitting the fan. But I always say,
like, it's going to be going down or up? What do you mean by hitting the fan?
Up. Meaning it's going to go up, where everybody's going to be back out. Like, just think about this. Everyone has pent up emotions to go hang out again. To go to a store and walk in without a mask, or go to a store, but also go to events, also hang out just to get outside. So if you have land or space, like in opportunity zones, opportunity zones is another big thing. People are going to knock down buildings and build back up apartment buildings, build up commercial on the first floor. So finding land that's multifamily land is going to be land is going to be the most valuable thing coming in the next 6 months, because a lot of people are going to want to start building again. They're looking at the interest rates, which are the lowest they've ever been. When I got in the game, interest rates was 11%. 11%. I was buying my properties when I was acting like I had 10 vacation homes at 7%. You guys are getting 2.75. You're literally getting the money for free. And if you're an investor and you actually understand what that means you're going to cash flow even if you overpay for a property. But just imagine if you get a piece of land that's RM1 and you maintain that RM1, which means commercial, or CMX2, which is commercial with 2 apartment buildings above, or CMX1, and you're getting the money given to you because people are looking for investments. So raising capital, land, and commercial deals are going to be the next thing over the next 6 to 12 months because the money is so cheap, and it's probably going to even get cheaper. And then it's going to turn back around. Once COVID's gone, all this shit's going to be gone. It's just like Bitcoin. When I was telling people about Bitcoin when it was $700, $600, and motherfuckers was telling me, oh, that's a scam. Now that it's 52,000, they used to call me Bitcoin Bar. Now everybody wants to jump in on it. It's too late now. Now you're not going to make the same jump. Now you got to jump into Ethereum or Cardano or all the other.
All right, real estate. Let's keep this on real estate.
Oh, my bad.
Right,
Yeah, but
so,
you know,
workwithbar.com is saying that you just keep an eye on the commercial real estate aspect. And it's so funny you bring this up because even Gabe, you know Gabe. I don't think you know Gabe. Not this Gabe.
Another Gabe. You know the Gabe that buys with his partner. They buy a lot of shit.
No,
I told you. I know every Gabe.
My point is, we've been here for over 8 hours, and there's a lot of similarities here. So we appreciate that, Jabbar, and we're so thankful for your time. Let's see. 23 Ridgewood says, "Thanks, Jabbar, for the gold nuggets. Cheap money, smiley face. Thank you so much." All right, let's go to Gabe to finish off here. So, Gabe, yeah, just curious. And by the way, Gabe's information, I'm pinning it up so you guys can add them.
So I actually agree with everything that Jabbar said. I just don't agree with the timeline. I think it's going to be like another 2 years.
I mean, listen, no one knows. I mean, at the end of the day,
nobody knows.
Right,
I think the party's going to go on for a little bit longer.
Hey, Gabe, watch this. I spoke at an event, I think 2 years ago, to the top 500 realtors, right? Mm-hmm. And everybody told me 2020 shit's going to go to hell. And they said the prices of properties are going to drop. I'm waiting for the drop. Guess what happened?
You heard that too, right, Gabe?
The prices went up. And guess what I told everybody? The prices were going to go up because I sat with an economic advisor. The difference between me is I'm an IS major, which means information system technology since 96. All I do is study information, process it, and then speak it in common language that other people can understand. So I take the complex and make it very simple. In 6 to 12 months, and by July or by September, everyone's going to have the COVID shot. Now, they got to get a second round of the COVID shot. But in that time frame, people are going to get more and more comfortable going back outside. People are going to get more and more comfortable to start selling their houses, and the inventory is not going to be small. It's going to start growing and growing and growing because as people get their COVID shot, they'll be more willing to let you in their house. So when realtors are sending postcards saying, hey, you want to sell your house? Instead of people throwing it in the trash, they're going to hold it and go, you know what? It's time for us to move to someplace warmer because this snow, it's fucking up everybody's life and style. So they're going to start moving out. So I'm just saying that in 6 to 12 months, you're going to have that more houses are going to start coming on the market, and people are going to get more comfortable with you coming in their house.
Is that through the foreclosures and the eviction memorandum? You're saying when that opens up, like
that's opening. That's come. I mean, that's going to happen. Is it September 21st or sometime in September? That's going to be over.
It just got pushed back out to September, and to be honest with you, with just the current state of politics, I could actually see it getting extended again. I agree with you. I think there's a lot of opportunities right now in given that eviction moratorium stuff that we just talked about with properties with non-performing tenants. So let me just give you guys a deal that we're wholesaling right now. This will be fun. It's in Newark, New Jersey. It's
a live deal? Is this a live deal?
It's a live deal.
Let's hear it. You guys want to hear a live deal?
Yeah, I want to buy it right now. You can buy it. So
let's hear it.
It's a 2-family in Newark. It's a turnkey property. You probably would want to like paint and shit, but like very, very little. The property was fully renovated in 2010. So there's 2 tenants in the property. Neither of them are paying rent. The property's market value on the MLS today is approximately $330,000. We are wholesaling it for $230,000. That's $100,000 of instant equity, but obviously you're going to have to deal with these tenants, and there's a lot of uncertainty with the eviction moratorium and everything. So if you're willing to deal with that, and you have a little bit of money that you could ride it out, and you're willing to be in the negative for a few months, 6-8 months, that's $100,000 in equity right there. Just in terms of where we're at in the market right now. So there are definitely opportunities with properties that have non-performing tenants. I would be reaching out to really any kind of absentee owner, which is something that Jabbar talked about earlier. We see a lot of opportunities as well. With people who own rental properties who have
Hey,
owned
by
them
the way,
for a
which
long time.
which part of Newark is that in?
It is West Ward.
Okay.
Yeah, it's on South
And
26th.
also,
Right there.
one of the things you haven't talked about is cash for keys, which we do a lot of in Philly.
But guys, this is not a cash flow event.
No, cash
but
for keys to get
yeah,
people out of properties.
Yeah, it's kind of buy and hold strategy in a way.
No, cash for keys is when you offer someone to leave.
There's not a lot
money
of
to leave.
single families in New Jersey or New York. All right, go ahead, Jabbar. I see what you're saying. Go ahead.
Listen, I'm old soul in this. Trust and believe me. So what he's just said about his property is that there are people not paying. So cash for keys mean that you go over to the guys and say, listen, I know you guys might be struggling, but I need you guys to get out. I'll give you $2,000 to leave, $1,000 up front to help you with your moving expenses. And once you move, I confirm you're out the property. I'll give you another $1,000 once you're out the property. And you can do that's what's called cash for keys.
Right.
So if you have a property, whether it's
I think Gabe, you guys try that or introduce that? I'm sure you guys have, right?
So typically for us, we will not do that until after we've assigned a contract because I'm not the actual buyer, right? I'm wholesaling it. So let's say I tell the tenant, hey, we'll give you $3,000 to leave. And then I tell the buyer that, and the buyer's like, well, I don't want to do that. So typically those negotiations, we handle those negotiations for our buyers, but we typically will do that after we found the buyer because I don't want to make a promise that the buyer is not wanting to keep. But it's definitely something we'll try to do if that's
So that option's on the table if a buyer were interested. The buyer, so anyone who's on here, if you're interested, they can talk to the tenants as long as they're willing to perform about an option like that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't want to throw out a number that the buyer is not comfortable with, and I don't know who the buyer is going to be yet. We just sent this deal out to people yesterday. We're still
fresh
accepting offers. So once we have the contract signed, typically the process is I will get on the phone with the buyer and say, hey, what do you want to do about this tenant? Do you just want to just go through the eviction process after you've closed? Do you want to try to do a cash for keys and whatever they want to do? We're typically handling that with the owner, with them. It's very deal to deal. No two properties, no two tenant situations are exactly the same. For tenants, sometimes it's a pain point. Maybe it's getting them into another place. Maybe it's giving them a little bit of money up front so they have the ability to move. Maybe it's you never know what it's going to be.
Yeah, and the number I said
right.
is not the number you have to go past. It's just the number I'm throwing out there. I've done cash for $500. The person was like, look, man, I just need a place to get a moving truck and pay somebody to help me move. And that's why I haven't moved yet. And it was $500. I got two guys to help them move out and they moved. So, every deal problems and issues that makes wholesalers. We are problem solvers. And that's what we're supposed to do is solve sellers' problems to help our buyers find deals. If it wasn't a problem, it probably wouldn't be a deal.
It's the name of the game, baby. Problem solving. All right, guys. Been on for over 8 hours and 10 minutes.
Go get
Eli needs a nap.
Work. Listen, workwithbar.com. Make sure you guys connect with Jabbar and Gabriel, man. You guys have been absolutely awesome. Let me put their information back up. Let's see. Yeah, got too much stuff on here. And Gabe's information is on the screen, guys. We appreciate you guys so much. Today has been an absolute blast. Any final words, gentlemen, you guys want to share? I put your guys' contact info in the private chat.
Hey, just send me deals. Y'all got deals. Y'all need to move them. Send it to me. One of the deals I'm doing on hopefully.
I don't need details.
No, I'm not giving you the details. I'm saying on Monday or Tuesday. It's from someone seeing me on this cast, and they sent me the deal.
Boom,
and
baby.
Closing it for them in 2 weeks. So, like I said, send me deals. If you need me to look over a deal, evaluate it for you, or help you out, let me know. I'm always here for that. And if you got,
I'm gonna find you and reach out. I'm gonna find you on your website or wherever you're at, social media, whatever.
267-975-6801. Just text me.
Oh, say that one more time, bro.
267-975-6801. Text me. Do not call me and think I'm going to answer it and know who the hell you are. But if you text
I'm the same way, bro. I'm gonna call you later.
you know, you text me and be like, "Hey, Jabbar, this is such and such. I'm looking for deals," or "This is such and such. We can connect." I rarely sleep. I'm not like Elijah. He needs his 8-hour beauty sleep. Sometimes, man, I go to 4 a.m. You know what I mean? Because I enjoy what I do. It's not work to me. It's fun. You know what I mean? I like looking at
Anyway, Jose said this was great. Thanks, Jabbar and Gabe. Thanks
sir.
for the gold nuggets. Yo, people loved you guys. We love you guys. We appreciate you guys. Yeah, let's end it here. All right, gentlemen. So we appreciate you. If anybody reaches out to me, I'll be sure to connect with you guys. Thank you guys. We'll see you guys soon. All right.
It's a pleasure.
Peace. All right, guys. That is it. Woo! We have literally had the most amazingest time, I think, of my life. I mean, we spent 8 hours together, so I love all you guys. Thank you guys so much for being on here with us. We're probably going to be doing another summit within the next 30 days, so make sure you guys are staying in tune. I already know we're going to be doing another one, so thank you guys. We will see you guys real soon, and we are logging off for now, all right? Have a great night, and we'll speak with you guys soon.